Motic.
Well, Photic already used that spell shield, and he is very low and is dead. Elk is forced to flash away. Care will blink forward, and he sends Elk straight to purgatory. It's a double kill for Care, and Fangua. To be able to be aware of all the vision that's going down. Xiaoshu gets in the back. Junja going to make a big play. Finds people, but the stolen ultimate turns it around. Vampire low, goes down. Xiaoshu the next target, while Bartle is keeping the mage's end.
Just in the nick of time to save his mid laner from a disastrous fate, as now the Shy is looking for a solo kill.
Shy calls out the step.
Those you have to try, but the rapid fire cannon from downtown. Now it's Karuki with the engage on the Magnet Storm, and the turnaround could be there, but there is Tarzan. This hot dog is fully loaded. It's a triple kill for Hope. Bulldog is getting low. They're saving it for Hope.
Give it to him.
It's a quadra kill, and you know that Hope wants this penta, but he gets scattered away. There's the taunt, the shift, penta kill for Hope.
Positioned well to at least save the carry, try and find a way to turn things around, but Chris gets deleted. Xiaoya's here as well, getting taken out in a 2 versus 4. I've seen enough! Give Knight the MVP!
Welcome everybody to the start of week 4 here in the LPL on the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm Yanni, that's Bloxer. Bloxer, first match of the day, going to be a bit of a mountain to climb for one of these teams as anyone's legend looks to continue their winning ways and EDG looks to spark some.
Exactly, like you said, very different outlooks for the teams at this point. AL, they're really just trying to put the final finishing touches together. The teams looked good, they've looked strong, but they've had some really weird moments, losing 2-0 to WE, really not taking out LGD as convincingly as you would have expected, but still, looking like they are in a good spot going forwards, whereas EDG, I mean, it's been miserable out there.
No, it's been terrible. It's just two teams that could not be further apart. AL has already made their roster move, now in the process of solidifying things. EDG have just started the process of integrating JDG, and they just added Sinian to the roster, right? So, you know, he's not going to play tonight, but we might see him play real soon as you take a look at the standings here. Just having a look around the league, one thing to note is you're starting to see 4, 5, and 6 get a lot closer as Team WE has fallen off a little bit at 5 and 4. JDG looking to potentially overtake them this week. And Thunder Talk still a bit of a dark horse, but holding on to that 6th seed with 2 games over LGD.
And for AL, they want to just keep pushing themselves further and further away from that 4th spot, make it a competition between WE, JDG, and Thunder Talk, and keep themselves in the conversation for the best spot. Obviously, really important for them going on into the playoffs. What you really need to be avoiding, though, is just those bottom 2 spots. The bottom 2 spots in Group Ascend are where you really don't want to be. It puts you down in that play-ins, and even if you win that play-ins, it starts you off in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, only that one life, and I know we've been talking a lot about a team like Thunder Talk, who is a team we'd really like to see have 2 lives. You know, this is a team that has a lot of young players, and they're really starting to come into their own here late in 2026, so that should be rather exciting. We'll see if, you know, EDG decide today is the day that they start making a miracle run, and maybe, just maybe, Bloxer, they shock the LPL, they take a win, they put themselves at 1-8, and potentially in the conversation, right? Because if you can beat AL, you can probably beat anybody.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's not even beating AL particularly, it's one win. One more win than they have already at this point, right? They have just been having a terrible time of it. They haven't been able to win anything, really. And like you said, bringing Sinian in, haven't got him on the roster here today. They are going to be playing with Bulldog still. But there are some shake-ups coming in. JJ coming in already. It didn't really have the impact you were hoping for, potentially, did it?
Not yet. The good news is that JJ is a jungler that has very clearly defined strengths. Has always been a great early game jungler with some really nice pathing decisions. Unfortunately for him, the solo lanes of EDG have really struggled to get started and activated early in games, and that's why they are so far behind at certain points. The last time they played against the AL, they were down about 2,500 gold at the 10-minute mark in each game, which is incredibly brutal.
What do you do
to try to deal with, Bloxer? You lose. That's what happens.
That's what happens.
You just lose. It is the 9th chance for EDG to try to come away with a series victory, following in the footsteps of a Team WE from last split. But, Bloxer, I'm sure if their story ends the same way that Split 2 Team WE's did, EDG would be pretty happy.
They'd be happy. Exactly. I was having a look back at the previous split, and at this point, going into their 9th matchup, WE were yet to win a single game. Not just a single series, they hadn't even taken a game. So already, EDG are doing slightly better than that, with them having picked up a single game win coming into this point. But this was the point at which WE finally started picking up wins, started looking better is the wrong word for it, but at least like there was something going on. It wasn't until the playoffs that they suddenly that they suddenly came alive, and then the playoffs proper, where they all of a sudden started winning properly, and then they looked infinitely better once they've gotten into this split. So it is hopeful potentially for EDG. If they can replicate what they saw from WE last time around, there is still hope. You cannot just completely write off this team. You can't write off any team fully here in the LPL.
That's the beauty of being in Group Ascend, is that you get all this good practice, maybe you figure something out a little bit later. Maybe EDG is just in their holding strats era, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're like, you know what? We'll take all these losses, it's no big deal. We'll go on this big miracle run. Or you just end up as one of the worst teams of all time, Bloxer. Here we have some examples of some teams that had some pretty terrible runs here in the LPL. If EDG were to lose every game left in the season, that would put them at 1-28, which would put them just below Hyper Youth and would bump Vici Gaming. And, you know, when you take a look at those win-losses, Vici Gaming really doesn't deserve to be there. But game win percentage-wise, if EDG just go 0-2 the rest of the way, that would put them in between the first and second slots. So,
yeah,
you know, if you're losing a bunch of games, you are making history for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it is at this point impossible to be worse than 2020 Spring Victory 5. You know, you've at least managed to get yourself slightly better than them. That is going to be reserved for a team managing to lose every single one of their games, not managing to pick up anything whatsoever. But the fact that you can slot into second here, depending on what metric you're using, or fifth, again, depending on which metric you're using, not a good look, and not something that an organization like EDG, with such history, with so much that you can look to as good things from this organization, they really want to be avoiding that. Now, do we necessarily think that their first proper victory is going to come here versus AL? Probably not, but it's not like AL have looked invincible either. They have shown us that they have cracks, that they aren't necessarily quite as good a team as you would have really hoped for them to be at this point. You can see the roster. It's what you know, it's what you love, and it still looks really good. And I mean, there are some great stats coming out of these. On paper, this team looks really good.
Yeah, they just need to nail down this consistency. I like that Breathe has given them an extra aggressive angle to take out of your laners. There's been a lot of criticism for guys like Shanks and Hope, who aren't necessarily super lane dominant. You might, you know, get an economic victory early on out of Shanks, but maybe not moving around, maybe not stuffing the stat sheet nearly as much. But Breathe gives you another guy who you can just be like, you know what, we can really ride him to victory and get him going and active. I mean, you know, he played 35 games on IG in the first part of the year, had 78 kills. He's got 75 kills in 18 games with anyone's legend. In half the time, he almost has the same amount of kills. He is actually getting active this time around, and there's a big reason why this team is doing so well. So it's a matter of solidifying that and actually putting it together, because there are still some times where, even though this is anyone's legends meta, they still can make some mistakes. They are not immune.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it specifically in their matchup versus WE. They lost that match 0-2, which was really surprising going in. As much as WE have been looking better, as we've talked about, I think people were still not expecting them to be able to take wins off of those top three teams that we've got here in the LPL. Your top esports, your BLGs, or your ALs. That's sort of above what we expected out of WE, but no, they were able to pick up that victory versus AL. But even in their most recent victory versus LGD, they still made a lot of mistakes. They had a particularly atrocious early game with just really bad, lazy, slow pathing coming out of Tarzan, allowing LGD to get really far ahead. And it's just that LGD are not particularly good team fighters that meant they didn't end up going down 0-1 in that series.
And you'll see those in a second, but I like that you talked about the early games, because if you take a look statistically, it's a little weird here, Bloxer. When they're down in gold, they go 4-1. When they're even in gold, they go 3-1. Bloxer, when they're up in gold at 10 minutes, AL is 6 wins and 3 losses.
Yeah.
This is a 66% win rate when you're up in gold at 10 minutes is absolutely crazy. And if you discount the fact that 2 of those games were against EDG, where AL had 2,500 gold lead at the 10-minute mark in both games, that would make them 4-3, which is actually even worse.
Yeah, it gets significantly worse, and it's really interesting, right? You see this from bad teams all the time. Oh, they've got early gold leads, but they don't know how to play the mid-game, they don't know how to team fight, and they lose. But this is a team that are winning in other situations that look pretty good on paper, and they pass the eye test most of the time. The fact they're winning almost everything when they're down in gold or when they're even in gold tells me that this is not a bad team. They just don't quite know how to play from a lead, which is a really interesting spot to be in. That should be the easier position to sit in, and we'll really track this going on forwards, because if EDG end up getting themselves into a bit of an early deficit, as we're expecting, maybe there's a chance that they can fight their way back into this game through just AL-based mistakes.
I think this is where you can really see a lot of the complaints that people have about the current state of the game, where you can cultivate such a huge lead early on, and objective bounties plus player bounties means that if you make one mistake later on in the game, past 20 minutes, all of a sudden this 4,000 gold lead you got for yourself is now 500 or 1,000, or worse yet, the game state is even. So, you know, maybe that's why they're struggling, I guess you'll call it, when they're up gold at 10 minutes. But hey, they're still 6-3. That's still a positive win rate, and overall, there was a lot of green on that graph, Bloxer.
Yes, they are still winning games. They are still in a really good spot record-wise, right? They look good. The only other loss that they took other than to WE was to BLG. Again, an opponent that you're not going to criticize them too much for having lost to. But we just would like to emphasize that there are some mistakes for AL. You can see it here in these highlights versus LGD and WE, as we were talking about just a couple seconds ago. They do make mistakes. There's just lazy pathing coming through in some situations out of Tarzan, and just odd decision making as well. They've been a little bit vulnerable to ganks, just getting caught out for dives and plays like that, and all of this in culmination isn't necessarily enough to have them losing to any particularly, you know, mid-lower tier teams, but AL have high expectations for themselves. This is going to be a roster that wants to be going to Worlds, and so this sort of mistake will get you punished, and we saw it in this WE matchup.
And I think what's great about this, not only for the WE matchup, but also what LGD was able to do to AL to push them early on, is that we saw similar building blocks come out of EDG when they played against BLG recently. It wasn't perfect. They were down early, but they were able to make good side lane plays to kind of keep things afloat. Now, the only issue is they were a little bit late on those side lane plays. It ended up resulting in BLG usually getting something on the other side of the map, whether it's equalizing a kill or getting a turret and a kill. But the building blocks are there. The blueprint on what to do against AL in the early game was made by LGD, and if EDG can just accelerate that plan a little bit to make it happen earlier, we could see them in a position similar to LGD where they had games in their hands.
Yeah, exactly. We are just coming into this one with the expectation that, you know, there is something that EDG can do. When you look at these two teams on paper, you think this is just going to be a quick, smashed, very easy 2-0 for AL, and that could well be what we see. That is what you want to see. If you are really just interested in watching the LPL do as well as possible internationally, you want the top teams to be smashing the bottom teams and to be just rolling through on into the playoffs. But if you're an EDG fan, or if you just like things being a little bit messy, there is a chance for EDG to be able to pick themselves up at least a game right here, and they're going to have to be very careful, RAL, to not allow that to happen.
We're in Suzhou, the home of LNG. As you can see, this is such an awesome intro.
Sick.
I love the fact that we have had these homestands where we just spend a week in different stadiums. It has been really awesome that, you know, all of these teams get to show off the cool stadiums that they're in. Oh my goodness. They're coming out of a portal.
That's
what
so
is
sick.
This?
What a walkout for a
so
team that have
awesome.
won no games. That was
Hey,
sick.
listen, you know what? They're still pro players, man.
Yeah.
People are still enamored with them, which is fantastic. I love the fact that, you know, I get to look at it through the lens of somebody, you know, back in 2013, 2014, where I was enamored with the pro players. Whenever I happened to randomly get one smurfing in my solo queue games, I was like, wow, that's awesome. Or when I went to an event, I'm like, this is so cool. And to see fans still so enraptured with pro players so many years later is great. You know, it's just the play that they do on the Rift, man.
I absolutely love this walkout, although it's very funny from a big American sports fan, because people would be yelling, running out of that tunnel, leaping all around, and they're so serious about it. They're just locked in. They're just ready for the games.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just a culture diff at that point, I'm pretty sure. But you know what? That's okay. Everybody shows their appreciation and their excitement a whole lot differently, Bloxer, and that's okay that these teams are doing so. Now, one way I'm going to show my excitement here, I am excited for the EDG early game for one reason and one reason only.
Okay.
Did you see what Perugia did to BLG in game 2 at the start? This man was everywhere. He played so well in that early game, and you know, EDG was doing pretty well until they had a dragon fight where they died 6 times.
Yeah.
That's how bad that dragon fight went.
Yeah.
They died 6 times. Unfortunately, Perugia was the first one to die, and he was the last one to die too.
Yep.
But
It
that
happens.
gets me excited, right? Because this is a young player who came into the tail end of 2025. We were super excited for him in 2026. The meta was unfavorable to him, which saw him not play for a little bit, which I personally think stunted his development a little bit and wasn't necessarily a good thing, especially with where EDG are at now.
Yeah.
But this does mean that currently gets to stay in Group Ascend and get all this good practice, and we're starting to see it pay off a little bit in his gameplay. I want to see him take that next step. I think that his early game would be a big progenitor to an EDG early game victory.
Absolutely, and like you said with the meta, it really is favoring what he likes to play. He's been really fun to watch on things like the Camille and the Shen, these heavy roaming supports where you don't have to just sit in your lane alongside Leave. You get to go get involved elsewhere, potentially join up with one of your junglers, whichever one it is playing for you at that time, and get involved across the rest of the map. Yes, it still hasn't worked out. As much as we can talk about these good plays that we've been seeing, the wins just are not coming through, but it's the beginning building blocks of something here for EDG, and I do very much agree. The draft, I need to see something aggressive for Perugia. Whenever he's been left on something like the Milio, the Karma, it has just not been the same. It's just so much slower. They don't have anything to really play around, because something you highlighted earlier that I think is coming back to is that these individual lanes have not been winning. Specifically, Bulldog has been having what is possibly the worst split of any of the players so far in this split.
Yeah, it's not something that we can really sugarcoat. No. Bulldog has not been good. We are waiting to see if that ever changes. There have been a lot of matchups where he's had good matchups and has lost them, has had bad matchups and has also lost them.
Yeah.
But with Sunyan getting picked up, maybe that will kind of light a fire under him, akin to what JDG did today or yesterday. More on that potentially a little bit later down the line. But who knows? Maybe this unlocks Bulldog. We get perfectly ultimate Bulldog. We get Super Saiyan 2-1 at this point Bulldog, because we haven't even gotten regular Super Saiyan. But
no.
Maybe, just maybe, that sparks something in him. Least kills, least assists of any mid laner right now, and it's been tough. It's been a tough watch, but I'm pulling for him, man, and so is Foles.
Yeah, I would love to see him be able to do something better, right, at this point. As much as it's been really bad to watch, he's such a likable player. I would love to see him be able to pull through in some way. Now, is that going to be particularly easy versus Shanks? I'm not so sure about that one, because Shanks has been having, as you said, an interesting time of it. Overall, obviously, much better than Bulldog has been, but there's been some criticism being leveled at him as well.
I will say for Shanks, he has played with a little bit more of an aggressive tilt this split than he has in the past. Really, one of the few mid laners that we're starting to see that are starting to force Sylas in angles where you might be like, interesting to pick Sylas here, but he's making it work. I like the fact that he has his own picks that he has been pulling out and has been performing really well on, especially in the early game. I think one of the big things that the aforementioned Foles mentioned is you need to have a mid laner who can move early, who's going to be able to get to the first couple of skirmishes first. And regardless of what your pushing power looks like, Shanks has shown that he does have the ability to make it around to those fights to kind of tilt them in the favor of AO.
Yeah, he's been pretty happy to sack off waves, get himself into slightly worse lane matchups to be able to just go and get involved in these early fights, and it's been working out for them so far. I really like it. I think as well, when you've got Tarzan as your jungler, you can afford to sacrifice a little bit of your individual power to give this guy a little bit more to potentially play around. Looking as well up towards the top lane, that other solo lane, again, ZDZ not been having a great time of it. I've got less criticism of ZDZ than we did of what was going on in the jungle than what's happening with Bulldog, right? But he still just hasn't been particularly lane dominant either. Been playing very standard meta picks overall, but doesn't really feel like he's found any comfort in it. You know, a lot of different champions for him, none that he's really been able to keep going back to, whereas Breathe, he seems perfectly happy to just be as aggressive as possible. I mean, the Olaf is something he's been pulling out tons of and just wrecking kids on.
He's also jammed a whole lot of Gnar, probably one of the highest Gnar picks in the league. He's picked it 13 times. We're hearing to picks and bans. Orianna gets through, immediately goes over to Shanks as EDG await the response, already hovering this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, if they want to just get aggressive in the jungle, this would make sense. It is something that JJ has enjoyed playing a lot in the past, although obviously we haven't seen quite so much of him recently. I really like this Neferi ban as well, making sure that Tarzan isn't allowed his most comfortable pickup. Now, do you just want to respond on into the mid lane right here? Plenty of things you can take into this mid lane. Maybe the Syndra if you just want to sit back, don't really want to take the aggression to your opponents. In terms of what Bulldog's liked playing, the Rise has been something he's gone back to time and time again. It potentially gives them that heavy roam for lots of ganks in the side lane, something we've talked about as a way to really try to punish AL's slightly shakier early game.
I've seen the pick timer run out. I've played these games before, Bloxer. I know where this is going, Chief. Okay,
take a reset.
So if those first two picks are the same, it would be rather interesting to see him pick the Rise, mostly because, while that has been one of his better champions, Rise can get some solid push against Orianna. Generally a Rise favorite matchup early on in the game, but doesn't pair super well with the Vi. And so I'm not particularly happy to see that. I always like seeing the tried and true combinations where you have like the Vi Ari or something else that brings a little bit of pick potential. That Syndra that you mentioned earlier would also be a pretty good shout. Vi Annie is fine, but you'd rather have a jungler that you can kind of give these kills over to and carry, and Vi has never really been that jungler for me. I would be more interested to see EDG pick a different lane. You know, if early picking top feels like it's kind of a fool's errand at times, it can be really difficult, but you can have options to take away some pretty good ball carriers.
Yeah, that's also true. You could also potentially look towards the ADC role. As much as there has been some level of explosivity coming out from that lane, we're beginning to coalesce into a little bit more of a understandable meta. A lot of the APCs obviously falling to the wayside that little bit more. The Zig's still really high priority though, and something that we could potentially see from either of these ADCs. But you've also just got all of the basic safety options as well that you can potentially look towards. The Ezreal, nice, easy, lots of survivability, and if we're expecting these supports to roam around as much as we are, then you would like that little bit of extra survivability in that lane.
Yeah, I think one of the other champions we could absolutely expect to see is the Varus coming out from Hope. Varus has been otherworldly, essentially. Has had such an incredibly high win rate on it, so we'll see if that pick comes in and just fits the bill of what he likes to do. Hang out, farm up, play safe from a distance, and then make his impact known. And some of these team fights, see Bulldog meditating there for just a moment. You know, perhaps this is what Bulldog needs in order to, you know, come alive on stage. We just need a little bit of get on the stage, a little bit of break time, acclimate to the situation, and he'll open his eyes. His eyes will be completely blue, and his brain will have grown 3 sizes, and you know, maybe he'll go out there and make the play.
Let's hope that the mechanics come alongside with the brain as well. I think, unfortunately for him, would need a full body rehaul to get into as good a spot as he would want to be at this point, as we do jump back on in. We are indeed back on into this one. Let's see if the first couple picks are going to be the same, or if something went wrong even earlier than when we last saw. Still the Orianna.
There's that Orianna. That was the first thing that really went wrong. We are still going to see that vibe, but we're also going to see... Okay, I thought for a second we had an immediate Milio lock-in, which I would have been like, But we're going to get the lock paired up with the Vi. This is a solid combo that I can get behind.
Yeah, it's something that's been really interesting to watch at the moment, where, I mean, the lane dominance that you can get out of the lock is crazy, but teams have still been kind of struggling to turn that into mid to late game success. The champion's very telegraphed in what it wants to do, how it wants to play through the team fights. Bit risky for them to go towards, but EDG are going to need to take some risks if they want to beat AL here, as it... Okay, I was going to say that timer ran out as well, but it's okay. The Pantheon will be locked in right here for Tarzan. Something that he's been playing a little bit of, not really as much of her high priority pick as we saw in the previous split. Absolutely fine alongside the Orianna. The Orianna is not the best skirmisher. You want to pair it with something heavy roaming in the support, and I would love to see this out of Kyle.
Yeah, Tarzan has been purely excellent on that Pantheon throughout the entire year. The Shen lock-in, it's been a big pick for Perukia, now going to be taken away. And with this double global presence as EDG, you always have to be careful whenever you're going to try to make a play. It's one of the easiest ways to blow up the ability for this assassin lock in the mid lane to try to make an impact. You have an extra member show up or a Shen shield, and all of a sudden you can't finish them off. Yep. Olaf is going to be the lock-in here up top for ZDZ. As we head to the second half of picks and bans, blocks, or what are you looking to see out of both these squads?
I mean, right now, you've really got to be trying to focus on out some of these safer ADCs because there's a lot of blow-up potential out of EDG. You do not want to allow Hope to be able to skate his way through these fights, although instantly they go towards the Jack, so they're looking to actually make sure ZDZ gets himself a little bit of an easier lane matchup overall, which is pretty interesting to see because I don't think this Olaf having a great game specifically is everything they need to be leaning into. I mean, you've now got the lock that you need to worry about as well. Another pretty high resource champion. I worry a little bit that JJ is going to be pulled around the map quite a lot here.
Yeah, the good news is you might have a situation where you've got a lot of this early lane dominance. We'll see what AL wants to do against that pick. Because as we mentioned earlier, JJ, if you set him behind or he's not able to really get going early, this team can struggle. And that's why I wasn't super excited to see him on the Vi, mostly because it's going to take a while for him to actually get things going. You really have to wait till level 6 before you can make a heavy discernible impact. It's going to be a Seraphine lock-in for EDG. I like the amount of utility this pick is going to bring, but my question is, what are we going to put Perukia on now?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're in a really odd spot right here. It could obviously still be the Seraphine support, but at that point, you've got nothing tanky. You've got no real frontline. You are relying on your Vi and your Olaf to be able to survive for a while. AL, just going back to comfort, as we talked about Breathe, one of his most picked champions here is going to be the Gnar. He's looked really good on it, and I think AL just have a much better overall composition right now. They look like they're in a much more comfortable spot. They've really got the pick of the litter when it comes to ADCs right now as well. I think that I would like the Varus the most, but I think it's reasonable enough to go for the Jhin, get you that little bit of extra distance between you and the threats ahead of him, and that's what he's going to go towards.
And not only that, but kind of serve up some kills for this Pantheon. Whenever you've got a super aggressive jungler like that, this is where the Jhin pick really shines, able to root people up on follow-up engages and make sure kills go over to that Pantheon in the early game so you can carry from there. Yep, and with this mage bot meta, you never know what's going to end up happening when you see a Seraphine locked in. Could be the carry, could be the support. So we are going to see Perukia on that Seraphine, you know, a champion and a genre of champions that he has struggled a bit on, but still a fantastic combo nonetheless down here, looking for them to have a very high amount of lane dominance and make things a little bit easier for JJ in this early game.
Yeah, and you said it right, this is very much going to be about lane dominance. That's what you're looking for from your Olaf, from your Lock if you're able to play it well enough from Bulldog, and then from this bot lane. This composition though is incredibly squishy. You are fully reliant on ZDZ and JJ being in a good spot, being strong enough to be able to just walk up to your opponent and deal big damage. And that's exactly what it is that Kyle would like you to be trying. Like you said, with that Stand United, he gets to just say no to that initial burst of damage, and you are pretty single target overall, really looking to blow up one, maybe two members to start these team fights off. I definitely prefer what AL have been able to draft for themselves throughout this initial game.
I must say, I actually like EDG's draft a little bit more. Now, I think that they need to pick their spots properly. This seems like the kind of composition that's going to thrive in skirmishes. Maybe not full out 5v5s, but if you can find these 3v3s, these 2v2s, you know, have Seraphine move around and land some really solid encores, or even fights where you can get a 4v4, maybe get 2 picks, and then get out and not commit to a full fight. I think this is where EDG are going to be at their strongest bloxer, but they have to be careful of the global pressure that anyone's legend can put out, because if you just let them run away with the game once they hit level 6, You are cooked. We are on Summoner's Rift for the first game of Week 4 here, Bloxer. Game 1 starts now. These EDG Gyos were not it. And you know what else is not it? Is EDZ getting taunted up, trying to protect the top side jungle of JJ. This is the issue that you run into with Vi sometimes, and the fact that AL feels like they can disrespect these lanes. They know that they can say, hey, we'll just send Kyle up here, we'll have him make an impact, because Hope wasn't really going to be doing much in this Ashe Seraphine lane that he's against, so we'll get the value there.
Exactly, as you said, right? Hope can just afford to sit back. That's pretty much what you're picking the Jhin for after the Ezreal was banned away. The next best available option is, okay, pretty big damage coming through already. And this is going to be a key matchup to be watching. What can Bulldog actually get done on the log? Because as much as people have been enjoying this champ,
flash for flash, ZDZ will survive. But for how much longer? Tarzan lies in wait, throws the spear, puts him on a sliver. Breed getting very close to hitting Mega. ZDZ has to walk up. He needs to desperately try to hit level 2. Maybe this minion might get him there? It does.
Yep. I don't know that that's fully going to save him, though, there, Yanni.
Oh, no. There are 2 level 3 members of the side of AL. The sidesteps might be there, but there is nothing that can save you from that dive.
No, absolutely not. And as we've been talking about, right, Breathe has just been all over this champion, has been absolutely loving playing this Gnar, and really just showing the dominance there as big damage here mid lane again. Okay, Bulldog is actually getting that lane dominance down. This is what you expect from this matchup usually, but we've just been seeing such bad things from Bulldog recently that I wasn't sure he was going to be able to use the champion as aggressively as he really needed to. So far, though, looking much better.
Encouraging sign here. We'll see if that keeps up. Skyel tries to dash forward, but will not land that Shadow Dash, and will take about half his HP in return. JJ walks in, steals away those chickens as recompense for what happened to ZDZ up at that top side, although I'm not sure that's quite an even trade.
Yeah, not quite gonna be the even trade that you would have hoped for in this situation. As we talked about, EDG's composition wants to get ahead early, wants to use this lane dominance as best as possible. Over on the other side of things for AL, you do want some level of early aggression between Tarzan and Kyle, get them involved in some of these lanes, but they are overall a little bit happier to sit back, let the game come to them a bit more, some better scaling options for them, and they've also just got a really good 5v5 teamfight composition.
Yeah, whenever you have an Orianna and an Gnar, generally your team fighting is very, very strong. If you can just land even one of those abilities on multiple members, Tarzan's going to pick up the crab, going to hit the Scryer's Bloom, and spot a wild JJ, take a couple of his chicken nuggets as a little bit of schoolyard bullying going down, as JJ will have to head down to his bottoms.
Indeed, and I'm kind of just waiting at this point on the level 6s to come through. Both junglers can very much gank earlier on, and there is more potential for some lane explosivity, but level 6 is really where we're expecting both of these guys to be getting as involved as possible. For JJ, the second you tick level 6, you need to be using that aggressively, and mid lane's almost a guaranteed kill at this point. You'd at least get the flash every time, but you could probably fully blow Shanks up, so that could be a potential early option for EDG to go towards.
Bulldog starting to struggle a little bit, going to go and clear out this wave, but it'll take a lot of damage in return as that clockwork wind-up will continue to stack up, but only being down a few CS in this early game is about as good as it gets, and about as good as it's been for Bulldog. Once he returns, he will hit level 6 shortly, so that's where we could see a play happen.
Indeed, we will. Teleport coming in through onto the mid lane here too. And as much as we got that early kill out of AL, they have not looked to continue pushing things forwards too much. I like that, recognizing when their good options are. Now potentially could see something explosive down in the bottom lane as Tarzan is hunting.
Well, Leave is going to walk up to an unwarded brush. Forced to use his cleanse. Tarzan's going to be able to mitigate a lot of that damage. Nobody's around quite yet, but the walls might be closing in on anyone's legend soon. They recognize this, as JJ will pick up his second helping of Tarzan's crabs. Bulldog going to go all in on Shanks. who has no mana at the current moment. Maybe he wants back in, just waiting for those ritual nails to come back up. Shanks will wisely walk away.
Just turn tail and run in that situation. That was a pretty classic bit of ADC play right there on the bottom side of the map. Kyle, Tarzan, they were thinking, oh, maybe we can go, maybe we can fight for this. And Hope was like, nope, there's minions here. I'm taking these minions. I am not walking up. And to be fair, probably the right decision considering where the rest of EDG was sat at. But they didn't necessarily know where they were all at. And I think could potentially have gone for a pick right there onto Perukia or leave. Doesn't end up happening in the end, and Hope still going to be down a little chunk of CS at this point, so I can get why he was desperately trying to pull minions together.
JJ getting closer and closer to that level 6 mark. Will be on the next camp, so we know how powerful the cease and desist can be. Dragon has been up for a little bit now, but nobody has really turned their gaze toward that first objective. Perhaps Grubs is where we might see some big things happening, especially with the way that Breathe has been playing. Getting that ranged Gnar, those Grubs will be very helpful, and the same for guys like ZDZ and even Leave when you get opportunities to hit those turrets.
Absolutely, and every little is going to help in this situation. Also, obviously got first Drake available right now. JJ is in the area, but doesn't really have too much pressure to be working with quite yet. Shockwave going to come through, more to clear the minions out and give Bulldog a little bit of a scare than to potentially grab a kill. But there's a decent chunk coming out of his health bar just before this potential Drake fight.
Yeah, I mean, I like it if Bulldog isn't able to really go over and pick up that honey fruit, then you know, one QW combo gets him in the danger zone to potentially go down. Speaking to the danger zone, Tarzan is going to walk up into this top side, knowing that that red buff that he snagged up earlier is up and his for the taking. JJ is going to pick up his blue. Where's going to be the next target? There's a lot of pings on this dragon that is warded, and JJ will be the one to start it up with the spot lane prio that EDG have cultivated.
Yeah, and there's no real way for AL to particularly try to get involved in that one. Instead, it is just going to be that stolen away red buff as a recompense. And we'll see if you really want to go fling yourself in for a fight right now. I just don't see that being the case. For the minute, AL much happier to just sit back. As much as those level 6s have now been ticked, haven't seen too much aggression yet out of either of these junglers. Could now see it though.
Yeah, we're starting to see Bulldog really get in there and start to do some damage. Tarzan says, fool me once, shame on you. Take my chickens twice, shame on me. I'm not letting you take them a third time, as he will go ahead and secure those and head down to his bottom side. It could be an opportunity for EDG to decide, hey, you know what, these Grubs are up. I got nothing on the top side except for my chickens. Maybe they'll go after those.
Indeed, as again, like he said, big damage.
Bulldog able to finish off Shanks and hop right out as the mid laner of EDG gets a solo kill, but the follow-up from Tarzan will force the flash at a Bulldog, will flash right after him and be able to clean that one up.
Oh, I thought potentially with the Soul Ignition he was going to be able to have enough health to get away in that situation. Not going to be the case, so it is a 1-for-1 overall. I think more importantly is that Tarzan gets both of those kills, gets to transition straight on up into these Grubs as well. As you spoke about, these Grubs going to be really useful for AL with their side lane push potential that they've got going on. So it's going to be nice that they are able to grab this one. Looks like ZDZ trying to get involved here as they play on the other side from EDG, looking for a dive on the Hope.
Alright, the question is, can they make the play? We've seen them struggle on these dives before, with the wave already gone and Leave tanking up a lot. Will not matter, they will secure the kill over to JJ as the Grubs go to AL.
Yeah, and AL are going to be happy enough with that one. As much as you don't want Hope dying over on the side lanes, this is something that they have dealt with quite a lot. Their side lane deaths have been much higher than you would expect for a team of this caliber, but for the most part have been able to overcome it. And hang on, just quickly watch for this one. Shanks should be able to walk this one back away. AL does actually stop both bases.
To keep them stopped in place, but here comes JJ. The flash is not out of the encore, and Kyle will fall. It is JJ picking up his second kill.
Oh boy. I was about to say, we'll watch quickly as we tick over to the 10-minute mark, and it is going to be a very small gold lead. This is going to go down as even in gold, and so we'll see what the win-loss is here as Hope. She opens up with the curtain call. He's not going to find anybody in this situation. Unfortunately, just sort of wasted ulti. And Kyle, I get trying to stop those bases, but, That does not work out for him.
I guess he maybe thought that JJ wasn't quite in the area. Bloxer, I've got a follow-up question about that gold difference at 10 minutes. Is it even, or is it down in gold? Because at the 10-minute mark, I think it was even, but at the 10-minute and 4-second mark, they were down in gold.
I think it's just about going to go down as even. I think even has a bit of leeway either side, about 500 gold either side of it, for you're just dead even at this point. So it should go down as an even right here, which doesn't really tell us too much about how the rest of the game is going to go. It's only when they're up that things get a little bit riskier.
Yeah, 4-1 and 3-1 respectively when even and down in gold. It's when AL is up in gold that they tend to have a couple issues crop up, and right now EDG are the ones who are up in gold. Next Dragon up in 1 minute and 30 seconds, as after that fantastic early game for Tarzan with that top lane dive, we didn't really see much more out of AL, which has been a criticism, Bloxer. You and I talked about it in the pre-show, is that this is a team that sometimes in this early game, they're rather impotent.
Yeah, can kind of just stall out. Tarzan can struggle a little bit to actually just keep the pressure high. Looking like he could potentially have gone for a dive right here onto ZZ, but ZZ with plenty of health available. Enchanted Crystal Arrow just fired out, potentially hunting onto Hope with JJ in the area. If that lands, could look for a kill. Instead, they are just going to be forced away from this tower. Shanks going on Bulldog. He's, just going to have to jump straight over the wall, otherwise he was dead.
Sometimes the Ashen Pursuit can be an Ashen Escape.
Yep.
As Tarzan looks top, looks mid, doesn't really get anything for it. And we've seen him really unable to push the pace in this game, but we did talk about how these team fights should be AL's domain, these big 5v5 fights with Breathe, Snar, with Shanks, Orianna.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
really where you're looking for them to make their money about 20 seconds until this dragon is up.
We'll see if we actually get a straight up 5v5, because as we were saying, right, the skirmishing power out of EDG is really strong, and that's what they need to be looking to play around. Pick someone off with JJ or with Leave. One of those two can really initiate a pick, and then make yourself a 4v5 situation. Going to make things a heck of a lot easier to do. We've also got the beginnings of first items coming on through. Obviously, the Thunder Sky appearing for Tarzan and JJ is going to give them a lot of power, but also you can see Bulldog Storm Surge already in inventory, so he does have the burst. Really just one rotation, Shanks or Hope, if he's able to get close enough to them.
He can one rotation a couple of people. If Breathe is in Mini-Gnar, he should be able to get it done. If Tarzan doesn't have his shield up, you can deal a lot of damage to him. You don't necessarily need to actually get the kill, and I know that's weird to say when you're playing an assassin champion, but that's just kind of how you can function in pro games. If you chunk somebody out to 25% and they don't want to fight anymore, in terms of your gold in your pocket, it's not as a kill, but in terms of objective priority, it's about as good as one.
Exactly. As much as you would love to just be grabbing these kills, the pressure and the priority around these objectives is going to be far more important. As we do see some quick resets coming on through, JJ just going to go spend that last bit of gold and head back down towards the bottom side of the map. The Infernal Drake is up and available, plenty of vision around it, although instead it looks like AL potentially just going to go for the cross map here.
Yeah, lots of damage coming down onto ZDZ. There's a lot of on-the-way pings, and ZDZ not really realizing it until it's too late. Will drop the ultimate down, but will sadly walk right into Shanks. He does flash away, and Shanks is forced to flash after him. It ends up being a 1-for-0 up top. Meanwhile, JJ is going to clean up this dragon after EDG took first turret.
I think this is recognition right here from AL that they're not necessarily as strong as their opponents are, even in straight-up 5v5s at this point in the game, right? You've only got first items coming through for AL. They're going to need second items at least to really have this composition fully online. So instead, they get a kill, they get a tower up in the top side of the map, and that is just going to keep this gold nice and even through here. The only thing they do have to be concerned about is that Drake stacking, as another Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go wide, and everybody's able to just walk away from this side of AL.
Blocks, I don't know if you noticed, but it said there was a 14% win rate when EDG takes first turret. You know what that means? That means they have a win rate when they take first turret.
Yep.
As this team has struggled quite a bit with, getting in the win column. And this could be another key fight. As you can see, lots of L's. Perhaps another L on that ledger, but for right now, a 300 gold lead. They're about as good position as they have been.
Yeah.
It's a lot of dancing around this Herald, but nothing more quite yet.
Now, neither team really looking to just fully force the issue of one of these fights, which again is interesting when you're looking at EDG's side. They would like to get things going a little bit more, at least they should be trying to get things going a little bit more. They do obviously have to be careful. ZDZ does not have a teleport to play around, whereas Breathe can potentially go and join up if we do end up seeing some sort of big fight. Instead, happy to just keep taking turret plates in the face of ZDZ. Took almost everything top lane. Now we're putting that pressure down in the bottom side of the map as well, as we look to potentially play around this Herald.
Yeah, and a big problem is developing down on that bottom side with Breathe and ZDZ. It's a bit of a sore spot for EDG with ZDZ unable to escape both dives. This means that Breathe has a 1,500 gold lead over him. That's enough for Trinity Force, plus probably a little bit of extra in the back pocket compared to what ZDZ is putting up. Is going to be a bit of a developing problem. Kyle looking to just go on a solo mission to try and play keep away from the rest of EDG, not allow them to get down any of this critical vision.
Exactly. And if you can just keep feeding more and more plating into Breathe's back pocket, that's going to make these team fights almost impossible to play. The damage coming out from a Gnar could be massive, but also just the tankiness when he's in Mega Form can really stand up to any of these high aggressive champions that EDG have for themselves. Now, once again, we do see Tarzan down on the bottom side of the map, and the Herald was started by JJ, but he decides he's not going to keep up with that one. Instead, lots of pings onto the mid lane right now.
So Breathe walk out of vision for just a moment and back in. Leave stepped up a little far there, but not in too much danger. It's a guy that has struggled a lot with his positioning so far here in Split 3, and largely for a lot of the year. You compare it to 2025 Leave, where he was really hard carrying a lot of games for NIP, and down the stretch, usually near the end of the game, he'd have a critical mistake, and we look at it and like, well, if he's able to fix that, or well, he has to play hero ball. This year we have not seen really the hero ball play out of him, but we have still seen him falter at times, and luckily haven't seen it yet here, but a little bit more exposable on this Ashe, which is why he has the cleanse.
Exactly, and when you say errors, it was specifically mispositioning errors. He would just step way too far forwards, he wouldn't stand with his support, he would stand off to the side of a team fight, he'd walk in a really weird spot, pathing just all wrong. Mispositioning errors time and time again out of this guy, and like you said, it was so frustrating to watch because up until that point, he'd played really good, really competent games. I remember so vividly a game he had on Lucian where he just was all over the game. He was like 15-0 and he makes one critical error and they end up losing that game. Now, as you said, we haven't really seen that here from them on EDG. They haven't been in positions to have those kind of big throws so far in this split, but this is going to have to be a lot on him. We've already seen a couple enchanted crystal arrows go wide. You really do need to be hitting those right here if you want to get EDG any sort of lead that they want to be playing with.
And I'd almost rather see him really be in positions to carry these games and make those late game errors than what we're seeing now, because at this point he has been more of a liability to the team than a positive asset. So far in this game has done a fairly good job. If we can see an enchanted crystal arrow turn into a quick pick, one of those picks that we said that they'd be looking for, you leveraging him and leveraging Haruki's ultimate, we could see EDG get into a pretty good spot when it comes to these objectives. Speaking of, they have control of this bottom side river. 10 seconds until this dragon is up. It would be EDG's sole point, and they played a clean and composed game so far. We'll see what AL wants to do.
Indeed, they are just going to clear out that vision, so AL do know this is happening. Are going to spot this one out. Tarzan does obviously have the ultimate up, so does Kyle, so they can quickly snap engage onto this one. But, I mean, it's just gone already. Tarzan not going to get here on time unless he flashes over.
Alright, it's dragon secured for EDG, and they're able to find a way out fairly easily. So EDG have themselves on sole point. We're going to see Shanks teleport into the mid lane here and really get nothing for it.
Yeah, no, nothing at all, right? Everybody leaves top lane. There isn't going to be too much plating going down at least, but that's just a bit slow out of AO. And this is what we talked about, right? From them feeling a bit just weak during their early to mid game, not really pushing the boat forwards in a lot of situations, getting out jungled in certain situations. Now, this hasn't necessarily resulted in some sort of massive lead for EDG, but the fact they're on sole point already is pretty worrying. Also, nobody ended up grabbing themselves the Herald. We spent so long looking at it and just thinking about doing it that nobody ended up actually picking this one up. The other thing to make sure we remember, though, of course, is that AL are benefited by having this game go a little bit slower overall. It is EDG that would have wanted things to play at a slightly higher pace, and so by not going for any of these team fights, AL have avoided losing out in any of these situations. It is still slightly worrying, though, to see them down Soul Point.
Yeah, again, they just really had this nice early game plan where they said, we're going to dive his EDZ and set him behind. And they're like, all right, AL, what's next? And they're like, that's a great question. We do not know what's next. But EDG might know what's next here. As this wave is pushed into Shanks, Shanks has to step up to force Bulldog away. And this does mean that EDG cannot make the quick play. They are going to respect the globals of Tarzan and Kyle that have not really made too much of an impact thus far in this game.
No, we haven't really seen it at all. Now we're going to attempt
hold on.
it.
Perhaps we will see that impact. Perukia going to be able to cleanse himself out. Encore going to go down as well. Kyle going to land the taunt. Well, Perukia will be the one to go down. Curtain call coming out from the Jhin.
Aaron?
Means that no further deaths will occur. So a good pick by AL, shutting me up.
Yeah, I mean, they all of a sudden blow everything. The teleport from Breathe as well. The reason I question Baron is because that is a lot blown for a single pick onto a support, but doesn't look like Baron is going to be the decision right here either. Instead, happy enough to just take that pick, couple plates, and move back on away. I do like the proactivity that we saw in that situation, and it's just spotting out the retreating members, realizing that Perukia has walked the wrong way. In fact, you also blow your teleport right here, so that's going to be 2 globals and your teleport to just get a pick onto a support. It's not the most gold efficient play, but I mean, in a game that has been as slow as this one has been, you're going to be happy to grab anything at all.
Yeah, and that's just the case of Perukia not really respecting the Scryer's Bloom, but as soon as he got marked on the Scryer's Bloom, he was like, oh, I'm liable to get Pantheon ulted here. I do wonder how that play would have changed if he had gone near JJ and leave. It might have changed for the worse, but in the end, it's just Perukia who lost his life. The gold is still even at this point, in 1 minute and 50 seconds until EDG could claim a Chemtech Soul, which could pay dividends for a guy like JJ, for a guy like ZDZ, who really do get a lot of value out of a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, this is a situation where you actually would love the Chemtech. Usually one of the weaker Drakes that you can be potentially looking towards, but nope, this is a really good soul to potentially be able to pick up. Like you said, in 1 minute 30 seconds, we can play around that. For the minute, though, AL far more interested in establishing themselves towards the top side of the map, getting some deep vision going down here as well. And it really has been quite the slow early game. The result of that, Bulldog, as much as he does have those 2 items completed, he's not super far ahead. He will be able to blow somebody up, but he's not in this just rampaging position that Locks really want to be able to get themselves into by this point in the game. And AL, I think they're going to be overall pretty happy.
Yeah, no extra sealed champion stacks. Remember those stacks that you pick up once you kill somebody with the Purgatory? Give an extra 0.5% execute threshold on that ultimate. Not really too much in the way of stacking when you only have 1 kill. One thing I would like to note is we just passed the 24-minute mark. Look at Leave's CS. He's 3 away from 300.
Yeah.
He's going to get that in, what, 24.5 minutes? Really impressive work being done. An economic victory, something that we see out of a guy like Shanks, going to be out of a guy like Leave here, as ZDZ forced a flash just 20 seconds before this objective, loses his ghost as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all of the engaged tools that you had right here on this Olaf taken away from you. And you said economic victory, it was leaving him up by about 1,500 gold. Putting him in a really good spot overall is Leave. He is up in terms of items. He's got 3 items completed right now. This Ashe is really strong. Mid lane pressure going to be established by AL, and they're going to get first move towards the Drake because of it.
And with this, do you really think that EDG need to do something here? I think they could just let this one go if the positioning doesn't look good. I think they're scaling with what Leave can do and how strong an Ashe can be later on in the game.
Yeah.
Might be worth not looking at this fight and just letting AL have it.
Yeah, that might well be the sensible decision, but EDG have not shown us a great propensity for making those. ZDZ looking for a little bit of a flank.
All right, we're going to go right in on Kyle. Good taunt there, but look who's on the backside. JJ Encore rips through multiple members as it's leave free, hitting Shockwave, lands onto 3, but it won't matter as Shanks has to flash away, and it's a double kill for Bulldog. Ash in pursuit, no further follow-up, and it's EDG who come away with 2. Curtain Call on the backside, trying to do anything to stop this Soul to go over to EDG. That 4th shot, not doing a whole lot. AL will back off. EDG will secure the Soul just before 26 minutes. Producer Shivam, put up the win. Put up the win. I want to see the win.
Potential W? Potential W right here? I mean, all of a sudden you're on alert. We'll have a look back at this play. As I said, it is not unlike EDG to just go flinging themselves into battle. And the thing is, Tarzan gets himself super caught out right here. The Encore lands straight across him. He's taking damage from every direction, so he can't even use his shield to be able to get away from this play. And this is why the Ashe Seraphine is so strong. The Encore is crazy, but also, the second that first auto attack landed by Leave, you can't then turn tail and run. You have to full commit to going in. And as much as Shanks does hit multiple members with that Shockwave, it just doesn't change anything in this situation. Bulldog, couple extra kills, now has himself that arm guard as well for extra survivability, and all of a sudden, EDG are rolling.
And this is the problem I have with some of these Orianna builds, especially in a game like this where you don't have somebody on your team that is a clear, heavy damage dealer. Where you have this Blackfire Torch, and you've got your Chovy belt, and you've got your Swift March. What kind of damage are you actually dealing? You know, I want to see a Shockwave get onto 3 squishy members and deal half of their HP, Bloxer. That's how you truly turn a fight, and you're not getting it here. If you're using your Shockwave to wait for moments like that, you're not getting the initial pick and getting the man advantage. That's so important when you have an Orianna build like this.
Oh, hang on. Chris Arrow is going to land. Kyle just going to get that one straight back off of him with Mikhail, so he is going to be just fine. But EDG playing with just some real aggression. I like the fact that they're just constantly hunting, constantly pushing themselves forwards. Obviously, the next big objective right here is going to be the Baron, and as you said, for EDG, they are pretty set up right now.
Uh-oh, Pantheon ult coming in.
Just does nothing.
Nice dodge.
There's no follow-up
on the Jinru. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing to do there. We held the Shockwave. Nobody was really in range for a good look there, because if you Shockwave JJ, you look how much health he has. You're not actually going to kill him. You're going to use everything and then get re-engaged on. My one concern here, Bloxer, is that EDG, despite the fact that their gold lead is near 2,500, I don't think they've built a big enough lead between now and when they got the Soul that in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, what's their gold lead going to look like? Because if you have a 2,000 gold lead and are fighting for an Elder Dragon, I'm not sure that I can fully say that I favor EDG in that fight.
No, I would not be able to say that either, and I think the other... Oh, hang on. But,
okay,
he's just dead. Bye, Bulldog.
Soul Ignition's not going to help you there. And an immediate teleport coming in from Shanks as well. As it is a quick pick by AL, but they're not going to go after the Baron.
No, they don't feel confident enough to be able to do that still. They're going to be happy with that pickup right there. Stop Bulldog from having all of that fun free stacking that he had going on until this point. And now AL going to use that pressure to grab a chunk off of this mid lane tier 1 tower. The arrow goes wide once again. I don't think I've actually seen Leave hit one of those so far in this game. Still, the more important thing, I think, is actually just what Breed's been able to do. He's up by 2,200 gold, and you can see it really reflected in his items. He's in an incredibly strong spot at the moment. Should have his 3rd item completed when he heads back to base here as well. And we haven't seen him be able to really unleash in one of these team fights yet. But when he gets to, he's going to do a ton of damage and just be such an annoyance to this EDG squad. He really is going to be the game changer right here for AL.
One of the things that I noticed in that last sequence that it feels like might be a microcosm for how this game has gone for AL. This is the second time that Shanks made a teleport and didn't really get anything off. Yes, they got the chunk off the mid turret with the turret candy, but it's another time where you just see Shanks go, all right, well, it showed up, and now I'm going to walk back. This is either him making poor teleport decisions and not playing well, or AL just not being on the same page on what to do next, because you'd think with him teleporting there that they're going to move it right into Baron at that point, especially because he still had the Shockwave up, but just some trepidation coming out of AL that we're not really used to. This is a team that, you know, feels like they're playing for KDAs. I mean, almost every person on the team has the least deaths in their role, save for Kyle. So we might just be in KDA players in this game when you only have 5 deaths across the team.
It's possible right here. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep this one up, because EDG, they still want blood. They are still hunting forwards constantly. Now potentially looking for a pick onto Shanks. He will be able to just get himself back away, and this Baron dance continues. We saw it with the Rift Herald a little bit ago, when neither team actually ended up feeling comfortable to actually step up and start this objective up. The same cannot happen here for Baron. You're going to need that one to be able to win this game, so we'll see if EDG feel confident to go for it right now, because I'd be surprised if they do.
45 seconds until the Elder Dragon is up. Leaf stepping up, getting Kyle to about half HP. Should have some time to recall and get a full HP bar after that, but when there's a 7-level difference like that, this is the pitfalls of playing this sort of roaming support. Take a look at the level difference between the supports. Level 12 for Perukia to just now level 9 here for Kyle. So EDG have full control and full wardage of that top side, but Breathe is still continuing to do Breathe things on this side.
Yeah, he's just keeping the pressure up so high at this point. There's just kind of nothing you can do, and he's been playing this one pretty well. You know, stepping back when he needs to, when there's not enough champions on vision for him to feel comfortable continuing his pressure. He's going to head back to base right here. Already has that Wit's End completed, and obviously the Elder is now up and available. EDG take full resets, come out onto the map as strong as they can possibly be. Leaf has 4 items. He is incredibly strong right now for EDG. If they have hope of picking this one up, Leaf is going to have to be positioning well, confident enough to step up and do his damage.
I just saw him blow his nose on his way back to lane. Perhaps a Michael Jordan flu game coming out of Leave. While he hasn't filled up the stat sheet with kills, he has certainly filled it up with CS. 424 at 32.5 minutes. Economic victory. Up 3.3 thousand gold is a big reason why EDG is up gold. Both objectives are up and available. Now we'll just have to wait for the Meganar bar. It has been used on Breathe as he's looking to head and perhaps pincer EDG here as they're going to walk over to the weak side. Leave knocked up against the wall. Cleanses, gets taunted, flashes away, and is the first one to fall in the fight as EDG have to scatter the winds. Bulldog is behind the entirety of AL as they continue to push forward. Shockwave lands on a 1, but there goes Purgatory as Bulldog wants a little bit more. Waits for Tarzan's shield to fall. Bulldog goes golden. Shanks goes down. Tarzan's in GA, and Hope can't clean up any of these kills. It's a 3v2. Tarzan comes out. Tarzan goes down, and EDG win another fight.
And this is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. Leave gets himself caught out early on in the play, but it doesn't matter. Bulldog, one of the most struggling members of EDG, steps up and does his thing right here with 3 remaining members for EDG. They're going to be able to pick themselves up this Elder. And with it, the Baron, you'd have to imagine, too. Just Hope still remaining. He can try steal this one away, potentially with a Deadly Flourish, but it should not work out. JJ does obviously have his smite.
All right, there we go. Curtain call coming down, but it is unsuccessful, as that is an Elder Dragon secured for EDG. They are 1-16 in 17 games here in Split 3. And after a fight that looked so rough at the start, losing Leave almost immediately, are on the doorstep of getting their second individual game win.
The Encore doesn't hit anybody. Leave just gets fully caught out by Breathe. We talked about how strong this Gnar was, but it all gets turned around right here at this point. Just uber aggression coming through out of this Olaf, and just such an explosive set of plays right here out of ZDZ after he'd really done nothing throughout the whole rest of the game. And obviously Bulldog making it work here on this Lock champion. And this is what the champ can do. As much as it's a bit telegraphed in the ways it wants to go in, doesn't matter when you find that exact right moment to just blow people up.
Baron secured for EDG. Couple things to note. All flashes down on EDG, but all flashes down on AL. You're really looking for Breathe to find another good angle here. Maybe get on top of some of these critical members like Bulldog, like Leave, if the opportunity presents itself. EDG continuing to push here, up near 4,000 gold as they took mid-tier 2. Bulldog not with the team, but does have his teleport available. But you know that AL is unlikely to fight while that Elder buff is still on EDG.
Absolutely, they just cannot afford to step up in this situation. And EDG keep on rolling it through. They've got tons of that crystalline growth on this tower to be able to take down, and they can just keep on going through. Got themselves a pretty nice 1-4 setup at the moment. Big wave in the top lane, and ZDZ actually potentially going to get chased right here, although obviously has the Elder, so Breathe and Hope need to be very careful.
Okay, there's an encore on the backside. Bulldog goes golden as the shockwave went down. Kyle very low and executed by the Dragon's Breath. Leave at half HP. Breathe goes in with the Gnar ultimate. They're going to find Leave. And the GA is JJ as Bulldog gets stunned up and goes down. Missing the root onto JJ means that he's able to dash out and escape. But Perukia may not be so lucky as Shanks is in hot pursuit. And here comes Tarzan in over the top. Perukia is low. Perukia is down. Tarzan is executed, but JJ is the next target. And he will fall. ZDZ, the only one left alive as Breathe continues to put on the pressure and pour on the damage. Will hop on top of him, gnar him into the wall. Another root. And anyone's legend will ace EDG.
Okay, a little bit closer right at the end there. It is going to take that stand United to make sure nobody dies. And the ace coming through, despite the fact you are fighting into the Elder buff right here. EDG overplaying their hand. They get split up, they decide to go in at the wrong moment, and now the death time is being pretty long. They're not going to lose the game for this, but all of that pressure, all of that momentum that they'd built up for themselves, just gone, and this is just overly aggressive by so far. I understand wanting to just get some kills right here with the Elder, but they could easily have picked themselves up this bot lane inhibitor tower, the bot lane inhibitor, mid lane inhibitor tower, mid lane inhibitor, and walked away very happy. Instead, they opened themselves up to a beautiful Gnar coming through from Breathe, and that really is what turned this fight around.
As soon as JJ Q's back in, that gave the cue for Leave to turn around and say, well, I'm going to support my Vi, we can do this. And from that moment is where disaster struck. It gets AL back into the game. Naturally, you know, you still have to deal with the soul that EDG have, and you can see the work that it sort of put in this fight. It was so hard for AL to take down these members.
Yeah, it just did not have the available damage, did not have the tankiness really to stand up to their opponents right here either. That was always going to be the risk of this EDG composition. When they're not fighting, when they're turning around and running, they are incredibly squishy overall. Still, they are going to be up by that 1,500 gold, and they've got another Elder coming up in 2 minutes, Yanni. I mean, they could just try to run this one straight back again. The problem is, of course, that the longer this is taking, the more AL are beginning to get themselves into good positions. You can see 5 items now completed here onto Hope. Tarzan's incredibly strong at this point, and so is Breathe. Breathe has really just been the linchpin that they are trying to work around here.
Yeah, and Shanks has 4 items. He's going to be dealing some amount of damage, has a little bit of extra protection with that Zhonya's finished up, as well as that Proto Belt. But I'm really looking over at Leave specifically with his Flash and his Cleanse available, so he's going to have these extra tools to be able to escape any danger. It's just a matter of how these objective setups are going to be. I think EDG has been pretty damn good when it's come to their setups, save for the Soul fight that they were able to win and wrestle positioning away from AL. Other than that, they've been really, really good at their setups, and I imagine with the way this mid lane is pushing in, they will have a good setup for themselves for this Elder in 45 seconds.
I think the unfortunate thing right here for AL is that even if they win this game, we are still looking at them with big questions coming on forwards, right? We are still looking at them going, you nearly lost a game to EDG. Right, it took EDG making a mistake and overplaying their hand for you to be able to win versus them. You nearly lost to LGD as well previously. Those little sneaking questions we have about this AL squad and the way they play their mids games are just continuing on at this point. For EDG, even if they lose this game, we're not going to be mad at them, right? The fact they've even taken AL to this point.
I'm going to be mad at them.
Yeah?
Yes. When you're in a winning position, you need to win.
I don't know.
This is a... Bloxer, this is a team that is 1-16.
Yeah.
We need to start seeing some positivity from them, and while we have seen it here, when expectations change in the middle of a game, it doesn't matter if you're 1-16 against a team that's 13-5. You know, once you have a lead, once you get an Elder, once you have a Soul, once you have a Baron, you're expected to win these games, Bloxer. Expectations change. I will be very disappointed in EDG if they do not come away with a victory here.
All right, well, let's see it out of EDG. Do not want to be disappointing, Yanni. Bulldog.
Well, he's going to hop over the wall.
Yep.
And then hop back.
Fancy feet.
All right, well.
This champion, bro. This champion.
Bulldog is in a weird spot. He will get back to the rest of his team. Does mean that EDG have to sacrifice that positioning. They did get the flash out of Breathe. That is rather important. You're not going to have any flash in our ultimates.
Yep. And you do still have the teleport available, so we are going to get Locke back into this team fight nice and quickly. As the ulti does get started up right here by Tarzan, looking to at least pull it out down towards this bottom side of the map. Everybody has now reset full health bars to play this one out. Bulldog here, ready to go.
14k HP. Not really dropping right now as teleport is coming in here as CDZ just wants to get a little bit closer to the team. Shanks gets arrowed but cleansed out. Teleport coming in from Breathe, who is in Mega and does have this big shield, 12k HP. What are they going to do with it? He's going to be the one to tank up the hits from this Elder. 8,000 HP, starting to get lower. JJ might be in a smite fight with Tarzan here. 6,000, Breathe is gone mini, and this is the time. Hope will flash away, but will he escape? Encore hits onto so many. Bulldog heals for a ton, and Leave is untouched and rifling away.
They've done it.
Bulldog will escape, and AL will not. Breathe on the side, on a sliver, will live, but Tarzan's grave will be at the site of the Elder Dragon as he will fall in just a moment. That is an ace for EDG as they push down the mid lane and they get their second individual game win here in Split 3 by stunning AL in Game 1.
There we go. No disappointed Yanni here today. Just happiness for him and EDG as they manage to make it work. It takes 2 Elders. It takes 42 minutes. But EDG once again find themselves in the win column. Oh.
A Herculean effort by EDG. It was not easy. It was not pretty, but they got the job done regardless. And their objective setups early on were just superior. Those first 3 dragons, turns out, bit of a mistake for AL to not really force the issue at any of them.
Yeah, this is exactly right. This is a situation where, as much as I did quite like the composition that you had out of AL, they played it way too slow. They were just constantly going, oh, we scale, we scale, we scale. We don't need to go fight them for this. We don't need to go fight them for that. And they gave away all of these individual objectives, and it just meant EDG were in a good spot once we got into the mid to late game. And this is a problem AO have been showing us. They are just, you said it earlier, they're a bit impotent when it comes to making things happen during the early stages of the game, and usually they're able to overcome that with really good team fighting, but EDG slammed that door shut in their faces.
I think the thing that's so interesting is that Bloxer, we've seen them make early game plays earlier in the split. Yeah. Like, especially with the way this meta is, we've seen Kyle and Tarzan link up so well, and we did not see that happen in the early goings of this game, which is exactly what happened in their game against LGD. It felt like a scenario where it's not just that, you know, oh, they're not able to do anything in the early game, or they got stopped by EDG, that they just weren't able to actually do it. Maybe just a lot of fear that Hope would continuously get dove. And he'd be too far behind and Leave would get too far ahead. I don't know, but ultimately, AL gave EDG every opportunity to get in this game and take control, and they were happy to do it.
They did it, and they did it. I mean, look at this gold graph right here. This is EDG being in control, and yeah, they had some trouble actually finishing it off, but they got there in the end. They were able to make that one work, and I would love to tip my hat right here to Bulldog. Yeah, it's not the most impressive set of damage numbers, but he was doing his job, which is a damn sight better than he's been able to show us for the rest of the split. However, ZDZ, Leave, those two were on it in this one. Leave specifically was pumping the damage, but ZDZ was playing with no fear. Despite the fact he had gotten absolutely destroyed during the laning phase, dove a bunch of times, it did not matter. Once we got to those team fights, he was just creating havoc in the backline. It meant that Shanks and Hope were never able to just sit and deal their damage, and it was a key part of this victory here for EDG.
And I want to shout out Bulldog. Well, those damage numbers a little on the lower end. Really, really good, solid game out of him. Exactly what was needed. Did not let Shanks bully him around when he did die to Tarzan, it was a 1-for-1 and came up clutch in that fight around the bottom brush in mid lane, where he put out a lot of damage, dropping the Purgatory, instantly blowing up Kyle, and forcing a lot of defensive abilities out of the rest of the team. Dare I say, maybe the first good game that Bulldog has played here in Split 3.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one. Like we said, it wasn't necessarily the best game. It wasn't a, night level performance, let's say, but it was competent. And at this point, EDG were just looking for competency. And I feel like that's sort of the name of this game for them. It was competent the whole way through. They knew what they were up to. They knew which objectives they were looking to play around. It felt like they were on far more similar pages to each other than the members of AL were. You highlighted it during the game. I spoke about it during that first team fight that we got to see. Shanks was not on the same page as the rest of the squad in this one. On that initial play where Tarzan and Kyle both use their ultis, Shanks teleports in to get one kill onto a support, and you're like, okay, I guess. And we see it then multiple times where Shanks blows a teleport to get involved in a fight that just doesn't go anywhere. And you said, is it that, he's being overly aggressive on those ones? I'm wondering if maybe the team are calling for his teleport when he really doesn't need to be there. Whatever's happening, the communication just isn't there for AL at the moment.
Yeah, something was just not right about this game as a whole. And, we keep harkening back to the LGD game, and that's where we saw the flaws of AL really get exposed, but the fact that they were the better team, the better players, they were able to overcome that. But it just goes to show that if you make more mistakes than just that, if you're not able to pull it together in the mid to late game, you're going to see a result like this happen. Let's take a look at the replay. The moment that you and I maybe thought, and maybe everybody else thought, that good old EDG, they had an opportunity here, weren't able to get it done, but they rewrote their fate. They took their second individual game win. They saw that graphic that we had among worst teams of all time in the LPL, and they were like, you know what, we don't want to be on that list.
And they're not at this point. I'm pretty sure with just that single game victory, that puts them either out of contention for any spot on that list, or at least with one more, they would no longer feature on the 5 worst teams in the LPL list. Which is great for them. As we said, right, we just wanted to see slightly more from them, and it was just such a better game overall. It's how much they were on the same page. The fact they got 2 Elders for themselves in this game is really good on them, but also an indictment of the way that AL played. Now, I'm not sure fully where to go for the game MVP. I think there's a lot of different potential options here, and I'm not sure who I'm favoring.
Team victory. We should just give the entire team the MVP. I don't know. I thought that JJ played a pretty good game wire to wire. When I take a look at every single role, there are two players that I say played relatively mistake-free League of Legends, and that's JJ and that's Bulldog. Now, they did have a couple of mistakes, most notably that play in the base of AL, but I think that was strike 2 for Bulldog, which is why I think I'm giving this one over to JJ, because outside of that, he didn't make too many mistakes. Yeah. Glad to see that the broadcast and I are in lockstep. How do you feel about this? You think this is good?
I think this is very ethical right here. Like you said, he was just the most middle-of-the-line competent throughout the entirety of the game. ZDZ, Bulldog, Leave, they all had higher highs in that game, but they also made way more mistakes, whereas JJ was just keeping it 100 for them, and this is what we wanted to see. This is what we talked about when they had the swap from Xiaohao over to JJ, was, okay, can these lanes just play well enough, not fall so far behind that JJ's able to do his thing with his early game pathing and his aggressive play style? Even though it wasn't the most aggressive playstyle out of him, the fact he had lanes that were not doing terribly meant he was able to play his game, and the result is a victory. Just the second victory of the entire split here for EDG.
As it turns out, Bring On JJ has supported this team much better than any other move that they made going into the split. So I guess you could say JJ is to EDG as what Coffee is to the LPL English team and crew. If you want to support us, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project because a vast majority of your contributions go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments will go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent like Bloxer and myself and our content creators. If you subscribe to our Coffee, which will be linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our interviews at international events. With that said, we are going to go ahead into the first break of the night, and when we return, EDG maybe a chance to 2-0 AL, but AL won't let that game one go that easily. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on Twitch and YouTube. Yanni and Bloxer still giving you all the action, and a lot of action there was. Some unexpected action, Bloxer, as EDG have a 1-0 series lead over anyone's Legends. It was exactly what we said needed to happen, at least out of the side of AL. They needed to have a slow start. EDG didn't really take advantage of a lot of the situations that they were presented in. Didn't have a lot of those side lane plays we thought they might, especially with a Vi and an Ashe on their team, but nonetheless didn't have any issues in the early going and were able to easily secure a lot of objectives, and a big reason why they took a lead and ended up winning the game.
Absolutely. Another big reason was that we just had far more of a competent, middle-of-the-road, good enough performance out of a lot of the members. ZDZ, he played well in the team fights, badly in lane, but that was okay for them in the end. Bulldog too, having what was pretty easily his best game of the entire split right there. Lot of action for him on the log, a lot of kills, doing a lot of damage where he needed to as well, and just able to play a really overall pretty nice game for him. EDG, if they can keep this up into Game 2, they could well get a 2-0 sweep versus AL, and that would be terrifying for AL. This is an AL squad who we've been looking at with just a bit of suspicion, right? In their matchup versus Thunder Talk, as much as they win those, there's a couple games where it's like, oh, that's not quite as easy as you would have expected for an AL versus Thunder Talk. They obviously then lose 0-2 to WE, and I guess more worryingly was the fact that they had such struggles with LGD in that matchup.
Yeah, you could say that this is the worst 3-match stretch that AL has really had all split long, just in the way that, you know, they've taken a loss. Obviously, this Team WE team, immediately taking 2 losses after that gives a little bit more worry to the AL's loss to them, but still a top 4 team at this moment, still very clearly a competent team.
Yeah.
But with the way that they've been playing so far, AL need to fix something in a meta that really should be theirs. Like, they should be the kings of this type of meta, with the way that, you know, Tarzan and Kyle are able to link up. I mean, that face right there is exactly the face I was making once they took the loss. I'm just like Shanks, for real. Like,
yeah, a real oh, that one doesn't feel good. And I mean, anytime that you lose to the worst team in your league, it cannot feel good. And this is really going to be about the bounce back right here for AL. What can they show us in this next matchup that can really turn things back around? Because the draft, you didn't like it that much. I thought it was okay. It had enough pieces that they could have won if they played it with any level of aggression. We saw 1 or 2 link-up moments from Tarzan and Kyle, but considering that you're playing the Pantheon and the Shen, you should be seeing that combo way more often, not just through the ultis, but also just together. You could just walk in together up to a lane and at least blow a flash out of an opponent, and we just didn't see that.
Yeah, my biggest worry was that this Pantheon wouldn't get going and would get a huge lead to the point where your lack of damage out of Orianna and Jhin wouldn't matter nearly as much, because you're not going to go the super aggressive Orianna build into this lock, right? You're going to play it a little bit more conservatively, which means you're not going to have nearly as much damage. And in the end, that resulted in big issues for AL when it came to the team fights. And here we are for the picks and bans here for Game 2. Remember that we are in Fearless. Now, why is this important even though we've been in Fearless all year long? Well, because EDG are going to have to find something new to try to win their first series of Split 3.
Yeah. What can they do to turn things back around right here? We are obviously going to see some swaps over as well. And it's just going to be the Jarvan instantly locked in right here for Tarzan, something he's been playing a decent amount of. Leave playing his champion right here. This is something, like you said, he's been really well known for. They really like to pair up alongside the Milio. That's kind of the main pairing we have been seeing. Now, I don't like Perukia on the Milio particularly, but when Leave is as good as he is on the Lucian, you do kind of just have to lean into that as one of those premier pairings. So lots of questions here for AL in what they want to do in the bottom lane, because in terms of things that can actually take the fight to this bottom lane, there are a couple potential options, right? We have seen things like the Varus Karma, if you want to play that. They're going to go Varus Nautilus, though.
Okay, I like this a little bit more, because initially with the Shen down in the bot lane and the bot lane that AL had, this is a bot lane that can't 2v2. and if you leave your AD carry alone, you can't 2v1. AL, with this bottom lane that they've put together, you have an AD carry that can certainly stay alive in the 1v1, but this is a 2v2 that you can absolutely win if you land a hook onto the Milio and get good burst damage and then are able to walk away from there or even kill him straight up. You can actually win the 2v2 while also having great roaming potential out of Kyle. So I think this is a good adaptation by AL to play against the strengths of EDG. So we are going to see a Trundle get locked in here. So I'm going to try to sap away the resistances from that Nautilus or any other tank that AL might pick.
Yeah, I mean, you can take it from Tarzan. We'll see what Breathe ends up playing here as well. I really do like the Trundle in this situation. Heavy gank potential. We'll see if JJ is going to be able to play early on. It's one of the champions I associate with this guy more than most any other, although this will be his first game on it here in this split. So we'll see how his performance is going to look. Obviously, still needing ourselves some mid laners and some top laners to come on through. And for EDG side, right, you've got yourself plenty of damage available to you through this Lucian. You're going to need something tanky in the top lane, and that hasn't really been ZDZ's full wheelhouse. He's much preferred to play these slightly more aggressive pickups. The Cassante was something I was going to mention, but AL raiding that one and taking that away. He doesn't really play any other particular tank options. He will want to play something aggressive. I do wonder if you could maybe go for the Renekton and just full lean into your early game.
Well, he does have a pretty good Ornn, but Ornn is a champion that has fallen out of the meta big time because you can't just get your lunch money taken by a lot of these AD carries that can go top. Naturally, with this Varus locked in, always a chance that could slide up top, even though it is one of Hope's best champions. So if options look favorable, could end up doing that, even though it's seen a lot of nerfs. But yeah, you're absolutely right. ZDZ has been a carry player through and through. So whittling down those options doesn't mean that you'll see a Scion hover come out. He has played a couple games of it so far this year, but not a whole lot of games overall.
No, this would be his first pickup of this one in this split specifically, and he's got a really wide champion pool at this point. Has just been trying to play everything aggressive though, as we have been saying. So if he does end up locking this one in, what's the response going to be out of Breathe? Because he could potentially still just take it to his opponent and try to play something aggressive. It looks like EDG actually, they're going to bail out of this option and go towards the Rise right here, so giving themselves a bit more time, and I do like it. It's been Bulldog's best looking champion so far. It's been his most played as well. Compare up obviously well alongside JJ to get involved around the map.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like is I'm not sure how this mid-jungle duo is going to work out in this game. I think that Trundle and Rise don't necessarily have a lot of the tools that you look for out of a duo that goes and really wins the 2v2 and then wins beyond that, as we are going to have another draft issue crop up. So we get to wait and see. Maybe that Rise didn't want to be picked up there.
Yeah.
And maybe the Annie we saw on the other side wasn't going to be a pickup. You could see Hope is like, oh my god, I can't believe we lost that first game. See Tarzan, oh my god, I can't believe we lost that first game.
Oh my
Shanks
god,
is like, man, I can't believe we lost that first game.
I mean, I can't even imagine what their coach said to them when you get backstage, right? Like, losing to the worst team in the league, it has to feel so bad. And the bounce back is something we've really been needing to see out of AL recently, because they haven't really been able to show it to us that much. They've had a lot of 2-0s, some 0-2s as well. Really, they've only been pushed into that third game a couple times during the first week. Won one of those versus JDG, lost one of those versus BLG. They're obviously hoping to go to a third game right here. Getting 0-2'd would be just criminal for them. Hope that we can get this draft issue resolved as quickly as possible, though. The one in the first game was at least pretty quick to be pulled back through.
What would be really interesting is if AL lose here, this is a week that we would consider easier for AL because they have JDG and Thunder Talk. Now, JDG are on a little bit of a come up. We'll see them after this series against BLG. So they might be on the come down after that. But JDG is a team that has won 3 straight series, is a team that was on death's doorstep essentially down in the dregs with EDG, but is now coming back. So, you know, if they catch AL on a bit of a losing streak after losing to EDG, I mean, I'd assume that a JDG is a good enough team to be able to take advantage of the mistakes that AL are making in these early games that You know, if they're obvious to guys like you and me, they're going to be really obvious to coaching staffs around the league.
Yeah.
They're pretty obvious to EDG's coaching staff because they didn't feel pressured to do anything in that early game.
No, they didn't think that there was going to be any reason for them to push the boat out, despite having a pretty early game focused composition. And it is worrying. Like you said, we would expect this week 4 to be a bit of an easier week for them, whereas their week 5 is really tough. They've got TES, WE, who've already been able to beat them, and then BLG to round things out. Now, are we expecting AL to collapse so far down that they end up in one of those bottom 2 spots and have to play in the play-ins? No, not really. They've already got themselves enough of a buffer right here that would be very, very surprising. That would be a monumental collapse. But you don't want to be limping your way into the playoffs. You want to get into them swinging. And if they have a bad week 4 into a bad week 5, that's just not going to be the case.
Yeah, you know, it made me think about it, actually. If you lose to EDG, there is a world. I don't know if we live in the current world, but there's a world where AL just goes over to end the season and goes from 6-2 to 6-8.
They'd still be above LGD and EDG. They'd still end up above those 2 teams most likely. But you are right.
They could end up. They could end up behind LGD. You know,
they could. They could. Now,
not saying that they would, but they could.
They could. Can you imagine the collapse out of AL to go from sitting 3rd in the league, feeling pretty comfortable with their position, bit suspicious in places, but, you know, doing okay, to all of a sudden find themselves in that play-ins matchup? Now, obviously, we don't ever really know how strong the Group Nirvana teams are, but we saw it in the previous split, right, with 3 of the 4 making it into the playoffs and even doing well for themselves in the playoffs. You cannot underestimate those teams from Group Nirvana. Right now, NIP looking pretty dang good.
All right, Block, so we're back for the Game 2 draft. I'm going to restart everything. Hopefully the picks will be clear and rapid. We are already waiting uncomfortably long here. All right, just to pick the same thing. Come on, guys. We pick up the pace a little bit.
Let's go. Lock them in, lock them in. We'll see what the change was. Obviously, we're expecting the first round of picks and bans to be exactly the same.
Guarantee it.
Yeah. So, I mean, with how long that pause was, somebody just had to restart their PC. So hopefully whatever that was all resolved, and we're going to get the best out of everybody in this one. Should be getting the same bans once again. And so, looking back at these compositions once again, I do still like what EDG have, but again, they're looking like they're leaning into playing more of an early game style, which is what we said in the previous game, and then they didn't really do that. They ended up sitting back quite a lot, letting the game come to them, picking up what it was that AL allowed them to have. I wonder if they can replicate that in the second game, or if AL are going to be more aware of the fact that, no, they cannot afford to just slow things down. Yeah. The Rise was the issue, clearly, so it is going to be the Akali locked in.
I actually think this is even worse. The biggest problem that I have when I see a Lucian Melio is when the rest of the team plays a little too individualistic. You don't necessarily need to be like, okay, Lucian is our only damage, right? But now we're playing a Trundle and we're playing an Akali. What are we actually doing here? Trundle Akali, plenty of damage, but you're really in a situation where AL has to put themselves in a bad spot. Like, a member of that team needs to put themselves in a spot where I was up too close, I got hit by a good pillar, and now I'm instantly dead. Yeah. Other than that, I mean, unless you are hitting some really insane pillars, you might get good chunks, but you're not actually going to get these kills to snowball these champions that need to go get ahead. Now, with this Galio pick, if they do elect to lock it in, it is quite a good target for the Trundle to take resistances from.
Yeah, there are now good places to be stealing away from, but like you said, the setup for this Lucian really just isn't fully there. You're now looking to set up for him and for the Akali. You're going to have to take something tankier right here in the top lane, otherwise this composition just doesn't set up well at all. As we've been saying, though, ZDZ doesn't like playing anything tanky. I like the idea of the Zehen or the Aatrox way more. You've at least got some damage, but also some level of resistances. It is going to be the Zehen locked in. A pretty fun matchup into the Ambessa as well. Can be very back and forth. Can be Zehen favored if you get a little bit of jungle intervention early on as well. And EDG, they are all in. This is an aggressive, fling yourselves at your opponents kind of composition. And AL, they do have tools to deal with that.
How are we getting in, though? That is my biggest issue that I have here at Bloxers. Yeah. How are we getting in? On the other side for AL, The biggest issue I have is, where is this damage? I can't
Hope
find it anywhere. I'm looking under my
strong.
desk. I'm looking at the wall over here. I don't know where the damage is. Now, if Breathe gets off to another great start like he did last game, boom, there's your damage. You have good, very early game damage coming out of Tarzan and Shanks, sure. So if you're able to make these early plays, doesn't really matter if you don't have a whole lot of damage later. But yeah, you were really leaning on Hope for a lot of this, and Poke Varus doesn't deal the damage that it used to, and on-hit Varus is not great.
It's going to have to be on hit in this game, though, right? Because you have to have the damage from somewhere. And like you said, Poke Varus just isn't going to be able to provide it. And, I mean, Poke Varus would barely be usable into this composition, really, anyway. Akali, Lucian, the two that you'd really need to be hitting onto. So much mobility from them. It's going to be hard to actually land any of those piercing arrows. We'll see what the actual decision is from him as we get on into game and get to see the runes from everybody. But for right now, yeah, the all-in potential out of EDG just... The only option is just run at your opponents. Maybe get a big ZDZ flank off, potentially. Or, as we've been saying, JJ, those pillars had better be sniper accurate.
We're on to Summoner's Rift for what could be the final game of the first series of the day, and not in the way you think. EDG are one win away from closing out with a 2-0 victory. I guess we missed the EDG gyros. Unfortunate, because...
They're surely louder than they were previously.
That would be very sad if you won a game and got even less gyros.
Hopefully that's not the case and we did just not quite hear them this time around, because, yeah, like you said, they've done better. They picked themselves up a win. If you're an EDG fan, you have got to be happy with that, and we'll see if they're going to be able to replicate that victory in this second game right here. Very interesting compositions. Compositions that both want to get things going early through their jungles, but also have some decent scaling options available as well. This bot lane is where we're going to have to be turning quite a lot of our focus. It's Leaf's signature champion. He is an awesome Lucian player individually, but how much he's really going to be able to do, we will have to see. For right now, getting good chunks of damage off, and we did get to see it is Comet right here for Hope, so it is going to be the Poke Varus instead.
I like that you mentioned a lot of this play comes through the jungle. You take a look at the wards that AL have already put down on their bottom side entrance just to make sure that Tarzan is not going to be disrupted on his early clear by this Trundle. Tarzan took up back after doing his top quadrant to go pick up his longsword. So his timers are already altered a little bit here. So we'll see if he makes any further changes to try to catch the EDG bottom lane by surprise.
If he's able to get a couple kills right here, turn things back around, is going to put his squad in a really good spot. Also have a little look towards the top lane right now as well. Obviously, as we've said, right, the Zehen has a pretty good matchup into the Ambessa. Both looking to do very similar things once you get into team fights, and Kyle, I'm not sure you actually want to be hitting those hooks right now.
That's what I was thinking. I'm glad you said it, because I was like, Yeah, if you get Leave into turret range, it's a little bit better, but was unable to do so there, and the bottom lane of AL will be a little bit worse for wear as Tarzan is cleaning up his blue buff. Meanwhile, JJ has finished and is looking to get into the river here for this Scuttle Crab. Tarzan recognizes that this is not his crab to take. We'll walk through mid up to the top side.
But this is perfect right here for EDG. They are more than happy to give up this top lane Scuttle Crab, because these top lane mid laners, they're going to be a heck of a lot harder to gank onto, and they're not going to be pushed up quite as consistently as you're expecting this Lucian Milio to be. Having control over the bottom side of the map right here is lovely for EDG around the lane they are most interested in going well.
Oh, Bulldog getting taunted up and taken quite low here by Shanks. So, Akali can sometimes just have a bit of a hard time in lane. Doran shield or not. This can always be a struggle, and Tarzan is getting ready to set up to make a play, and Bulldog seemingly fearless. Justice Punch into the taunt, into the knockup, into the first blood for Shanks.
There we go. This is what we need to see out of AL. Early ganks coming on through, making that one work, and Bulldog, as much as he had a better game in the previous one, really returning back to the form of the split so far. Just going to have to teleport back into lane to avoid losing out onto too much more. The fact Shanks picked up this kill is, I think, slightly better for EDG. They would have not wanted this Jarvan to get rolling as quickly on, but still, this Galio going to be very tanky, and still does a surprising amount of damage at the moment.
Yeah, like we said, in the early game, you know, your Jarvan and your Galio are going to do damage, you know, regardless of the fact that these are generally low damage champions. And now Shanks is going to ramp that damage up. He's got a Dark Seal. He's got a Hextech Alternator. So Bulldog is going to have an even a harder time now.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep getting worse. For Bulldog, really all you can be hoping to do is get out of this lane and get involved in skirmishes and team fights elsewhere. Potentially look for some lane ganks as well, because this lane, not going to go well for him.
Alright, heal's going to get used, and the flash is going to get used too. Good pillar from JJ.
Beautiful.
Does not result in a kill, but got to go and return the favor on those summoners and get that back. The first dragon of the game is now up. It's a mountain dragon, so if any fighting happens around that, Hope's got to be careful.
Indeed, he does, and you really do just want to get this flash gone as quickly as possible, and it's good to see that the pillar out of JJ looking good as well, as we talked about, right? One of the few actual engage tools that you have available to you right here as EDG. So if JJ's missing those, it wouldn't be a good sign for the game going forwards, but looking good at this point, obviously. Both of these compositions have some pretty heavy spiking at their first item, but for EDG especially, right? First item onto your Lucian, onto your Akali, Trundle too, that's the point at which you really want to go, push the bow out, and get involved. Right now, Tarzan looking to potentially gank onto this bottom lane. They're very pushed up, don't really have much warding to keep them safe.
Well, leave one of that plate. He will dash away. We've seen him many a time die for a plate. Not so this time around, as JJ is going to be able to clear out this pink ward. Leaving Perukia will be able to pick up this one too. So trying to eliminate the vision that AL has put down, but now JJ is split from the rest of his team, fighting over a crab that could determine level 6 here.
Yep.
But again, as mentioned, that good pillar means that JJ hits level 6 and is not in any danger.
No, and because you don't have any camps available to you now on the bottom side of the map, we are just going to have to see Tarzan walk up towards the top side to go and try get himself that level 6. JJ, I think he could just start this Drake up now if he wants it, and once again, we're seeing EDG in control of these neutral objectives.
He's done a great job so far in this series. Really something that you can write home about for a team that we've mentioned hasn't had a whole lot. JJ is now going to show up on the bottom side here, and they're going to get ready to dive. Kyle's shield is up, pillar used onto Hope. Nobody tanking aggro quite yet. Hook goes down onto JJ, but this dive attempt is foiled.
Yeah, just not really be able to play this one out. Good positioning out of Hope to keep him in a safe situation, and because JJ starts up the Drake but walks away from it to try for this play, nobody ends up picking up that first Drake. Kind of just a mistake out of JJ right here. He should have just picked up that Drake for himself. He was under no threat of having that one stolen away with Tarzan on the top side of the map. Instead, out he comes again, and we'll see if he actually goes bot lane to try to cover off for Tarzan, who now could be opened up to try start this objective.
35 seconds until the grubs come up, so if EDG pick up the grubs and give up the dragon, I say that's a win for them. You know, Trundle, even though in the jungle, won't get too much time on turrets. Anytime he does get time on turrets, will be time well spent. And your strong solo laners also getting their hands on those grubs will certainly be a big benefit, but given the fact that JJ is on the bottom side of the map for the moment, you can't really see too much action. We have shifted Leave up into the top lane here, and Perukia getting some critical vision down in the AL top side.
Indeed, and with this map rotation coming on through, I do wonder if that indicates EDG wanting to play towards these grubs, or if they are just happy to swap away, not really try to play too aggressively for them. Breathe is still heading towards the top lane right here, so he is just going to get shoved in this situation. He's not going to have a particularly fun time right now. Same thing obviously happening to ZDZ over on the other side of the map. And Tarzan should just start this Drake up. He's not going to be under any threat from this one. And JJ just going to head topside to pick up the grubs, as you said.
ZDZ in a 1v1 with Hope on the bottom side, so that'll leave a lot of room for Hope to heal up. Leave, going to put the culling down. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage, but will get Breathe to about half HP, and will further allow JJ to pick up these grubs without too much of an issue.
Indeed, Leaf continuing to step up right here. Oh, public execution, just going to go wide. Breathe takes a shot to the face in response for that one as well. Still going to be able to clear up this wave nice and easily, and it is going to be that 1-for-1 trade between the grubs and Drake. Drake going over to AL.
Yeah, and if you ask me, Bloxer, like we just said a couple of moments ago, this is a win for EDG. so long as you just don't allow AL to run away with all the dragons. Their team is a little bit more early game slanted, especially with the kind of CC that they can put together. Or, I'm sorry, the damage that they can put together. So, you know, will be some worries, especially for the next month, but with the way that EDG have played around some of these objectives, you know, they have shown a good idea on how to take control of mid waves for dragons. I imagine they will do so in 4 minutes.
Exactly. As, I mean, their vision setup as well has so far been pretty good. You can see vision littered all around the top side of the map right here for EDG. Right now, Tarzan could potentially have looked for some sort of play onto ZDZ, but instead just going to back that one off. And we talked about wanting to see proactivity coming through out of these junglers. We get one good gank onto Tarzan, but doesn't really do anything too much as we check in on the gold. Once again, pretty much dead even right here. Little bit favored to AL, which, as you can see, is not necessarily a good thing.
Yep, as when they're up in golds, 6-3. They are up in golds. I got bad news for AL. It could potentially be 6-4. And one thing to note is, remember, I mentioned this quite a while ago when we initially brought this graph up in the pre-show, that the last time they played against EDG, they had 2,500 gold leads over EDG at the 10-minute mark. Yes, they had leads that large. This time around, even essentially in game 1, and a 600 gold lead in game 2, I don't know what's changed between now and then, Bloxer, because this AL team is not pushing the pace the way they should. Might see an opportunity there as JJ is forced to flash the wall. But the Tarzan, I know, would have flag and dragged right after.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Tarzan has just been playing really slow. It's interesting for someone that we have pretty consistently thought of as one of the best junglers that we've got in the LPL, potentially even internationally as well, to be just playing so reticent. He just doesn't want to get involved in a lot of situations at the moment, which is a super interesting departure from what we have seen from him previously. Obviously, he had that one good gank earlier on in the game, but hasn't really been able to keep the pressure up so far. Both junglers heading towards the top side of the map to grab this scuttle at the moment.
Shank's going to throw his weight around a little bit. That extra magic damage shield, a little bit harder for Bulldog to actually do anything to him. Good shuriken flip there to avoid the hook from Kyle. That topside crab will go over to AL. Unlikely to make too much of a difference, as the next objective upstairs isn't until 3 minutes from now. With the dragon coming up in about 1 minute and 50 seconds, this is where you'll see some big initial moves to try to get advantages elsewhere and force AL to go in other places. As Hope did use that Ghost Blade. It does stop the recall of Perukia, who was on him.
Yeah, but still going to be more than enough time for Perukia to head back to base, grab himself that first item, well, some more components towards that first item, you'd have to imagine at this point. Speaking of first items, the beginnings of those are coming on through. JJ just now going to pick it up. Trinity Force, obviously a massive spike right here, and for all of EDG, really big spikes for them. Couple Trinity Forces, Blade coming on through as well, putting them in a pretty nice spot. Leave really would want like a second item before he's fully online and kicking, but already with the Essence Reaver, going to put himself in a pretty big spot. For AL, the item spikes are slightly less massive for them, really. You're happy with the Eclipse, you're obviously happy with that Sundered Sky coming on through, but EDG, they're in a nice spot right here to compete for this dragon.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dichotomy between the items where AL is getting a lot of utility out of theirs, healing off the Sundered Sky, shielding off the Eclipse. And obviously, we know what Ghost Blade and Rocket Belt can do for your mobility. Whenever on the other side for EDG, it is really just raw damage.
Yeah,
30 seconds until this dragon is up. I want to see them use their Trinity Force spikes to really wrestle control of this game in their hands, and it looks like that they are well aware that that's what they want to do.
Absolutely, bringing plenty of members down and around. Couple final resets coming on through as well. 12 seconds, though, until the Drake is going to spawn. And with the full bot lane heading back to base, it does not look like EDG are actually happy to go and compete for this one instantaneously. Instead, JJ was potentially going to look for some sort of gank onto the top lane. That one's going to be covered off by Kyle, though, and instead turns back around and heads towards this Drake.
What's really interesting, Bloxers, we've seen teams kind of go away from the we're going to immediately start up an objective as it spawns. That they used to do is we're going to see a flash forward here. Here comes the entrance from the Galio as JJ is taunted up and is healing quite a bit. The hook goes down and he does too as Tarzan gets a heal and will chase after Perukia on the backside. Bulldog slides in looking for Tarzan but is locked up, forced to flash away. Shuriken flip and will use the perfect execution to get away from Kael. But our top laners could not join the fight, which was a big negative for EDG.
Absolutely. If you're able to get yours ahead in right there, maybe there's a chance for that fight. Instead, it's just going to be the second Drake of the game picked up for Tarzan. And JJ just gets caught out. He was healing for so long, there was a chance he was going to be able to survive, but there was just no repeat damage out of EDG. They were not able to sit and hit. Leave was scattered to the hills, and Bulldog, he comes into this one a bit late and just... I'm not quite sure what he was thinking in this situation. The healing out of JJ is obviously massive, but look at Leave. He pumps the entirety of the culling straight into Shanks whilst he's got that winds up as well. So he is just chilling throughout that one. Just a messy little fight right there from EDG. They don't lose too much from it, but it is now about 1,000 gold an advantage for AL.
And I want to give credit where credit's due. That was a really good look from Tarzan. Quickly identifying these are the champions that have no escape tools. JJ's flash was still down after it got burnt a little bit earlier. Attack him. Force the flash out of Perukia. So now next fight, you know immediately who to look for if you're Tarzan.
Yeah, exactly. It was just well played right there from AL, and they're going to have to play this one out with good execution if they want to send us to a game number 3 right here. Like you said though, top laners not getting involved is really interesting. As much as that does favor over onto the side of EDG, Breathe could still change team fights up. If he's able to hit a big public execution, if he's able to get into the backline and scatter Bulldog and Leave, that can be massive as well for AL. So we'll have to see how things change once we do get one of these proper 5v5s.
I don't know how much of those we'll see. He gets hooked during the culling, locked up, and it's more Leave positioning errors, and Hope drives an arrow through the heart of Perukia. JJ will survive after dropping his ultimate on top of Tarzan, but it's 2 more kills for AL.
Yeah, and that should turn into the Rift Herald as well. As Tarzan heads over towards that one. Like you said, mispositioning error. Just had a big mistake right there out of Leave. Stepping way too far forwards. And with just the Essence Reaver in inventory, he really just does not do that much damage. Bulldog, he does land himself the execution, but isn't going to go in and try to finish this fight off. As EDZ will spot out the recalls coming through, but is not going to be able to do anything to stop this Rift Herald. So that will be Rift Herald going on down to AL. They've got a couple lower health towers available to them. The mid lane specifically is where they should be looking.
Leave is now down about 1,000 gold, and the reason why that's important is because you just want so much out of your Lucian. This is the part of the game where he should be incredibly strong, should be really taking over. Didn't really get that much of a lead in lane. Now, after these last couple of fights went poorly and Hope got a lot of gold in his coffers, it's a mid-game where you have this Lucian that is unable to take over, and when that happens, your comp is just left a little bit lacking. Bulldog is having a tough time trying to assassinate anybody. You saw him get Shanks real low, but he had to hold back because he's not going to be able to kill him if he went all the way in.
No, exactly, and it just puts you in a really rough spot right here. For EDG, down by 3,000 gold. Next big thing to play around will be the Drake, that's still going to be 2 minutes away. And until then, just taking out these towers right now. This top lane tower going to have a huge chunk of damage taken off of it. Only 2 plates remaining on this mid lane, so wherever Tarzan decides to put this Herald down, is just going to pick up that first tower, really open the map up for his squad. And this is a much better look out of AO, far more proactive throughout this early game.
I will say they were not as active in the early game as we'd still like them to be, but past the 10-minute mark is when they really started getting going this time around. We've seen it earlier against not only EDG, but against other teams. But as long as they're just doing it, this is the AL that we expect to see. Clinical gameplay so far, making good decisions and punishing mistakes.
Exactly. At this point, we're not exactly looking for them to fix every issue instantaneously, but being able to show that they can play a little bit earlier on in the game, get involved when they really need to, is a good look from them. And right now, it does just feel like there's nothing for EDG really to do. Without any hard CC to really be playing around, just the pillar as that sort of engage tool for them. How do you find picks? How do you set up this Lucian for success, this Akali for success?
Chains of Corruption went down. Another
again.
hook on to Leave, who dashes away, is knocked up, but will burn all the same. Cataclysm onto JDG, and he's going to get locked up next. It's Shanks picking up that kill, and once again, it's a pick on to Leave that starts the play.
And Leave just once again positioning horribly right there. That's now going to cost them this tower as well. And with 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns, this is sole point for AL if they want it. It's going to be very, very tricky for EDG to be able to step themselves back up now. They've lost all of the control around the mid lane, all of the control that they were potentially looking to play through in their bottom side jungle. And it's just going to be so much darkness for them to step into. Quick resets coming through from the AL members as well. Spend that gold, put themselves in the strongest possible position going forwards. Leave,
yeah, they get this root on the
what are you
JJ.
doing?
Yeah, they
he
were
can't
going to go in on the JJ. And then Leave just, I don't know, man. Tough.
He can't beat them. Like, he's not far enough ahead to just burst somebody one tap. He's not sitting back and just throwing the culling down over the top of people. It's just stepping up into a Nautilus and expecting the Nautilus to not turn around and dredgeline you. Obviously, he's going to turn around and dredgeline you. I just don't know what he's doing in that situation.
Yeah, he's done it multiple times this game, has Kyle. He's just turned around and dredgelined you. So the disrespect after winning game 1 against AL, perhaps a bit of air of confidence around EDG that they should not have, perhaps.
Yeah.
Breathe is going to knock down this top tier 1. So our top laner is just doing cardio for the moment, not really getting into the game, which we said was a big negative for EDG, as they are now down just over 6,000 gold at the 21-minute mark. Third dragon of the game is available. It's going to be another Chemtech soul this game, as AL are on their way down.
Like you said, with this gold advantage for AL, it's well split as well. Everybody's up by a decent chunk. It means that you've got second items fully completed, the components of thirds coming through, whereas for EDG, they're just trying to scrape together enough, go for a little bit of something onto Hope, but he's able to just turn around and walk this one out. Teleport's coming in, so we do now get the top laners involved.
Breathe did not see Bulldog, so Bulldog is in an unknown position. It's a good look here for EDG potentially, as Breathe has now gotten to the front line. They now have spotted out Bulldog, and now he gets marked as JJ, forced to use that subjugation. But the Cataclysm on Tarzan with the hero's entrance on top of it means a lot of damage goes out onto your Lucian, who was on top of the dragon. Bulldog got picked up on the backside, and it's an absolute disaster fight for EDG, as EDG desperately wants to escape. His passive will get burnt. The dragon will be secured by AL. The Grim Deliverance will only deliver ZDZ to his death. And AL are pitching a shutout right now.
They really are in this situation. I mean, when we jump into the replay, watch Leave. Watch the amount of damage that Leave does. He fully opens up with the curling. Hits a couple of those taps too, and it just does nothing. It does absolutely nothing in this situation. As much as we talked about it was a cool flank from Bulldog, he just flanks himself into a bad position. Watch Leave right here. Oh, good damage. Yeah.
The tickling.
Yeah, onto Kyle as well, by the way. You know, he's tickling
he
onto
dashes
the support.
forward. Did you see that? He dashed forward and immediately got cataclysed, and then immediately gets hit with the hero's entrance.
Leave and his mispositioning errors name a more iconic duo at this point, and all of that fun, all of that momentum we had from EDG after game 1. Like you said, a shutout happening right here, and at this point, 0-9, down by about 9,000 gold. It's going to take a monumental collapse from AL for them to lose this game.
Like, I get it. I get it when you're this far down. Hold on. Culling going down, but Shanks is able to escape. Teleport going to land right on top of everybody, but Breethe's got a big shield, and the public execution goes down onto Bulldog. Bulldog's going to have to try to escape as Leave is caught in the cage. Perfect execution from Bulldog, just trying to get away, but he is slowly running out of space. The hero's entrance going down, and Leave once again on the backside without a teammate to save him. Big taunt coming down from Shanks as he's able to pick up multiple kills. The Grim Deliverance, again, not going to do much. And that is an ace for anyone's legend, and there are pings on the Baron.
That's a clean ace right there for AL, and like I said, straight over onto the Baron. They don't even bring all the members, they get pushing onto these lanes already, and I really like this. AL just playing this so much better. Shanks is having a hell of a game. It's not going to show up really in terms of the damage that much, but his hero's entrances have been beautiful. The amount of space he's buying for his team right here as well, just using that Shield of Duran beautifully, just constantly stepping up right here. This ulti from him is going to be nice too. But nobody from AL are playing badly at this point. Bulldog's getting the runaround, Leaves getting the runaround. Leaves doing his best here to try do the damage, but again, he just isn't able to keep the space for himself. The hero's entrance just absolutely destroys it.
Yeah, and, you know, again, at this point, like, dashes like that, where you're just trying to get behind the Abessa, stay in range to put damage in, because you're so far behind. You have to try to make a hero play, so... You know, the worse and worse this game gets, the more and more you can kind of hand wave away some plays like that from Leave, because you just have to try something at this point, because everything that EDG have tried has failed to make an impact. It is a 13k gold lead at 25 minutes. AL very clearly not happy about what transpired here in game 1 and are looking to just crush EDG out of this game completely.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You said pitching the shutout. It is an absolute routing right here out of AL. They clearly got told off. Clearly had some things that they needed to work on after game number 1, and they have cleaned it up overall, but it also just feels like more of the same from EDG. Not getting anything going. Bulldog having a bad game. Leave with mispositioning errors. I mean, Tarzan jumping in right here, and he doesn't even care.
Tarzan just lives! Yeah, Tarzan just lives through all that. There's that hero's entrance, and then Breathe creating a lot of space. Bulldog on the bottom side, not able to do much. That Grim Deliverance goes down, but the members of EDG continue to drop. The shutout is still intact, Bloxer, and with only 2 standing members of EDG left, maybe, just maybe, they'll complete it.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the 3 grubs. That is the only mark against them for a perfect game, but 3 grubs compared to everything else. This one is just a disaster of a matchup. 26-minute teleport coming in right here as well from Shanks to bring the extra members in, and this game is just done.
Bulldog engaged on, he may be in stealth, but not stealthy enough, and AL 18-0 over EDG to force game 3.
Yanni, we asked going into this game, you know, where's the damage for AL's composition? Well, apparently we should have been asking it for EDG's composition. They had none available to them. They did absolutely nothing in that game, and all of the worries we had about that EDG composition came true, specifically the just lack of CC. You only have a pillar as your real hardest beats of CC, and that's still not hard CC. There's no proper stuns, there's no proper lockdown, and you could really feel it.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, you know, they picked Lucian Milio, and then they just go very individualistic with the rest of their picks. Like, you know, for as much as we kind of ragged on Leave for that game, the team composition around him was not very good. As good as the draft for EDG was in game 1, it was very, very poor in game 2, and they need to go back to the drawing board with that composition and kind of rework that, because I do think having Leave on Illusion is pretty powerful if you pair it with a lot of other good champions up on that top side. Just not able to do that.
Something that you can play around in this situation, right? Like, I don't mind the Trundle. I think the Trundle's fine in this situation. It's a pretty good pickup in the meta at the moment. It's something that you also have, like, some pretty decent history on for JJ. But for ZDZ, for Bulldog, I mean, it cannot be the Akali here. You said it, you hated the Akali. I agree in that situation. I think any sort of standard control mage in the mid lane would have been way better for them. I think the Syndra would have been perfect in this situation. You know, buys you some extra space, does its own bits of damage as well. Instead, we just saw nothing out of EDG. If you have just tuned in and you haven't checked the game scores, you expect this to have been the first game, right? Oh yeah, this is going exactly as you would have thought. The fact that we're now heading into a game number 3 is pretty crazy, but EDG are going to have to really go back to the drawing board once again.
Yeah, just 3 Void Grubs away from a perfect game, which is something you don't often see, Bloxer. You rarely even see shutouts like this, right?
Yeah.
Especially at the tier 1 level. Even, you know, the best teams versus some of the lesser teams, like a scenario like this, you at least see a couple of kills. Shanks going 7-0-7, now passing 700 domestic assists for the year. And Hope getting his 4 kills means he's got 100 in the split so far, so good for him.
Awesome. And again, the first game is going to be a blemish on this. Even if AL win the next game exactly like they won this one, you know, 24 minutes, stomp, nothing doing for EDG. They don't pick up a single kill in 2 games. You're still going to be looking at this one and going, okay, but AL, you lost to EDG. And this is what I was talking about with how this first game really does impact onto the overall perception of this squad, because the fact that that's there, it still means going into this next game, I'm like, okay, but EDG have shown us they can do it now. They've shown us that there is a way for them to be able to win this. Their draft has to be better, and the execution of that draft has to be way, way better. They cannot afford to be this inactive early on. We talked about inactivity in the previous game, but this was a whole nother level.
Yeah, and AL's level of activity wasn't high enough for me to say, like, oh yeah, they were just doomed no matter what. If AL come into Game 3 the same way they came in these first 2 games, around that 10-minute mark and before, EDG will once again be in a position where they can take the game into their hands. AL have not been this oppressive early game team in the last couple of series that we've seen them be against some of these other teams. Perhaps they knew that when they're ahead in gold, they tend to struggle. This time around,
Yeah.
getting another one in the win column,
Another
up
dub.
to 7-3 when they're ahead at 10 minutes. So, you know, kudos to them, but that's still only a 70% win rate, not where you'd want it to be.
No, you're expecting 100% win rate from ahead in gold, and then, you know, you lose some games that you were behind in gold early on. Really not been the case for them so far. But going into this next game, for AL, more of the same is what you're really talking about, but I think specifically, I like how much more we got to see the combo between this mid-jungle duo. Tarzan looked way better, and Shanks was just everywhere in these skirmishes. Exactly what I want to see from them. For EDG, I don't even know what you changed, because there was very little discernible difference between Games 1 and Games 2. They just didn't make it happen.
Not at all. Blockster, it's time to talk player of the game. I thought that Tarzan certainly made a decent impact, had a lot of really good looks, but listen, I think that Shanks put on a really good performance in this game. His hero's entrances were really solid. His taunts were really good. Lots of damage coming down early, landing his Winds of War. That's what I'm calling for here. I think definitely would have been well-deserved for Tarzan or Hope, but somebody's got to catch up to what Tarzan is doing.
Yes.
Who has, you know, some of the highest player of the games and player of the matches, actually the most out of anybody, and that will actually continue. I think Shanks was robbed here, but Tarzan now with his 9th player of the game, still continuing to lead the league.
Yeah, he's been good. Even in the matchups where we've been saying, things are not quite going well for them, we want to see more proactivity from him, more aggression, but when they win, boy, does he put a real impact onto these games. I agree, I would have liked Shanks in this situation. I think he was playing a really underappreciated role. Often you are on the Galio, right? You're not really doing the big damage, you're not making the big flashy plays, but he was the reason people were able to stay alive and able to position so well in these team fights. But anytime we're arguing about multiple people having awesome games, that does really show you that you had a good one here. And AL going to be happy to at least get a win out of this one.
An absolutely dominant game by anyone's legend, as we knew that AL was not going to take that Game 1 loss sitting down, but we'll see if EDG can do the same, can pull out the sort of power that AL did. As we're going to take a break, and when we return, it'll be the final draft of the first match of the day between EDG and anyone's legend. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we are getting to the draft of Game 3 between EDG and Anyone's Legend for our first match of the day. Second match of the day, by the way, we didn't really talk about it too much, the fact that there is a second one, but BLG, JDG should be a pretty good one, although, JDG hasn't been the team that we have expected them to be here in Split 3. Still a team that we know can do some damage, but
yeah,
for now, I mean, EDG, they got their one game win. Excellent. Can they turn it into a series win? It's just like Alk Battery says. If you can win one game, you can win a second game. And if you can win a second game, you can win a series.
Exactly. The second that you're able to put just a couple wins together, things can turn around. And we got to see much, much, much better out of them in their first game. The second game was not great, really. A lot of wow, you have not put this one together, but our big problem with that was the draft, right? So with a better draft coming into this next game, it wasn't like they were necessarily individually getting pushed around on the map, they just couldn't make the composition work for themselves in any real way.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Bloxer. The good news for EDG is, Review was short that game, right? I feel like Review was probably short for both of these squads and their losses, Yeah. After AL lost, they're probably like, hey, come on, guys, what happened?
What are we doing?
We forgot how to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
And for EDG, he's like, guys, come on, what happened? It's like, we forgot how to play League of Legends. No, it should be, you forgot how to draft, coach, but that's okay.
Yeah, you can't tell your coach that, but I would not be surprised if there's some thinking of that going on in. So hopefully the draft will be better. Obviously, now in Game 3, EDG have not seen a lot of Game 3s throughout this split. They really haven't. They have been getting 2-0'd left, right, and center, so we haven't really seen them be pushed super far with their champion pools because they had to be, and yet they've still got some of the widest champion pools of things played of any of the teams because they just haven't really been able to settle in onto any specific style.
Yeah, in fact, just the third game series, I know it's easy to figure that math out with the fact that they have not won a series and have one individual win before today. So, hey, they took a game off of BLG and they took a game off of AL. Many teams would call this a very successful season at that point.
Yeah, ignore everything else.
Yeah, it's
wins
tough.
versus BLG and AL.
Just only great. Those two. But hang those series up, slap it on the bulletin board at your home facility, and be like, "This is what we should be achieving, guys. This is peak."
The peak of League of Legends, taking single games off of much better teams than you are. I mean, hey, you've got to shoot for something right now, and as we said, right, coming into today, they were shooting for one win off of AL. They have now gotten this. So, jumping into this next draft, EDG, competency. That's all we're asking for. It's all we're asking for from the draft, from the laning phase, from the teamfight execution, all of it. EDG just playing competent League of Legends has been enough for them to show us much better things during some of their matchups. For me, it all starts in the jungle right here. I want to see JJ on something with proactivity early on. He hovered on towards his Skarner, and I think that could be fun, but really, I think I'd love to see him on something uber aggressive, right? We'll see if the Neferi actually gets to slip through in any of these drafts. It hasn't so far, also because Tarzan's a big player of this champ.
Well, it was available in Game 2, but was not selected by either side. So, we'll see. I know Lee Sin has been a regular on the ban list. This could be a game where we see a Nocturne come through. So there are certainly some good aggressive options if that's what you're looking for. Then you can kind of go down a little bit in the lists with a Wukong or a Xin. They're not as strong as they were earlier on in the year, but still strong champions nonetheless. Still playable junglers.
There's a lot that you can potentially be looking towards out of that lane. I think the other big question for me right here is, does ZDZ have any of this flexibility available to him? As long as you ban away the Cassante, it feels like he's not got anything else tanky that he's willing to play, right? He's got a ton of aggressive picks he's very happy to go towards. He's loved playing things like the Vayne, the Jace, any of these in-your-face kind of picks. He's not had this just standard, I'm going to play the tanks look that we've been seeing from a lot of other top laners. He hasn't even played the Yorick, which is one of those things that the majority of LPL top laners go towards at some point as a bit of a halfway between being quite aggressive and having that extra level of survivability for your team. He doesn't even play towards that. So if they do need something tankier in the top lane, I don't know if ZDG is really going to be able to provide.
Listen, I'm totally fine if he does not want to play the Yorick. I think that many teams in the LPL, many teams really across the world, struggle to execute Yorick compositions on what that champion wants to do. He is a split push maestro for a reason. An immediate Lee Sin lock-in over on EDG. You said you wanted something a little bit more aggressive, Bloxer. We get JJ on his Lee Sin. Now in response, the Neferi is indeed available, so we'll see if that comes through as the final pick in the first half of the draft, or if it comes through a little bit earlier for little reason, to be honest.
We'll see. If you do want to just lock this one in, they usually like to pair it up with a very aggressive top laner instead. Looking on towards the Rumble. Now, the Rumble often are pairing alongside the Jarvan. That one is obviously already gone, so you're looking for something else with a lot of hard lockdown CC, multi-man if you can get it. I think this fits in perfectly well. It gives you some late-game scaling option as well. The Skarner obviously gets super tanky as we get later on into the game in a way that the Lee Sin often cannot keep up with unless you have an exceptionally good early game. So looking over onto the other side, if this does get locked in right here, EDG, obviously they're pretty wide open with where they can pick up. You've got plenty you can just take into the Rumble, but I wouldn't be surprised if we want to see a little bit of a later pickup of the top laner.
Yeah, we got the barbecue combo coming through. You could even call it the hot pot if you wanted. It's not the exact same as the Jarvan, but it is still good all the same. Could be that tank that ZDZ has been not playing a whole lot. The Cassante is his most played for the entire year. He's generally been successful on it, but again, as mentioned earlier, has gone with a lot of the carries. So I like that we're bringing this flavor out here and getting a little bit of aggression here out of this mid-jungle duo. The pick potential is certainly there for EDG.
I like it. I like it out of EDG so far. As we said, right, aggression coming out of JJ. I think that Bulldog on the Syndra has looked not good, but Bulldog's barely looked good this entire split long, but I like the champion pickup at least. This all feels like a setup, though, for whatever it is that Leave is going to be playing. You are setting up for this ADC to take over the game. We'll see what the bans are going to be, obviously, before we really start speculating on what that pick could be. For AL, just going to grab themselves the Rise, something that's been hovered a lot throughout this series, but is finally now going to be locked in, and I like it. I like Shanks on these utility pickups. I think that's where he looks best. The Galio in the previous game was pretty good, and you do have plenty of roam potential alongside this Skarner, and it's a pretty safe laner overall into the Syndra. You're not under too much threat. You're not under too much worry.
Yeah, it is certainly safe. It certainly brings good utility, but this mid-jungle duo has very little kill threat, if any. This leads me to believe we might see another AL early game where they're not doing a whole lot. The good news is Rise has decent survivability against the Lee Sin and the Syndra, but if they get to him early, they will have the damage to be able to take him down. I'm expecting a lot of proactivity early on from EDG, very little from AL. So, Bloxer, how is AL going to try to stop what EDG want to do early?
I don't think they are. I think they're going to be happy to kind of just sit back in this, and we saw that in the first game, right? And it did not work out for them. I'm not necessarily saying that this is the best decision, but AL have clearly proven to us that they are happy to just kind of allow opponents to do their thing. I don't get too worried about it overall. I do wonder if we may potentially, out of EDG, end up seeing some sort of Ziggs pickup down in the bottom side of the map right here. Obviously, you can still move some of these APCs around into different lanes, but in terms of the top tier ADCs, we're really losing out onto a lot of them. The Sivir could be interesting potentially, but that really does kick your game super far into the late game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, though. I really would like the Sivir for AL. I think you can kind of weather that storm with how tanky you are with your mid-jungle duo. And later on in the game, your Rumble, your Skarner, your Rise would be very happy to have a Sivir. But these other picks that are being floated around are also great. These are not only hope picks, but good, strong champions for the early game. And,
there it is.
I'm so excited!
There it is.
Let's go! We got Aphelios Thresh. Thresh is my favorite champion. I am so happy that we get this man in a game finally. He's a champion that has kind of fallen by the wayside, and I am super excited to see how Perugia Thresh is going to turn out. Thresh is really, really good into Skarner. He is very telegraphed with the directions that he can go, so you can hook him fairly easily. The only problem is this lane could be slightly problematic. Nico generally can give Thresh a hard time, and Kyle's Nico has been one of the best in the biz.
I've just had a quick check right here, and yeah, this is the first Thresh that we are seeing in the LPL this split. This is the first Aphelios that we are seeing in the LPL this split as well. I did see it a little bit over on the NLC, and it did really well. It was looking super fun right there. It's obviously a bit of a Game 3 kind of pickup, but still, you're going to be happy to grab this one. Like you said, with the Corki and the Nico, some pretty heavy aggression potential down in the bottom side of the map. We'll see how much Tarzan really wants to get involved, though. Once again, these junglers need to get things moving. JJ specifically, though, has really got the weight of this early game on his shoulders.
Second career game for Perukia on Thresh. 3-2-8 in his first outing. Good enough for a victory. Let's see if his second career Thresh can lead EDG to their first victory here in Split 3. Bloxer, I am very, very worried for EDG, though, in these team fights because of the tools that AL have. The Pop Blossom, the Impale, the Equalizer might be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, if any one of those bits lands and then you get the Equalizer down on top of all of that CC, it's going to be very, very tricky to win these ones out. I think that means that you shouldn't be going for these straight-up 5v5s. As we've talked about, right, AL have shown us some real hesitancy to initiate big team fights early on. Instead, just look for the pick potential and try to get rolling from there.
The final game of the first best of 3 of the day will start now with EDG looking to shock the LPL and knock off anyone's legend.
Go. Those EDG fans were pretty loud.
Yeah, I wonder how loud they would have been in Game 2, though. That's what
Surely louder, yeah.
It is difficult to get excited and amped up after your team
after
just got completely shut out.
Yeah, they win one of their first games in a while. They had to have been loud at that point. Then they get demolished in the next game. Indeed. Will take a little bit of wind out of your sails. Still, EDG, they got a chance right here. As you said, the straight-up 5v5 team fighting potential of this composition is not the strongest. They do have tools to potentially be playing around. A lot of this is going to be on Perukia right here on this Thresh, and you're right to love this champion. Always such a joy to watch during competitive, but not just for the hooks and the aggressive play. You love having a Lantern in this game. It's going to make the life of Leave and Bulldog so much easier.
Yeah, especially, you know, we've levied a lot of criticism at Leave, and he got a lot of it levied at him in that second game. Being able to reposition with the Lantern is always solid. But whenever you see your Aphelios with Green Gun have some early game struggles, you are a little worried. Immediate recall after clearing out the top side of the map did JJ have, so he's going to have that longsword. Problem is, he's going to run right into that Skarner in a couple of moments as Hope gets taken out of half HP on a hook.
Yeah, really nice right there. I mean, that death sentence is going to be incredibly important for us to keep on watching. Tarzan does manage to just steal away onto JJ's camp, and JJ walks around the bush, sees that this one is gone. That sucks for him. He's not going to be able to get that camp back anywhere. It does mean he is definitely going to get this bottom lane scuttle grab, so gives his bot lane a little bit of extra protection and survivability, but you're going to be more than happy with that one as Tarzan looking to rush his way to level 6 here to really make that most of this champion.
Yeah, and there's like a big dichotomy of what we see these teams treat their junglers. We saw Tarzan in Game 2 get well protected on his bottom side of the map with those wards that were placed in the Banana Brush and in the Tri-Brush, and over on the other side, EDG's bot lane, or EDG's team as a whole, not protecting JJ's blue buff. So, might be a little homeless for the moment, but Hope is caught on an island for the moment, rooted up. They're going to go all in on him here. He's going to Valk away. Good play,
lives.
But the dive is unsuccessful. He will survive and will force multiple flashes out of EDG.
Wow, yeah, all of the flashes of the members that played in that one from both sides of it, and that does leave you pretty vulnerable to a repeat gank still. The fact that JJ wasn't able to quite pick up that kill is unfortunate. Now, instead, hunting onto Shanks potentially, they instead just look to steal away some of these chickens as Tarzan does go in.
Yeah, now Bulldog's forced to flash away, so Tarzan is going to quickly head over to his chickens, which we'll realize are gone. We'll see what JJ is going to do here, if they're going to try again. It looks like just a recall going to happen. This is not the first time we've seen an EDG dive go by the wayside.
No, very much not, although plenty of credit right there to Kyle. Was able to do pretty good with the Tangle Barbs to keep his ADC alive. He is going to be pretty critical to this game. Kyle had a very good game in the previous one, but also just has had himself an overall pretty stellar split, I think. As much as we've got some criticism for the majority of the members here, I think Kyle's overall looked really good.
Yeah, it's really been his meta for him and the rest of the team to take over, which is why I think we're so disappointed in the way that AL has played over the last couple of matches.
Yeah.
But there is no denying that this AL team is performing so well in this split because of not just the play of Tarzan, but the play of Kyle. Tarzan is getting a lot of the plaudits from all of the MVP voters with, 9 game MVPs, but Kyle has certainly earned his paycheck when earlier in the year, things were not the way we expected them to be after how good 2025 was for Kyle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way that he was able to play in 2025, we had such high expectations going on forwards, and I'll see if they're going to be able to fully pull these through. And so far in the early game, as much as there's been some attempts, no real explosivity coming on through quite yet. Got a first Drake, which is Hex Tech, usually draws people in quite heavily. At the moment, it looks like JJ just going to go and start this one up. With Tarzan on the top side of the map, should be able to start this up pretty easily, although Tarzan can make his way over.
We'll see if he's actually going to get anything for it. Remember, we are always looking for AL's productivity and proactivity to be high in these early games, as JJ is forced to pull off the dragon without any external assistance from the rest of his team. And we're going to try to go in on Shanks. Remember, we said they had the damage, but it's just not enough at the current moment. Shanks going to live on about 150 HP, and JJ is forced away. So the first 2 ganks from the EDG jungler have been foiled.
I'm okay with it though, still. I'm okay with the fact that he's still going in, getting aggressive, trying to make sure he doesn't have his chicken stolen away, at least grabs the big one in this situation. Hasn't quite hit the level 6. If he'd have had the level 6 before, it would have been a kill onto the mid lane. Instead, Bulldog, once again, getting jumped.
Oh no.
He's so dead.
Yeah, he is in so much trouble. He will get hit with the Tangle Barbs. Tarzan won't even need the Impale. He will pick up first blood.
And that's unfortunate. As much as we were talking about enjoying EDG's proactivity, the fact that it didn't result in any kills, and now AL make one initial play work instantly, it does feel really, really bad. And this is Bulldog's whole season through and through, right? Just overly aggressive, stepping up in a situation in which he had no hope to. Really just feels like there's no communication between the bot lane and the mid lane, right? They should have noticed that Kyle had walked away, and whenever that happens, you're expecting him to pop up mid lane for a gank.
Yeah, and you also have to be aware of where Tarzan is. He just took a bunch of small chickens from your jungler. He can show up mid lane there. He is Skarner. He can go through walls. And, even an Impale, like a flash Impale, forcing your flash there or something would have just been very difficult to try and deal with.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just unfortunate out of him. He's just not quite playing as well as he needs to. Still stepping up, trying to hit a Scatter the Weak, isn't quite going to be able to hit that one. Doesn't have the Unleashed power at the moment anyway, so would have been unlikely to be able to pick up a first kill. Still, with all of that skirmishing and back and forth, nobody ended up actually starting up this Drake. We do now have both of the junglers heading down towards the bottom side of the map. Both top laners too do have their teleports. If we want to see a straight up 5v5, that could be pretty interesting. And at this point in the game, there is plenty of hope available to EDG to find good skirmishes, especially with this Lee Sin, but AL, they're still going to feel pretty competent. They've got lots that they can play around.
And Kyle is very close to hitting level 6, so he'll have that Pop Blossom available, which means any fight where there is 2 of the 3 of Breathe, Tarzan, and Kyle is a fight that you might not want. All out on top of Breathe, forcing his flash out. ZBZ doing a good job.
Yeah, nice from ZBZ. The fact he hasn't had to use his flash hit either is lovely. Still dealing big damage. Does take a little chunk off of the tower. Needs to be a little bit careful. The Equalizer going to go completely wide here. Out of Breathe. And ZDZ now in a great spot. No flash, no Equalizer. ZDZ is chilling in this one.
Seen a lot of equalizers this year that haven't been that great. I know that one is more of a wishful thinking one. If you predict ZDZ and his movement correctly, that's great. If not, you are mostly clearing out the wave, but I'd like to see a little bit more value out of that, as Tarzan is going to pick up grubs for his team. Not quite sure how much usage you're going to actually get out of them. JJ is going to go ahead and pick up that dragon for this objective trade 9 minutes into the game.
I like picking up this Drake right here out of EDG. It was really the only available option to them as well, but they're able to grab this one. Still waiting on first items to be coming on through. The first item, power spikes, again, are going to be some really big ones. One that isn't particularly impactful is Tarzan grabbing himself his Heartsteel right here. He'll be real strong later on in the game, but for the minute, not going to be giving him that much, whereas JJ, when he's able to complete that first item, he's going to be ready to rock and roll.
Problem is actually getting to that first item.
It's
Meanwhile,
so
how many Heartsteel stacks is Tarzan going to get in that time frame? If he's able to pick up a couple, he'll be on a really nice pace for himself. And, you know, with this Heartsteel already, I do wonder if EDG are actually going to have the damage through their mid jungle to be able to, you know, kill a Tarzan, right? He couldn't even kill Shanks. So, I don't know about that one, Blocksters. We notice that AL is up 300 gold around the 10-minute mark, 300 or 400. Can add that to another early game lead for them. This last time around, they were able to come away with the victory.
So far, pretty chill game. Couple explosive moments out of EDG that they tried to have happen. Not quite able to complete onto any of them though. We are just keeping our standard lane assignments so far. Now, Leaf has already got himself that collector completed, so he's getting, you know, online slowly but surely. Obviously not a massive first item power spike coming through. Leaf is going to need 3 items to fully get online, but this is very much a game that is set up for him to have success in.
Open Kyle, just kind of hanging out, using the vision that you're getting.
Nice!
What a move coming out from EDG! It's a perfect vision play, and it's Leaf picking up a kill.
That's beautiful right there. Really, really nice. Just jumping forwards with the Gravitum, getting that root off, and that makes it very easy to land that death sentence. Usually you'd see the Thresh go first, but instead using Leaf to make that initial play happen. Beautiful. Beautiful little pairing right there, and the fact that Leaf grabs that kill as well, exactly what EDG were looking for.
Yeah, very creative use of Moonlight Vigil there, Bloxer. Now EDG have a small lead. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah.
They are seeing the auto attacks go down on here, and
Moonlight Vigil, Gravitum, stun. It's beautiful. It is exactly what you're looking for right there. Lovely use of the weapons. He immediately switches off with the Gravitum as well, just to get full damage coming through. Just really well played right here, and you were super excited to see the Thresh, but Theos is from 2.
Oh no.
Thresh
Perugia is in big trouble. The Pop Blossom on top of him too. We have red and white guns on Aphelios, and they were able to trade back a kill. And he got a lot of consistent sustained damage. The kick is there, and the kill is going to go down onto Tarzan. It's a double kill for Leaf, and EDG are looking good in this early game.
There we go. Leaf now going to be 3-0-0. Yeah, as much as you get that patch onto Perugia, JJ making it work. He's got 100% kill participation at this point as well. Has just been all over for his bot lane, making things work for them. And look at this now. You are now very, very close right here to getting that second item completed onto Leaf. He's put himself in a really good spot right here.
No doubt about it, Bloxer. Things looking a lot better for this EDG squad here in this third game. Already not getting shut out. That is already a big positive.
Hey, they've had a lot of positives so far, right? Pick up a win, not get shut out. The bar is not high for EDG, but they are currently clearing it, which is nice to see. And I don't know, in a game right here where, as we've been talking about, this was about Leaf and him being able to deal enough damage, they have set him up for success. 3-0-0 with Perugia in his back pocket so that he's got a Lantern, so the mispositioning errors shouldn't cost the team anywhere near as much. For AL, I would be a little bit worried about the state of this game.
It's a small gold lead for EDG, but whenever you have an Aphelios, you feel like you're going to run the late game. Even though there's a Rise on the other side, you are feeling quite good if you have an Aphelios. Even better if your Aphelios is 3-0 But do you feel worse that your Aphelios is leave? He does not have a cleanse. He doesn't really necessarily need it, but he's going to need to have very intelligent flash usage in this game. Something that we have criticized this guy so much for, and he might have to put that one to the test right now, as Kyle leads the charge as a small melee minion. A lot of pings going down, and EDG can indeed count.
They can, and they are going to recognize that that was not a play they wanted to be making. Still, everyone coalescing around the bottom side of the map right now, as we do have a Cloud Drake to potentially play around. Tarzan not going to get caught right there by the death sentence, and instead get some pretty big damage off onto Perukia. Teleport coming in.
All right, ZDZ is going to land first with this big shield. Perukia in the thick of things, getting a nice play off. Pop Blossom doesn't land onto anybody. The Impale goes down, but Leave is the only one who's cut off. He gets flashed on by Breathe. He'll be forced to flash away, but the Realm Warp means that Leave is in big trouble, and Shanks is able to finish him off. EDG is, ZDZ I should say, is burning away, and he failed his flash, and it is AL coming up huge in this fight. It is JJ stuck alone in the pit.
Indeed. Still, I wonder if they might be able to turn this one back around and try to go back in. The resets are coming through, as yeah, Perukia respawning, and everybody just gonna turn tail and run. Nobody ends up picking up the Drake in that fight. Still, bunch of kills going over to AL, and we'll have a look back at this one, because it's just a split mess of a team fight right here. What happens on this end of the fight? Does Bulldog just get one rotation? He just gets zoned out of the fight. He just never gets to stand in and play. And as much as at this point the Cinder isn't all of your damage, it's still not good to not have those stuns coming through. Over on the other side of things, Leave just gets eviscerated right here. I mean, Shanks gets into the tower as well. And although he takes a good couple of shots, pretty tanky champion at this point.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we talked about a little bit earlier was that great point that Fulls made a couple of shows ago, is having a mid laner who can move, and Bulldog was unable to move to that fight. Shanks was able to move to that fight, was able to claim the life of Leave and put AL back in the driver's seat for right now. EDG, they're going to be able to pick up their second dragon of the game here at the 16-minute mark. So not all hope is lost. No time to panic at this stage of the game for EDG.
So far, been looking okay enough. There's a couple of kills going over. Not ideal, and obviously the Rift Herald going to be traded back. AL's bot lane recognizing that they are likely going to be the target of the next play, so they at least step away to keep themselves alive, but they will lose their bot lane tier 1 tower for the play. Now let's see out of AL, can they make something happen on the cross map? It looks like they're just going to go for the tower right here. Leave trying his best to defend it, but he may well just be caught out.
Yeah, he cannot stay there and stay alive. They leave him on his lonesome. He goes down. They will lose mid at tier 1 as well. JJ with a great smite there to make sure Hope can't get in. He'll flash over the wall, but JJ will knock him down.
There we go. At least you do get that trade back of a kill. Still, tons more gold going over into the AL back pockets as they grab a mid lane and a top lane tower off the back of this play. Now they're looking to put their pressure down onto the bottom side of the map as well. Leave. Mispositioning errors. I mean, stop me if you've heard it all before.
That's tough, you know, but once you see that Rift Herald go down, you know that you have to just back up and walk away. Luckily for EDG, JJ was able to equalize the play with that nice smite, and no love lost for his former AD carry that he played with together on EDG from 2019 to 2020.
And for Leave, you know, gets 3-0-0, has now died twice since then, just isn't really paying the team back for all of the early kills that he was fed. JJ having a much better look of it though. I'm being pretty impressed with the way he's been able to play this one out. Still, for AL, things looking solid enough. They're getting their scaling online slowly but surely. 172 heart still stacks for Tarzan so far. He's making that one work out pretty well for himself. Shanks as well, slowly stacking up that Rod of Ages, the Seraphs too, so he's going to be particularly tanky and deal plenty of damage later on as well. And things just looking pretty chill for AO. I don't think they need to panic at all at this point.
Yeah, but the good news for EDG is they don't either, right? Because, you know, Syndra, a lot of her power got shifted into scaling, remember? It's been a while now at this point, since she was in her old iteration, but you essentially have double scaling laners here, and while Bulldog is 0-1. It is down, you know, almost 1,000 gold. It's not anything that's insurmountable. As long as EDG continue to carefully play out this game, I think they can overcome what AL is trying to do. You know, they've taken the first 2 dragons of the game, so don't need to show that much fear in giving away a couple, as we once again have it in a Chemtech Soul for now 3 straight games, Boxer.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. I don't know the maths on that one, but it's got to be very, very rare to see that 3 in a row. Interesting as well, because it's not usually the Drake that people want to move towards the most. It doesn't entice people in as much. But I really like it, specifically because I love the map. I think Chemtech map is my favorite of all of them. The extra cool plants really just give you some different options and angles, and in this game specifically, for someone like ZDZ, constantly looking for flanks getting into the backline, the better blast cones are really exciting for him.
Yeah, it gives him a little bit of a leg up here, as he has been rather muted in this series, I'd say. Even in his team's victory, he was, you know, certainly a willing participant, but did get set pretty far behind. So trying to just come away with a victory against this former team, but it would be very nice to see him step up and show out and, you know, be a carry performer even on a tank. You know, he has been the guy who's been a dim light in a dark split so far for EDG, with that one Vayne game that he had where they ended up getting their first win, and before the series their only win. So it would be nice to see him make plays.
Hopefully he can begin to step up into this one, as right now EDG happy to just kind of put some pressure down onto the mid lane. Got 40 seconds until the next Drake is available. Right now all of the vision AL favored. You'll be walking into quite a lot of darkness right here as EDG, but they do it as a group, and obviously with a Thresh extra levels 5 ability, Shanks could potentially get caught out right here. Might have to just realm warp. Gets hit by the scatter.
Nice play there by Bulldog, and now Shanks is in a bit of a bad spot. We're going to use a ZDZ teleport as well to make sure that not only he goes down, but it could be followed up into a dragon in 15 seconds. But AL are responding and moving up to this Baron. They have not started it. They have just moved over there to try and trick EDG, but with hope showing on a ward here. EDG know that this is not happening, and it could be sole point for that.
Yeah, it should be right here. I mean, there's no actual response. You've got JJ starting this Drake up. Some push happening on in the mid lane as well. And I really like this. I like the idea out of AL to immediately sprint over towards the Baron, at least draw the members over, make them worry that it's happening. It has delayed this Drake. You know, JJ taking it by himself has been pretty slow. Now, though, they do start it up, and see if they can get it. It's a pretty slow Baron take. I mean, you've got enough time as EDG to walk over.
The Bulldog is on the way. AL are forced to pull off. It's just a matter of will EDG actually get caught here. Kyle spotted off on the side, gets scattered, and JJ is on the way. Kicks him, misses his Q, but Kyle's in no man's land and will certainly fall in a moment or two. Equalizer down on the lead, he flashes away, gets rooted up, drops down his ultimate. Shanks is dead. EDG is frontlining. They're able to get out as ZDZ flashes away. Somehow, some way, Kyle lived, but it came at the cost of Shanks.
It did indeed. You're going to lose a couple more kills right here. Soul Point went over to EDG, and Yanni, this is so much better. This is so much better out of EDG, because in this game, unlike in Game 1, it feels like AL played the early game how they wanted to play the early game. It wasn't that they were just inactive and sat back, but it was EDG making plays happen, being proactive across the map. JJ absolutely going to deserve an MVP if they're able to win this one. So we have a look back at this side of the fight that we had missed. Leave just about flashes Perukia. Beautiful right there. If he doesn't hit that death sentence, you lose Leave and you lose that team fight. Instead, everybody's just about to able to get away. ZDZ doesn't even get hit by the Impale. Yeah, you don't get the Baron or anything, but EDG get themselves a small advantage.
And one thing that I've noticed is a little bit difficult for AL is their upfront damage isn't really there. We've had to see Breathe drop this Equalizer before Tarzan uses Impale. We haven't really seen that combo work the way it's intended, but just trying to make sure that AL can catch up. This is why I mentioned in the draft that I would have actually liked the Sivir, even though it would have made them more of a late game comp, is because AL is having a tough time keeping up with EDG and trying to catch up with them if EDG is an arm's length away.
And I mean, as Hope, how do you really get close enough to deal your proper damage? Yeah, you could be throwing out your rockets, but you're not really getting close enough for that Gatling gun to actually be hitting onto anybody. And it is just making these team fights really tricky to play out. You are so reliant on hitting some of these wombos to make the fights happen, and so far EDG have been playing on a knife's edge, sure, but just about far enough away to keep that level of safety.
3-item leave, 90% crit. Oh, they're gonna hopefully wait this out until he gets that Infinity Edge, and then he will be an absolute menace, the late game menace you hope out of your Aphelios. AL still with a very small gold lead, 24 minutes into this game. Next Dragon in 2 minutes. Another soul on the table here for EDG, as the Baron has been started up by AL. They do a lot of damage to it, as they might just be trying to sucker in EDG. Scout of the Week doesn't land onto Hope. Ward goes down. 7,000 HP continuing to drop. AL are just pulling this Baron. They still have an aggro for the moment. Stun onto Hope. He got hooked. He's getting blown up, but he's still alive thanks to the Pop Blossom. Equalizer goes down. It forces Leave and Bulldog away. Big damage coming out. The Moonlight Vigil does a little bit. ZDZ trying to get to the Lantern. He does, but he dies in transit.
Oh, just not quite gonna work out. Another hook lands though.
Oh, Perugia with another nice one, and Hope is nowhere to be found. He had to recall, so they equalize the picks. It's 1 for 1.
And the mid lane tower as well, we can't forget. EDG making these fights work, and AL just over-aggressive right there on the Baron, thinking, hey, maybe we can actually finish this one off. Multiple great hooks right here from Perugia. First Thresh that we've seen in the LPL, and he is making it look great at the moment. Bulldog too, pretty good scatter the weeks to make things happen, and EDG, they're hanging on. The gold is still dead even, but boy, how does Hope not die here?
Because Bulldog has no damage. Now, Proto Belt gets Bulldog into range here, but this Pop Blossom stops so much. ZDZ can't close on that kill.
Yeah, and the fact that ZDZ then just goes down on the back end of this fight as well is really unfortunate for EDG, but still, they're then able to make that next pick work out for them. And this is just, again, better looks. Now, as we jump out of this replay, it'd be interesting to see where we're all set up at, obviously, because we do have that soul point available for EDG if they're able to grab this next Drake.
15 seconds, EDG, a date with Destiny at this Dragon. If they win this fight, they can put themselves in prime position to win their first game here in Split 3. Still waiting to see what items Leave has. I doubt he's been able to finish that Infinity Edge. But if he has, that's a huge spike for EDG. It's Kyle on the backside just looking to clear out a little bit of vision. Haven't necessarily pinged him out, and you know that Nico can do some sneaky things. On the backside, Kyle finds Leave. Equalizer's on top of him as well, and he's caught in a corner. He's shielded up, but he goes down. Impale will pull Perugia, and ZDZ will die as well. It ends up being a 3 for 1 in favor of anyone's legend, and they will swipe away a soul from EDG.
Delay things out for at least 5 more minutes. Exactly what they want to do with this scaling composition right here. EDG, they're just so close to making these team fights work. Leave, as much as we've been criticizing him and his positioning, I'm not sure where he really could have stood to be able to keep himself alive right here. This was just really nice from Kyle. Gets into the back line, flash, Pop Blossom, Equalizer lands right on top of his head as well. And then you get the Realm Warp in to just... Where do you go? Where do you go at this point in the game right here for Leave? If they want to make these team fights work, they cannot have this happen, can EDG? But that was beautifully played from AL. Threw everything in the kitchen sink at Leave, and they get him.
Yeah, and he didn't have good guns for that fight. He didn't have his Infinity Edge either, so this was a fight where a lot was going against Leave. But now with the Summoners down, I mean, AL, they might want to say, hey, you know what, let's just go for this Baron or something like that. Because Leave is still not on that Infinity Edge yet, and AL have decided to start up the Baron.
He's really stalled out at this point. Now, where's the flank potential right here? You do obviously have TP for ZDZ, but he's not even channeling it yet. Do they know? They know it's happening. Hello?
Oh, he got impaled in! JJ's stuck in the back of the pit! He's got his Guardian Angel. Let's see if he can get helped out here. He'll flash over the wall just to be able to survive.
Can he go back in?
Unleash Power doesn't do a whole lot of damage. 3,000 HP and dropping teleport coming in here from ZDZ.
He's gonna
JJ
go!
wants in,
Oh!
but he's not able to get it. And ZDZ now has to lead the charge, but he's the only man there against 5 members of AL. He's gonna get a Lantern. His hope is gonna be able to Valkyrie away. There's gonna be a Realm Warp, but now Bulldog is on the wrong side of the tracks with Tarzan bearing down on him. Does not have the Impale, but the rest of EDG has left their mid laner for dead, as Bulldog will fall. Baron to AL, and they may be in control of this game, Bloxer.
They are indeed. AL making a snap decision right there to go towards the Baron, and EDG, oh, it was close. It was a proper smite fight right there. The GA doing its best to allow JJ another attempt at that steal. Not quite going to work out. And now with the Baron empowered minions, let's see what they can clean up right here. Already going to get a tower. And this is the first significant gold lead of the game that we've seen for either team.
It's not that insurmountable, though, Bloxer. It's a 3,000 gold lead.
Nope.
That's a gold lead that I would call healthy, but not safe. Remember, we've seen AL lose from bigger gold leads in earlier parts of the game, but we have seen many teams being unable to hold on to gold leads like this. Leave has now just picked up his Infinity Edge. We'll go in and take a look at the replay here. JJ really did all he could.
He did. He tries his absolute darndest in this situation to make things work. I mean, you do have the Lantern, but he just doesn't trust he's going to be able to get it. There was a control wall placed down to stop him from being able to click it, so just flashes back over the wall. And then look, he is so close. I mean, this is just a straight up 50-50 smite fight coming on through, and Tarzan's just slightly more accurate with it. Obviously, he immediately gets blown up. I don't know how Bulldog ends up where he does. That's my question at the back end of that one. If Bulldog doesn't die there, it's so much less of an issue of a fight, but unfortunately, as we've seen quite a lot throughout this split, Bulldog just walking himself into bad spots.
Yeah, he's had a couple of okay moments this game. I think of that scatter onto Hope earlier, but we've really needed to see him step up, find a big pick, do a solid amount of damage to a target. Don't necessarily need to blow him up at this point, because you have Leave who can take care of that. There's a good scatter, but there's really no follow-up to be had right now because of this Baron siege.
Exactly, they just need to step so far back to really feel any kind of safety that you're just not getting the full follow-up out of anybody. So right now, Shanks as well pushing on into the mid lane, drawing the members around. All of these turrets outside of the base have now gone down. Next job is to crack the base open. Of course, they can also pull back, though, 50 seconds until the next Drake spawns. And once again, soul point for EDG. AL, they've got a long way to go if they want to get towards that. But for right now, they can take nice quick resets with those Baron-empowered recalls and get themselves set up for this objective.
QSS picked up for Leave, so able to kind of deal with those Tangle Barbs. You can always do the old QSS flash on a knockup as well to be able to get out of a tricky scenario. Teleport's going to be coming in for Bulldog, so EDG want to stake their claim to this dragon right here. 24 seconds until it's up. And they are sending everybody to try and take control and make sure that they are able to secure this. ZDZ is here. He's going to need to use his teleport at some point just to get that extra shield, as AL have control of the river for right now. But EDG, I want to let them have this for free. Shanks on the side just trying to force off JJ as well. Kyle and Shanks a little bit split here, but you know that Tarzan can always get over the wall. EDG grouped up nicely.
Hope is coming through. Hope has now taken a big
Shanks
chunk.
got stunned, but Bulldog able to get out of there. Leave still upright as EDZ was the one who got pulled in. Hook goes down. Good flash away from Leave, but he's away from the rest of the team. It has to get
the scatter.
back. Low health bars. Leave's alive. Leave will fall, but gets a kill out of it all the same. But it's a 3v4. These health bars are low, but there's no damage. It's Bulldog, ZDZ, and was Perukia, but he goes down. Scatter will keep ZDZ alive. AL are limping, but they are limping toward the base of EDG, not away from it.
They are indeed, and with only Bulldog and ZDZ still up and available, they can at least crack this base open, pull back as well, and go pick themselves up the Drake that the whole fight was about in the first place. And Yanni, once again, we are seeing Leave get himself caught out on the side of a team fight. I mean, he's split from the rest of the squad. Bulldog nearly saves his butt by getting a great scatter over the wall, but it isn't quite enough. And if Leave survives here, this is just, you're in a great spot. Instead, just goes wrong for them because Tarzan flashes forwards, impales only onto CDC. Lantern
that
is way
lantern
too early.
is too early.
Way
because
too
if he
early.
takes it, he's going to get impaled. Now
Yeah,
he's
and
got to
then
flash
Pop
away
Blossom.
from Kyle.
And now he's just getting walked at by Breathe. Watch Bulldog right here. Really good double scatter that nearly keeps his ADC alive, but it's just not quite enough. And AL, they have more members, more health bars, and they can just run through and get the rest of this fight.
I'm willing to give Leave a mulligan on that one. I think maybe he could have taken the flash angle over the wall, and it might get him out of the Pop Blossom, but in that particular instance, making a snap decision like that, I think you have to flash away. Just, you know, again, it was just that lantern, yes, needed to be held a little bit longer, or he needs to angle himself a little bit better to make sure that Leave is never in danger if he takes it, because he would have gotten snapped up by Tarzan.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just a good team fight right there out of AL once again. 5.5 thousand gold up right now. Baron spawning in just about 10 seconds time too, so that's going to be the next big objective. Still, EDG, they're in this one. They're fighting. You've got yourself a ton of items on Leave. He does do so much damage if he's allowed to sit and do his thing, but there have been lots of members doing their job, making sure that isn't happening. Breathe and Shanks specifically have just been so fearless. Not on particularly tanky champions overall, hasn't mattered. They are just stepping up, walking at their opponents and making their presence known.
Now, Leave has finished his Merc Scimitar, but he still has his brown bag boots, which means you're just going to have a little bit less movement speed.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of a difference that's actually going to make at this point in time, and what boots you're going at this point too, right? I mean, you could always pick up the Mercury Treads for the additional magic resistance and really hope that that's enough. You could just decide that you're afraid of Hope and go for your Steel Caps. You could go for more attack speed. Heck, I actually wouldn't even mind. I wouldn't mind Swifty's boots here. You know what? And that's what he just picked up.
Yep.
That's what he just got. Good job.
I think
good
that's
itemization.
right. Just run away faster. Get out of dodge as much as possible for him. I think it's the correct decision. I think AL just going to start this Baron up right here. They take it really quickly at this point in the game. I don't know if you're even going to get a chance to sniff at this one as JJ.
Well, here comes EDG's teleport, so he's going to have that big shield. As EDG are going to look to walk their way into this top side that they don't have a whole lot of vision on right now, but they have a very, very strong AD carry in the form of Leave. Cresting to the 36-minute mark of this game, EDG are fighting for all of their worth, which coming into the day, Bloxer, was really not a whole lot.
Nope. No, absolutely not. And yet, they are really making AL work for this one in game number 3 right here. They do need to kind of hurry things up though. Big wave happening in the top lane right now.
Big flank too.
Big flank too, yeah. This is a bit scary.
Somebody's going to have to spot that out. Bulldog has already been seen. ZDZ going to clear out a couple of wards as Kyle is just hovering around a little bit here. If this turret goes down, the turret goes down. It is what it is. But Kyle is lying in wait. They have no idea where he is. Now we're going to look for the chase down to Shanks. Takes a little bit of damage, not a whole lot, but Bulldog is missing a lot of mana. Prokia's hook lands on a Tarzan. Kyle still waiting for the opportune moment. As the Baron has been started by EDG.
Quick.
Here comes a Realm Warp. It's a fake out there.
It's just gone.
It's Kyle. Kyle's going to have to walk up the old-fashioned way. Baron is secured. Can AL chase down EDG is the question without a Realm Warp. Tarzan, is he going to commit to go over the wall? He's not.
Oh my god.
Just going to throw a rock, and EDG with a great heist secure the Baron.
I mean, just not recognizing the fact that there's an Aphelios in this game. Aphelios is one of the fastest Baron-taking champions that we have in the entire game. And they just melt through that one instantaneously. Tarzan never even gets a sniff at that one whatsoever. And it looked like it could have been AL's Baron instead. Now, as AL, you need to be really careful not to just get overrun, because 45 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Again, soul point for EDG if they're able to pick it up. And you're now going to have way more lane pressure to have to deal with.
Lots of summoners up, but a key one is down. ZDZ does not have his teleport, so he will not get this abnormally large shield that our top laners get. So losing out on that is going to be a big deal. Bloxer, Breathe, and Shanks do a whole lot of damage right now, but he does have a solid amount of magic resistance along with that shield coming through on the Kanik Rupert. The siege is on for EDG in the mid lane. They are going to take mid tier 2 as multiple members of AL showed up on the bottom side and are now recalling.
Yeah, now they're just going to be able to walk straight through onto this mid lane tier 3 tower. Interesting to see. Oh my god, he's
the kick! The kick! They found him! They found Breathe! underneath. That's a quick pick there for EDG. They will not push. No, they are. They're hovering around. It seems like they're splitting what they want to do, Bloxer. They are going to move to the Dragon instead of looking for more here. It's going to be a fake, Nico. Tarzan with the impale, pulls Bulldog over the wall. JJ follows, Pop Blossom on the multiple members. Leave is still alive, but he's gonna flash away from Shanks as they take down Tarzan. It's Hope, Kyle, and Shanks against the combined might of EDG, and they want more. The root is cleansed.
They've done it.
Finds Kyle. EDG with 5 members strong against the 2 of AL. Bring up the W, Shivam. Bring it up. EDG might find their first, but the wave has been cleared. Teleport on the top side as Hope clears this wave too. But the rest of EDG is in hot pursuit, and they will take down Hope. A wave is coming in, but look at these respawn timers. It's Rumble in 5 seconds with an equalizer up. This Baron has 40 seconds left on it. Now we need a recall out from Shanks as EDG continue the siege.
Yeah, they're just going to push forwards right here, see if they can pick themselves up, at least this inhibitor. I don't know if they should stay and try to end it right here.
I think you have to go, Bloxer. You have 0 wins. You must go. Equalizer down, but so is the first Nexus turret. The second Nexus turret is under siege. Here comes Kyle as Bulldog goes down. Haruki is
no!
But Lou is the one who falls, and EDG are battered back and knocked down by anyone's legend who defend their house. JJ will fall, and only CDC will be left to tell the tale of failure.
And I mean, these are long death timers right here, Yanni. It's a full minute until JJ's going to be back up and available. You're at least losing this dragon, but I wonder if as AL, you don't even care about this dragon. You just try to push forwards for the end right here. No. They are going to decide they're going to go take this dragon and extend this game out for a little bit longer. EDG, they smelled blood in the water, but they stay a little bit too long. They run out of steam right at the very last moment. I knew it was coming. I agree with you too that they just wanted to go. They wanted to pick up this victory. They wanted that first W of the entire split, but it's just too hasty. It really is. Shanks doing really well to pump the damage right here. Big shields as well coming through from that Seraphs, and he's a sniper with it. It's really unfortunate for EDG, but they do live to fight another day.
It's just another scenario where they don't appear to be on the same page. I think that if they're all grouped up, this is okay, because when you split up in the base, you allow AL to have more room to move around, right? You sequestered off Shanks against Bulldog and Perukia, but guess what? He can 2v1 those guys. Yeah. And then once JJ moves over, that gives the signal for Leave that, hey, I need to move over, and now Leave is all of a sudden frontline. And that is a critical error. Now, the good news for EDG, despite the fact that AL has taken 3 straight dragons, they do not have Aesol.
No.
Leave now has this Guardian Angel, and there are 2 inhibitors down. EDG need to win just 1 fight, and they don't even need to win it fully. They can get a pick or 2, and that should be enough to get it done. Shanks is going to run warp in Kyle. Here comes the Pop Blossom. It only lands onto 1. Hook goes down, but the Impale lands onto 2. Leave completely untouched for the moment, but he's going to wait for Kyle to get out of stasis. Bulldog with a scatter of the week. It's up to Leave and Bulldog, the guys who have not been able to get it done for EDG so far this split. At this time, they will get the inhibitor, but will they be able to win? CDZ, Bulldog, and Leave will walk it out.
Do not keep playing in this situation. I mean, if Bulldog didn't hit that massive scatter of the week just there, they could well have fully lost that one out. The equalizer out of Breathe just eviscerated the members of EDG, but they don't get onto the key members, as you said. Oh, this game, knife's edge. I mean, in the previous game, 40-minute game, it takes 2 Elder Dragons for EDG to be able to win it. In this game, 42.5 minutes in, and we haven't even got to Elder right now. We've still got another 3 full minutes until we have the deciding Drake. This one has really stalled out. It has allowed AL's composition to fully come online, but it has also allowed the scaling elements of EDG to get there too. And at this point, the tanks just aren't tanky enough to deal with the damage available from these carries.
Baron has been started up by AL, but a couple of members are not quite there yet. This Baron, however, does go down. Bulldog gonna go after Tarzan, but doesn't do a lick of damage to him. It is a Baron secured for anyone's legend. But can the EDG cut off the rest of AL? They have the empowered recalls. Bulldog looking to maybe just blind scatter somebody, but they're all able to escape. So AL with the Baron for this defense is gonna be a nice feather in their cap.
Yeah, it really helps when you've got all of these super minions pouring in. Your mid lane inhibitor's already respawned. Same thing for the top lane. It's really just going to be supers coming in through the bot lane for a while here. EDG, if they can just tickle this, they're going to be able to pick this inhibitor back up again and leave Step up far enough to be able to do so.
He doesn't have a green gun, so he does have to be very careful. He's got red-blue. Not the red-white that you're really looking for. Breathe on a side angle here. His equalizers have done a whole lot of work. Didn't have that much of an impact on the last fight, as Leave was untouched. This middle inhibitor getting whittled down, and EDG will be able to take it again. Tarzan gonna pull in. There's that equalizer. Leave is getting burnt, but he's still alive for the moment.
Oh, the hook!
On to Shanks! The Impale is there. Shanks goes golden. Pop Blossom lands on a multiple, but it's Leave's time to shine. He's full HP, but AL once again get 2 kills in exchange for 1. Leave is front line.
Leave, what are you doing?
He's got this GA. He wants more, but he's not able to get it. He's got blue and white. He will be lanterned out. It is an inhibitor and a 2-for-1 in favor of AL, but they are not in a winning position just yet.
No, they are not. Even with getting more kills in that situation than EDG, EDG is still doing the right thing, which is keeping them pinned inside of their base, making sure they can't step out, get any vision set up. Upcoming Drake, 40 seconds time. It's been 3 straight Drakes for AL. EDG just haven't been able to step past. That inhibitor went down though, so you still are going to have empowered minions pouring in through the mid lane and the bot lane. Top lane inhibitor does respawn though, and that would be the critical one for setting up around this Drake. Still, the pressure is there. EDG are so close. This is the closest that they have been to winning a series, to actually having a W in that column, and they can taste it. It is so close.
Leave has no flash, but he does have the ghost. Perukia, no flash hook available. JJ, no flash kick. Teleport coming in from ZDZ. He's going to have that big shield. This dragon, this soul, may actually make the biggest difference in this game. If EDG had it earlier, maybe these fights go their way. But now they're going to have to fight for it. And if AL get it, all of a sudden the fights might be going even more favorable to them. Both AD carries with their Guardian Angels available. Bloxer, this is what you want when you watch the LPL. A 46-minute banger coming down to the 7th Dragon for Soul. 23-17, one of the best teams in the league versus one of the worst. And EDG continuing to scratch and grit and claw their way, trying desperately to get their first win of the split. Tarzan in the back of the pit, backed up by Hope as Breathe is pushing that bottom wave in.
Being able to establish some wave control right here, so EDG, they're just going to have to go. They do not do damage to Tarzan, though. I mean, Tarzan is so tanky at this point. Breathe as well, looking to jump on in. He's got the equalizer available.
Sorry, we have to flame the ads sometimes. This Breathe takes up last plant. He's on a flank, but has been marked by Perukia. 4,000 HP, still getting lower. JJ wants to find a way in. Kyle does too. 2,000. JJ goes in, kicks him out, and secures the soul. But Kyle flashes in and hits everybody, and they burn from the might of Breathe as AL will knock down EDG and will win the series 2-1.
Oh, so close. EDG one Nexus Tower away from being able to pick up a massive upset right here versus AL. But AL, they grit this one out. They find a way to win it. Just Bulldog standing between them and this victory, and he will not stand for long. Bulldog goes golden, will go down, and it is going to be a 2-1 for AL. EDG, they fall at the final hurdle.
The soul for a Nexus trade. EDG had this game in their hands, Bloxer.
They did.
They were so close multiple times, but AL keep planting their feet, planting their banner in their base, saying no, you cannot win, you will not win, you will remain winless. And AL fortunate to escape with a victory here today.
They're going to have a lot to go back and look over. EDG, they should take some heart from this one, but they will also take Their 9th straight L, 8th straight L of the split. I mean, it's been bad. It's been bad from them, but that was better. There were better moments right there out of EDG. They were fighting that one. I can't help but keep coming back to that base bit where they were pushing and they just went too far. They needed to have backed off in that situation. I get why they wanted to send it, but you've just got to walk away. They could have walked away. They could have got the soul. Like you said, the soul could have been the game changer in these close fights, but they don't quite make it happen. And like you said, winless, unfortunately.
It's so rough, too. Leave tried real hard. Had a couple of moments where, yeah, things weren't great. I think back at that last base siege where he has to burn his flash, and it just felt like in any of these fights, he did not have the guns that you'd want your Aphelios to have.
No.
You know, how many times have we seen an Aphelios roll up to a key fight with red-white guns, and we did not see Leave have that very often.
Well, he didn't have his green either in a lot of situations.
No,
right? He didn't even
like
just get
when
the
he needed
extra
his
range.
green, he didn't have it. When he needed his red-white, he didn't have it. When they needed a win, they get saddled with another loss.
Yep. L. They are just racking them up right here. And yet still. You get an L. You get an it just... The fact that I still come away with this with far more heart for EDG. They played better. The other thing is, though, boy, as AL, you should not be getting pushed to the brink by EDG right here. If they want to be sitting at the big kids table, if they want to be playing alongside TES and BLG as one of the better teams in this league, if they want to be competing for that first seed and a world slot, they cannot be getting taken that close to loss by EDG.
No, not in the slightest. And, you know, this EDG team does look a little bit different than they did before, right? This extra time, this extra practice time they had with JJ returning to the team that he's done so much with has given them a boost. They do look different. They do look better in a lot of aspects. It's still going to be a work in progress, but instead of bagging on AL a little bit here, because they really should have handled this one cleanly, I want to give a lot more credit to EDG here. And we said earlier in the broadcast, they need to give us something that they can build on, right? That we can see, you know what? EDG is making some growth happen here.
Yeah.
I saw that today.
Yes, agreed. And I can barely even blame them for not being able to close out a 40-minute game that was that back and forth. At what point have they been in 40-minute games? EDG have had some of the quickest times to lose, and they haven't been in winning positions, basically at all. They get that one victory versus BLG, and that was it, and they hadn't shown us anything since that moment. This was better. This was so much better in a lot of different ways. Specifically, this was the JJ effect we'd been hoping for. This was him playing out of his mind. If they'd have won this game, he would have been MVP easily. The flash kick insects were awesome. The early ganks were awesome. He was all over the game on this Lee Sin, and he just has looked like he's brought this spark to EDG that they didn't have previously.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look at that last fight. He goes in, he kicks away the Skarner. Guys, I got the soul. Guys? And it's just, you know the meme where the dog walks in, or I'm sorry, where Donald Glover walks in and everything's on fire?
Yep.
That's exactly what happened. He went to go back with his team, and his team's just on fire.
Yep.
Oh, and not in a good way. Not in a good way, Bloxer.
No. They were definitely on fire. I mean, the equalizers coming through multiple times right there. Just doing ridiculous amounts of damage. I'm excited to see the damage graph for Breathe, because those equalizers were really nice across multiple members, and he was doing so much damage. Whereas if you look on the other side of things, was Bulldog dealing damage? He did nothing in that game.
I don't know. This guy needs to go...
The scatters were good. He was landing the stuns, but then he had no follow-up damage whatsoever.
This guy needs to find the Strompest build that he's been wrecking people with on this Syndra. You know, Mandate, Storm Surge, Shadow Flame, Crypt Bloom. Usually that gets the job done. And Bulldog did a lot of damage this game. He really did. And you have to remember, when he lands those W's in the late game, it's true damage. So we're going to have a little bit of extra damage there.
Genuinely surprised by that number.
Breathe's damage looked low, but in the key fights, it was very high.
Yeah. Every bit of that damage is in the key fights exactly when it needed to be. I mean, look at this gold graph as well. If EDG won that. They were going to win that game down 5,000 gold. Now, obviously, at some point, gold stops mattering. You're full items anyway. It doesn't actually change anything, but really was just a ridiculous
100% KP for JJ. Are you sure we can't? Are we
JJ
sure we can't
better.
give him the MVP?
I think he still deserves MVP. Like, I agree with that. Like, he's trying so hard. And for JJ, we'll see what the future holds, obviously, but he deserves better than this right now. But he looks like he's energizing them. He looks like he's making something happen.
Yeah, and you know, I do think that JJ joining the team can be great for the development of Perukia, right? And, you know, maybe this means that you're looking forward to 2027 and what this guy can bring to the table. Because he did play a pretty solid Thresh game, all things considered. But, you know, it is so hard to take a team that is 0-7 when you come in and try to turn them around in just 2 games. If this was any other team other than the top 3, this is definitely a series that EDG could have won and may have actually won, Boxer. So I'm excited to see if they continue to play like this in some of their other matchups. I want to see how many more games they can steal. I want to see if they can steal a series or 2 because I actually want to. I'm going to look a little bit ahead. They have LGD.
LGD, yeah.
So that's I'm circling that on my calendar if I'm EDG after the way we played today. Is that, you know what? Maybe this is where we get our win. Maybe this is it.
It's entirely possible, right? LGD have shown us, again, some pretty good moments and some just real bad looks. I mean, I am on that series, EDG LGD, on Friday. That's Friday, 8 AM for British people. I have no clue what time that is for everybody else, but this is going to be a really important matchup for these two teams. If EDG aren't able to win that one, it's going to feel really rough for them. But I could see them stealing more games. If they're able to replicate the way they played here, I guess the big question is, how much is this EDG looking better? I say, at least somewhat. JJ, again, looking really good. And how much of this is that we were correct to have some suspicions about AL?
I think the AL suspicions are pretty big here. It's a nice flash there by Leaf, but just can't finish off more than Shanks, right? I mean, Hope was doing such a good job of staying at arm's length, and you just look at this beautiful play again, this equalizer, just, that was not equal. There was nothing equal about that equalizer.
No. I mean, who are you MVP in this game?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, because it felt like every time Kyle had a great Pop Blossom,
the equalizer.
It was Breathe that had a great equalizer on top. This is my
exact thinking too. I'm like, is it Kyle or is it Breathe? Because those two are playing in lockstep. If we can't give JJ MVP, can we give Breathe and Kyle a joint MVP for that one? Because that was really nice between the two of them.
I guess it has to be Kyle because the fight doesn't start without the Pop Blossom. Let's see who it is. Yeah. It is indeed Kyle.
Yeah.
His first MVP of the split. And just because Tarzan's been taking all of them.
Yeah, he's been hoovering them up. Holy. Got another one earlier on. I would be interested to see as well who we end up with as our overall series MVP, because nobody specifically stands out to me as having been better than everybody else right here. Everybody, it feels like, for AL stepped up in certain situations and also made some pretty bad mistakes.
All right, now who's going to be the player of the match, Bloxer?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know, because that one is a much infinitely harder decision, right? Yeah. So they initially gave Tarzan the Game 1 MVP when I think Shanks could have gotten it. So now we take a look at Game 3 Tarzan and Game 2 Kyle. And who played better between the two? I think that's who your man of the match is going to be.
Yeah, I think overall I've been slightly happier with the way that Kyle has been playing. I think he's had himself a slightly better look overall. And indeed, he does pick that one up, even in the loss with the Shen, right? He still had some pretty fun moments. I think this is very ethical. I think Kyle deserved this one. I just still struggle to have that full level of excitement about this squad because of the fact that they got taken so far by EDG.
Maybe this is an indictment on AL, or maybe this is just a new EDG, a better EDG. Jury's still going to be out on that, but it certainly raises more questions than answers, Bloxer. And, you know, only those questions can only be answered when we see the teams play their next games. AL has JDG on Friday and then Thunder Talk on Saturday. Meanwhile, EDG has LGD that same Friday and then has Top Esports to end the week. So we're really looking at that Friday match and really ignoring that Sunday match if you're EDG.
Yeah, very much so. One match at a time for them, very much so. The LGD match is going to be their moment. And I mean, big questions as well on this LGD roster. It's interesting, you know, when we're talking about LGD versus anyone else, it's God, LGD don't look so good. And when it's LGD versus EDG, it's maybe there's a chance, you know, maybe they're going to be able to just easily walk away with this one. 0-9 right here for EDG off of the back of today. Let's see if they can stop it from being 0-10.
Well, that's another story for another day, Bloxer. And a news story that we have coming up is a couple of roster changes, one that you will see and one that you won't see for our next matchup between BLG and JDG, covered by K-Man and Mazel. We're going to do the caster swap, and their beautiful smiling faces will be here to take you through that after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and we've got Shivim still behind us on Prod. Huge shout out to Bloxer and Yanni for that first series. But now we get the fun. We get the carousel. We get all the crazy memes that are going to come from this one. It is BLG versus JDG. It is Flandra's debut on yet another LPL organization.
Oh, Mazel, I am so excited for Flandra to be back. I was really sad to see him not be on anyone's legend, and obviously lots going on with that team as we saw earlier, but to get to return to BLG, to get to pair back up with Viper and really kind of come in here and hopefully reinvigorate a bit of what Billy Gaming are, about in terms of being a top tier team, it's just super exciting. He should be a great playstyle fit for what they are and what they need as a tank player on the top side, and we even got a little fun factoid there that Shun has now played with every single member of the 2021 EDG World Championship roster.
Yeah, he's just sitting there, he's a little, maybe a little sad. But everything's right in the world. I tweeted it, but EDG is losing with JDG and leave again. We've got the guys backed up to the other Viper and Mr. Flandra. We've got Mako in the group Nirvana games, which is fun, and Scout's doing whatever he's doing in LCK. This team BLG though, it's gonna be interesting with Flandra. I think he's gonna add a new dimension to this team, or maybe the dimension they've been lacking a little bit. Still though, I gotta give props to Wenbo before we cast him off to the nether. Now that he's been replaced, I think Wenbo actually stood pretty tall for this team, and I'm very curious what it looks like now with Flandra.
Yeah, I mean, Wenbo certainly did an admirable job considering the circumstance that I think he was put in. Certainly not an enviable position for a rookie to have to be in, to immediately come into arguably one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the world and immediately have to be, a strong piece for them. But Flandra coming back, linking back up with Viper, super excited to see this. Yeah, that's a long time since these two have played together, and they are very different players now than they were back then. Flandra has become somehow the, I guess, weak side top laner, which is the exact opposite of what he was on EDG, as kind of the counter pick guy. Viper now is somebody that wants to play a little more, towards weak side as well. Like, both of them, I think, have changed their styles a lot and might even be better off as teammates now than they were before.
True. Little side note, by the way, that was Gala's, whatever he got the pentakill this week or last week, his 11th. But also, it was Kair's first last week. So, the duality of the pentakill prince and somebody who's never gotten a pentakill. Anyways, that was just a little fun fact. We also had some fun on our podcast. You can check it out on YouTube, by the way. We were talking a little bit about what this change could mean, and we're going to go ahead and listen in on that now.
Someone said that this was now going to be like a sword and shield team, which I think is interesting. Like bring in Bin to play carries, bring in Flandra to play tanks, but I think in a fearless game, there are so many different things you're going to be thinking about when games change and champions are taken away, that you're actually just incentivized just to have the pool in one player and not kind of split time like that. So
we need the dual spec.
But you don't need to be. You don't have to be a super elite player to win championships. I keep saying this. People want like the
just
hyper elite tier players in every single role, but like we've seen in every world championship, the best player in their role has not always won the tournament. So and you already have Should Knight playing their kind of style. You have a Viper who likely isn't going to get more resources because that's just not what the meta is right now. So just put, just play our Renekton's, play our Rumbles.
In the bag.
You can play a Rek'Sai if you really want to, even though she's been nerfed this year, because Riot doesn't want to see her in solo lanes. I'm okay with that. You can win a tournament doing all of that.
The rankings are in, K-Man. Did you have feelings? You have thoughts?
My first thought, we are disrespecting Flandra's Jace. I understand it's not
That's
really
what
worked
I
out.
Said. I said that.
We are actively disrespecting that
They
man.
told me I'm not allowed to look in the past, which I'm just we did talk about the past for some other of the other champions, but it's fine. Context clues doesn't matter. I agree though. I actually, I was fighting for us. Hey man, I was fighting for us. But it's such an interesting thing. I know like the community is gonna have their thoughts on it as well with what this means for the roster as a whole. But I truly think that this has the opportunity to be extremely good for both players, but specifically Bin. I think he has the most to gain out of this if he checks his ego, gets this development that's being hand delivered to him with a great top laner that can play the style that he's a little bit more weak at, and to use that to become a better all-around player. So it's all about what he does to approach it and what Flandre does now with BLG. But let's not cast the shadow too heavily on their opponents, because JDG are on a spree, K-Man. They have finally locked in. I don't know what was happening with the other parts of the split, but it doesn't matter, because they're 3 wins in a row now. The team has been functioning. There's maybe a little bit of fire being lit under them with some recent signings, but specifically this team has finally found a little bit of what we were hoping for.
They have absolutely recouped a lot of that momentum that they were desperate for at the start of the split. I think Split 2 just ended so poorly for them down in lower bracket, not even finishing in the top 4. There was just a lot of confidence that ended up draining from them. I think the start of the split was all of their most difficult series. They ran through the gauntlet of BLG, AL, top esports right as the split kicked off and just didn't start very well. Losing to WE was just icing on top of the cake, but the bounce back has been really important, most of all because they were able to build that confidence, able to get that momentum back. I think specifically that dominant win over WE is really important for this team. You know, we talk all the time about wanting them to be top 2 or top 3 in the LPL. Right now, their goal is to get as comfortable as they can be so that they can go into the playoffs with, you know, all of that talent that they have and be able to use it to their best ability. And I think definitely they've rebuilt that confidence enough to at least hopefully be competitive here today against a team that, you know, does have a new member. I mean, we talk about Flandre coming in being an upgrade. A roster change is a roster change. Like, sometimes it's going to be tough day number 1. JDG might be able to take advantage of that.
I'm just so happy to start seeing those connections between Hongq and Junja, but also the rest of the team finally come back, because that's what made this team so exciting in the first split, but also even building up a little bit in the second split. And hopefully we'll see the culmination of their efforts throughout this year for JDG. But there's also a little bit of specific player that we want to put a spotlight on here for JDG, and it is Hongq, who came into the split, came into the year at least in the LPL, his debut, and was taking names, taking numbers. He's one of the only, and there maybe are a couple at least this year, but he's one of the only players that have solo killed Knight in the LPL this year, which is pretty awesome to say. But you also have something to say about his stats.
Yeah, I mean, Hongq has been the one member of this team that I think has been good even through the bad days of JDG. It felt like nothing was going right for them at the start of the split, but Hongq's laning stats have been great. He's first amongst all mid laners in damage percentage. He is the core of JDG. They are playing around him basically every single game. It's not quite to the level of the Maokai Yone from the end of the previous split, but they're definitely still putting a ton of attention in the mid lane. And let's be honest, Knight didn't exactly have the most dominant, last week that he's ever had. It was probably the weakest week he's had in general all year long up until that point in terms of consistency across the 2 series they played. I'm not saying that Hongq was favored in this matchup. Nobody's really going to be favored against Knight, but if there was ever a time for somebody to at least go even, Hongq's in good form, and I think he's the kind of player that has the talent to do so here.
Yeah, and we've seen it. We've seen him be able to push Knight just a bit, especially for a budding new player. That's impressive to say nonetheless. But let's go ahead and zoom out and take a look at these teams a little bit more so of what they're approaching this with. We talked about some of the win streaks. We talked about some of the momentum, maybe some of the lack of momentum for BLG there. But I just want to get this out of the way. BLG is still incredibly terrifying. And especially with Flandre, who is a piece to the puzzle that I feel like fits so well, which we'll see if it actually works out in execution. But it's JDG who I'm putting a lot of the weight on to come out the better of this series.
They got to show us that they deserve to be considered a team that is near the top of the LPL. They have not really shown us that throughout this split. They really didn't show us that in the playoffs either. They weren't a team that really felt like they were a true contender. At some point, this team has to start living up to their own expectations. You know, people talk about, oh, AL's really fallen off since Tabe has left. Well, Tabe's come over here to JDG, and it's not worked out for this team nearly as much as they would have wanted after the beginning part of this year. There is this expectation that they are eventually going to get back to the top, and to do that, you at least need to be competitive. I'm not sitting here saying they have to completely outplay BLG, but this is a big opportunity for them to prove that they belong on the same stage as this team, and should be a really big, hopefully coming out moment, I would say, for JDG to potentially showcase they are one of those top tier teams.
True. I have always been the biggest fan. I'm going to harp on it now. I think Suzhou has one of the best stadiums that we've seen in the LPL. I always love everything they do for it. And it's LNG's home arena. And you see the cool effects they put with her Knight there as well, but also for the previous series too. So nice to see these guys walking out. Do want to give a little bit of a stop to that conversation, since get all my narrative out of the way now before we get to the fun gameplay. But what do you feel about Viper and Flandre back together, man? I feel like it's like all the EDG members have different lives or different stories, but we get this one connection here.
I mean, it's been on the mind of, I think, a lot of people lately because of the, JJ versus Viper matchup, JJ going back to EDG. I think that 2021 team has very much been, on everyone's brain as of late. And for these two players in particular to come back together, I think is really fun because, again, I think they're the most different from what they were when they won Worlds. Viper was this super aggressive, resource-heavy AD carry that wanted to play strong side, and Flandre was the counter-pick god that just wanted to try to get as good of a lane matchup as he could get. Now, Flandre is the tank player. This is the guy you put on weak side, you give him Ornn, you give him Sion, and he's going to be able to pop off, and Viper has been at his best all year long when on his roaming, when Viper gets to play side lanes and gets to, really be efficient in his own way. It's so fun to see these two players come back together because I think it's going to be a very different look now.
I think so too. It's going to be curious what we get here for this first game. But we're getting a little bit closer to draft. Narratives aside, let's talk brass tacks. Got the pentakill prince over there. Is Gala coming out with his 12th pentakill tonight? But more so, where are the big focuses for draft? Because I think bot lane can take resources, but we really want to see mid lane because I think it's led out to how these teams have found early successes, especially. And when Knight hasn't been super prevalent, it's been really difficult. So do you think there's a lot of resources early in the draft that's going to be delved to mid, or is it going to be a little bit later?
I certainly hope so. Hongq has had some very specific picks that he's been able to pop off on. He's been good in this mage meta, but things like Akali and Locke are still a big deal for JDG to be able to get some priority on his side. The Syndra in particular has been massive for JDG in terms of finding success with their teamfight engages. If they do want to play a 5v5 comp, expect them to draft around that Syndra. Basically anything that pairs up with it is going to be a value for them there.
I'm curious what that prio, because there's other things like Viper having played a ridiculous amount of different champions this split, which is hilarious. But I also wouldn't mind seeing some of the flavor of JDG that really made them a force all throughout this year in some regards, and some of the niche and kind of comfort picks that we've seen from them, especially Hongq too. Not as many of those niche comfort picks this year, or at least this split so far for him, but see if that changes at all. But we're getting carries for Flandre, right? Not facilitators, not playing for the team. We're getting hard carries.
Hey, look, Wenbo came in and played some carries. If you're giving carries to Wenbo, you can give them to Flandre. Like that. Hey, like that's how I feel. I think you might want to get him a good matchup on the top side. Xiaoshu, his opposition in this series, has really not been in great form throughout a lot of this split. He's certainly not been playing up to the standard that he set for himself at the end of last year, beginning of this year. If there was a matchup to kind of prove, hey, Flandre can come in and do some of the stuff that Bin was doing as well. It's not just a sword and shield dynamic. He can kind of be a little bit of both. This might be the series to give that a little test run.
Let's see if we do get that, as draft is starting now. We do see a couple particular bans, at least, as the Akali does end up getting banned away by BLG. It is JDG that's going to have first pick on the blue side, so we're kind of right as rain, or rather, sorry, counter pick on the blue side. So it's the opposite of normal. The Cassio, the Orianna, all banned towards Knight. Little difficult to whittle down his champ pool, but I think that's a pretty good crack at it.
You were spot on, Mazel. We got a lot of mid lane focus already in the draft here when it comes to these bans. Locke also taken off the board, the two champions I called out, and then, of course, Orianna and Cassio in terms of consistency. Certainly going to be pinched pools, but notably things like Victor, Rise still left up on the board. These are all very... Syndra still left up on the board, a very strong, especially flex pick for BLG, a team that has been very willing to send something like Syndra into the bot side, or really any mage into the bot side for Viper. I'm curious to see what that final ban for JDG is going to be. I expect a lot of jungle priority, considering basically all of them are up, but now Rise is off the board as well. You know, mid lane pool already pinched pretty heavily in game number 1. Yeah,
it's kind of ridiculous. 5 out of 6 so far, which is not too bad for mid lane. Not something I feel like we always see. We do see the high profile ones banned away, but not usually 5 out of 6. It is the Ezreal locked in for Viper, though. Very safe pick, very strong pick, very big late game carry, and that's exactly up Viper's alley and what he's been playing towards recently.
Yeah, Ezreal, his second most played champion of the split, only behind, of course, what we all expected, the Xerath, in terms of most played champions.
Great champion.
Yes. You know, it's definitely a very consistent pick. It lets him play weak side, and this does tell me that they want to try and get something strong for Knight in the mid lane from a matchup perspective. Probably going to be saving him for a little bit later. It's going to be the Rumble pick on the top side, generally very, you know, calm and collected, can really match up in anything, and this has really been Xiaoshu's champion over the course of the last, you know, year, even going back to last year at the end on JDG when he first got picked up. This has definitely been the pick that they wanted to go towards, so I think that consistency makes a lot of sense here.
To get the Jhin locked in on top of that, so going with a little bit more standoff-ishness, I guess, if that's a word. Probably not, but we'll see what the combo is going to be. I expect the bot lane to be picked up here, at least for BLG, just to get that out of the way and get some powerful picks in that 2v2, something that can roam away at least as well. Be very powerful on, something he's been really highlighting, but we'll see what they want to delve out for the rest of this first phase. They will have the back-to-back setup here. Oh, Karma. And there's the Syndra.
Karma and Syndra. I like this a lot. For BLG, you get a really powerful 2v2 lane. Karma is a takeaway. Jhin Karma is a very strong poke lane, so to get yourself that poke lane with the Ezreal gives you strong side. Jin's going to be more weak side. JDG is going to have roam priority with Vampire, most likely because they're going to get to pick some sort of playmaking support, whether that be a Camille, a Shen, or if you just want to go for a Nautilus, Leona kind of thing. I think all of them could make sense in this particular instance. But I want to talk about that Syndra because we're looking at all of these mid lane bans. Well, now we're going into second rotation. JDG have still yet to pick their mid laner. We already have 6 mid lane champions taken off the board, and now they get to ban 2 more. I mean, you're really pinching the pool of Hongq incredibly thin here. I imagine things like Victor, things like Anivia, things like Ahri could very well be on the board as potential bans, and that's looking pretty scary right now.
And good call on the or talk about the Nautilus there, and we'll have that locked down at least, and we'll see what JDG want to focus in, because I expect all their focus to go to jungle. At least maybe try to whittle down some of the counter for top lane, as they do take away the Poppy, which is a little bit more of that focus towards some flexible picks here. But BLG's focus should be right as rain. It should be that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think banning junglers is necessary when you see something like the Syndra. A very popular combo that's kind of picking up in tempo right now across a lot of regions has been the Nocturne Syndra. I'm not as much of a fan of that in isolation, but it certainly could be something that BLG are looking for here in game 1, as you're looking at an immobile AD carry on the other side, and Nocturne always feels pretty good in that matchup. It's going to be the Nefiri ban, so definitely giving some respect over to Jinja here, making sure he doesn't have that carry.
Yeah, I do like the jungle focus. Again, that combination between whatever Junja and Hongq are going to be playing for this game number 1 is going to be of utmost importance for JDG to get a crack at BLG. Because the first time we saw this matchup, this split, since it is double round robin, it did not go well for JDG. Let's just say it like that. And it was a pretty tough series for them. So I know they're going to be wanting to kind of get some of that revenge, get that game score going up a little bit more for themselves. As the Lee Sin towards Xun, I love that teams are starting to respect this pick from him.
It's curious because I certainly agree with the Poppy and Lee Sin bans, but it's a lot of jungle attention. You ban the Nocturne, a lot of jungle attention to leave up the Jarvan. I imagine that is going to be the pick here for JDG. That would make a lot of sense. I don't really think you can give that over for free.
Absolutely easy. You get the hotbot special for free.
For sure. And it pairs really well with the Nautilus as well, because it gives you somebody that can dive in and kind of set up a lot of those plays so Jarvan doesn't have to do it by himself. Really like this duo. You're going to have so much proactivity in the mid game because your support is actively going to be able to roam. Jhin should be able to survive on his own in the 1v2 on the bottom side. Yes, Ezreal's probably going to get a big gold lead, but for what? We'll see if this Mbessa is locked in. I think this is the Cassante angle. If they really wanted to go for it, this seems like the most obvious pick you could get. You bring the tank player in, you give him the tank, but if they go for Mbessa, certainly would be an interesting call, and that's what it's going to be.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I was kind of memeing earlier, but he's got kind of a carry in some regard for Flandra. It was interesting, when we were actually looking at Flandra, he's played, obviously, Mbessa a good amount, and it's all about his entrances in the later game team fights. I think some of those can look really good and be that kind of engager for the team, because that is something they're very much lacking. So they're going to be trying to use that as either primary or secondary engage, and now they're going to have the Xin Zhao with it.
Yeah, I really like the comp here for BLG. I do think you kind of have to play this really aggressive because you don't have that free engage support, and the Victor is going to be that final lock-in. This is the most played champion for Honkyu throughout all of this split as well, so just a lot of comfort coming in on both sides, and I think both of them have very clear identities. I mean, JDG have drafted this full engage team fighting comp. They want to play for 5v5 surrounding Rumble, and Victor with Jarvan and Nautilus trying to frontline, whereas I think BLG are set up much better for the early game and their ability to, you know, actually generate advantages, mostly through that Ezreal Karma. When you draft an enchanter in this meta with the way that things have gone, you have to get a big lead in the bot lane. Your AD carry has to be a big deal. We were excited about Flandra and Viper coming back together. Well, both of them are going to be key in this one.
They are indeed, and that combo with the Ezreal Karma can be oppressive, but we'll see how much love the bot lane ends up getting, because that brings all of our attention to the junglers and where they're going to be pathing as well, because both Jarvan and the Xin Zhao can both have a little bit more of an aggressive, maybe invade-centric path as well. So it's going to be a fun one to see how this game one sets out, and I think it's going to set the tone for the series between these two teams. Because again, second meeting between them. Last time you would see this team either side until the playoffs, if that does come to pass, and you definitely want to continue pushing for JDG. It would be a 4th win in a row for series after they have such a rocky start to this split. And for BLG, it would put them back into 1st again and keep that one up over Top Esports, at least for the time being. So, you know, it's weighing heavy, at least for both teams.
Yeah, and JDG, just in their own right, has struggled to take down BLG all year long. This has been their nightmare matchup. I think they got a very good draft that I honestly kind of prefer here in game number 1. We'll see what they can do with it.
How the turntables. Now BLG are the big brothers of JDG. It is game 1 of our final series, the first day here in week 4.
Whoa!
Even the crowd is laughing at how quiet. There was one person. There was one. It was the chant leader.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's rough, man. I don't know what JDG did to deserve that. They're on a 3-series win streak. They
Flandra
have a draft that I really
there.
like. Yeah, I guess it's.
Didn't know he had it like that. There's the Shy and there's Flandra. I mean, come on.
You gotta cheer for Flandra, I guess. You know, in his debut, and he's gonna have the chance to pop off here. This Mbessa is gonna have a lot of room to operate. Curious to see how much attention they want to put onto the top side. It's 2 more damage-oriented threats, so if one of them does get a gold lead, that could really matter. At least for now, though, pathing is going to be towards the bottom side of the map for both of these junglers, so keep an eye on this Ezreal pretty early on.
I'm always down to keep an eye on Viper's Ezreal. Probably one of the best to do it on the champion. Obviously, a lot of other well-known players on it, but I've always personally really liked Viper's moves on it. We'll see the level 2 get procced up for both teams, but Vampire just goes for a little supportal combat trade as a nice little graphic we have popping up as it's been a bit of an embattled split for JDG. Let's be real. They do have a lot of comfort for themselves here, at least, but on the other side, some, you know, not as many pick times for them, at least on champions, especially for Flandra, because being able to be on the team first, and then Shun as well and Xin Zhao. But both of them are going to be taking the same path, so we are going down towards bot lane, and Junja's doing some sneaky tricks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Junja wants to do here, because if he makes a play happen early on onto this bot side, that could really change the outcome of this game. He is not.
Come on, you know you want it. They're crashing. Come on, come on. You want to go. All right.
Oh, man. Unlucky. Yeah, we were all hoping, I think, for some sort of play there. I think they recognize, yeah, if we lose that play, it's probably game over, like instantly on the spot. We can't afford to give any gold down there, so it is just going to be a crab trade from these two junglers. I think stalling out the early game is more than fine. So we kind of await and see how these lanes are going to break down, but it does bring back into conversation just how important it is for Viper and On to continue having this pressure. I imagine bot side is still going to be the focus, but he's wrapping around on Knight.
I was talking about Zunza with the sneakiness, but Knight plays down to his jungler. Really nice cover from Shun, but also nice move from Knight to get away from that one. I will say, I'm asking myself if Flandra was able to get a grass proc there up in the top side. We'll see if what that's looking like in the long term against the Rumble. But we will see also the next pathing for both these two junglers, because they'll be coming out as redeploy coming from Shun a little bit later than Junja.
definitely appreciate you pointing out the grasp, because that is certainly an interesting take into Rumble. We will see if that ends up panning out for him. You know, he's got a lot to prove.
Because I saw them trade there. I was like,
yeah.
No way.
There is no way. There's no way he took grasp, right? Well, we'll see if he can make it work. Clearly, he's got some confidence in his ability to skirmish in this lane, so we'll see how it ends up playing out. Also worth noting that Knight did take the Comet here as well, so no Airy for the Syndra. That is typically pretty common in a lot of these matchups. Again, a lot of belief from BLG, and I think they have a lot of reason to believe with how well they've played. This has been one of the best early game teams in the world, if not the best early game team in the world so far this year. We'll see if they can keep it up here.
Been fun to watch this team throughout this split and this year so far as well. I've also been having a lot of fun with seeing ADCs take exhaust, which I'm very happy to see Viper take that. Keep any threats away from him, which there will be many this game. But so far, pretty calm and easy between the two teams. A slight laning lead for BLG for now, but it'll keep going back and forth between the two. But that also brings us to the next conversation of these objectives. And we were talking in draft that it is a little bit more on BLG to get the ball rolling, to get things going for themselves. And maybe some early stacking of the objectives could be the play, as Hongq is the play and gets the flash out of there to safety. We'll have burned that one, though, and absolutely repeatable on the game.
Yeah, that's a really big deal, because Victor is a huge part of how JDG can defend against some of these early plays. That can't really happen anymore. No flash on Victor makes him incredibly susceptible to any sort of offensive play. JDG still are going to try to control the area here, get some vision down, and potentially pressure this dragon, but I think this is a risky play as Vampire makes his way mid.
Junja has returned to the night well many a time already in this game. Has not come up with water, but he keeps returning the bucket, and one day, I believe, he will find water. But it's nice to see them know where they want to focus. We put a lot of focus on the mid lane. I think both teams know that that's where a lot of the centerpiece of this team is for both sides, pun intended with being mid, but it is more so now how they get off the ground, because it's all well and good to go visit and to see things, but not being able to purchase off of anything is going to be something that BLG need to think about.
For sure. This should be a free dragon start as well for them because of the pressure that BLG have on the bot side. You know, this is what you get for drafting Ezreal Karma. You're going to get free push, you're going to get free early dragon. Not really a ton of ways to contest this, especially now that Victor has lost Flash. Probably couldn't contest it before that anyways, but makes it even easier now as Vampire is going to continue to get chunked out. What JDG need to do to make sure they can equalize a lot of this is not just counter map, which Jinja is looking to do with the invade here onto the red. He will be spotted on a ward, but they also need to stay active on the map. Jinja gets spotted here. Perhaps they can collapse for a play with Rumble Push as well.
I've appreciated some of the vision that we've seen from both junglers, or at least on the junglers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Oh.
You know, early in the game, new team comp with Flandra. I feel you. Give all the excuses. It was looking for a little bit of cheap damage onto Vampire. Didn't find it. There is a bit of a cheap invade that Jinja always tries to find.
Huge.
And he's able to get some of the chickens. This is a common occurrence, though. It's funny how the old EDG junglers both really like to go for the chickens, but maybe that's a deeper conversation. And it looks like we are going to have a bit of a stalemate until we start getting some of these team fight setups potentially for JDG, and that was a strength of theirs that we highlighted.
Absolutely. That's why I think that smite onto the big raptor was actually really important. Getting that level 6 and making sure that you can start to at least dissuade some other plays around the map if you are the Jarvan, not being incredibly behind in terms of tempo after Knight stops your red buff invade, I think is really good. Really important here. Jinja is a huge piece of this team, but player we haven't talked about as much is Vampire. Really have not mentioned Imitan even throughout this split for JDG. He's kind of taken a step back a little bit from maybe what he was in some of the first couple of splits. He's going to need to be big in this game on the Nautilus if they want to continue to keep their pressure up.
Hongq getting traded onto there by Knight. Both teams is hovering 3 people mid, as we've seen the entire game so far. And again, rightfully so, because that prio will lead to the Herald here, or at least the Grubs, not Herald. And you can see both teams really want control over the river, want to try to control for this neutral objective, and that's going to potentially bring down the top lane.
Yeah, the problem is that right now, Flandra doesn't exactly have the most amount of combat power into the Rumble in terms of
Did he
what
get
he's
the
going to be able to do. I
grab
think he's experiencing it. Hey, we're getting a fight.
Engage went through. Dredge line went a little bit wide. Hits the depth charge there. They go, BLG themselves go on to Xiaoxu and take him out with the power unleashed. Shun has been tanking up a storm in the fight. It will be On who has already fallen. Vampire might just give his life right back though as he sees Knight and Flandre there, and that'll be a double kill for Knight.
Just an overextension for JDG. This is a really scary spot for them to fight in, and the fight is staggered. It looks okay for them at first because so much pressure is put into Xiaoxu, but ultimately there's way more combat power in favor of BLG. Xin Zhao is just way too strong at this point in the game to try and contest him. Jinja is in the area. See if he's going to try and punish Shun, or if this is just going to be a 2-for-1 take. Actually going to be a fight, potentially. Oh, the interrupt.
Oh my god, he got the combo there, and now Flandre's made it over. Equalizer will immediately back them away. The white flag does come up, and Knight, who moved over to come here, gets completely collapsed by JDG.
Just a small mistake there by On, overstepping and trying to save his jungler from potentially being in a bad spot himself. Shun should be fine here as he's going to walk his way out away from Vampire. But we are going to get a bit of a replay here as this is generally a good fight for BLG. We can already see the good priority on the top side. Ult is hit, but now Knight's in danger. Just kidding,
Knight just got a solo bolo. He might not make it. Oh my god, he does because the TP and because of Shun coming over. That is the ultimate Giga Chad play right there from Knight.
Okay, small problem in the JDG comp. We're playing for scaling, we're playing for team fights, and we've given Syndra 3 kills. That's not great. That doesn't feel so good going into the later part of the game. This is a phenomenal spot for BLG. Flandra's gonna get even more gold here in the mid lane. That 1.5k gold lead is very real. Viper's been doing his job. Dragon is up in 1 minute, and they're gonna have full control over this river because of their respawn timers as well. This is a nightmare for JDG right now.
It's a really tough position to be in, but I do still give them the fact that they can hold on and potentially get to a place of promise, especially they've got first items coming up as well as BLG, but you know, they got the Sundered Sky and Junjai's gonna feel a little bit more sustainable there as well. You got the torch coming through for Honky, that's gonna feel pretty good, and I think there are some power spikes that you can feed off of to get you later into the game, but can't be having moments like this, K-Man.
I mean, this is just a misplay from Hongq. He steps up without the proper amount of mana. Knight sees his angle despite both the Jarvan and the Nautilus being there. I think the crazy part is that he gets out, that this teleport actually does save him. They overextend there, they do kill themselves, and they lose even more on that play. So Knight just burning Flash to pick up a solo kill. They're going to be very, very happy with that.
And we get round 1.5, I guess, is what I would call it for this next dragon, as both teams are fully set up around it, and we just want fisticuffs. We want fights that feeds into the BLG machine. Crescent Guard did go through, and Shun's trying to heal up as much as he can from the Sundered Sky. He actually survived for a long time there, and Knight's about to pick up another double kill here for himself. It will be a kill back, but a fourth shot not going to be there to save him, as that's Knight and Viper combining for more, and you look at the scoreboard, and there is a terrifying sight there, K-Man.
Well, Knight didn't exactly have the best week of his entire career last week. I think he wanted some revenge in this one. He's definitely stepping back up. He's level 11 to Hongq's level 9 right now. Just an absolute demolition in that fight. We're going to get a replay. Shun just realizing, hey, you can't be here. You can't fight over these neutrals in the way that you think you can. On is chunked out pretty early, but Vampire's not nearly tanky enough at this point. They do a good job to capitalize on the Xin Zhao, which is important to make sure they can't immediately go and take the objective after. But if Viper and Knight are in the area, they're just going to have more damage than whatever you can put out at this point in the game. Ezreal is at his absolute strongest, and Knight obviously is very accelerated. The Jhin trying to equalize things, but ultimately, now we're in a spot where they get Dragon for free on the respawn, and they get even more kills onto their carry. And Hongq's dead again!
Yeah, more kills onto the carry. Knight, the carry, at 6-0, as Hongq is just egregiously overstepped there, unfortunately, and he pays the ultimate price for it. And the avalanche is coming, K-Man. We haven't even taken the last grub. It's still sitting over there. Viper, he's in some trouble now. He should have the arcane shift over the wall there. Still also does have flash, so he is fine and dandy. And that whole time, BLG was just taking away the jungle of Junja.
that's the thing with Ezreal Karma that just makes it so difficult to play into, is not only are they so scary as a poke duo, but if the Karma wants to roam, Ezreal's just the best weak side AD carry in the game. And so you kind of get the best of both worlds, being both strong side and weak side this game. We'll see how much attention they want to put into it. Herald has spawned on the top side. That is the next major neutral that both of these teams are going to be fighting for. But with that 3k gold lead, 2,000 of it being in the mid lane on Syndra, just feels nearly impossible for JDG to be able to walk up if Syndra is there. They have some okay vision control, but man, this is looking tough for them.
I'm going to stir the pot, K-Man. I'm going to stir the pot because I like stirring the pot, all right? I got the ladle.
Okay.
Is this what happens when you don't have to put resources top lane? Is that
Ooh.
you know, when you can put 3 people mid consistently? No, just you know, talking a little trash on behalf of mid, but no. It is interesting to see how much both teams were just so willing to camp out that mid lane, try to find something, and for BLG it worked out for them.
Yeah, it's definitely working out for them. I think Jinja looking to try and make a play.
They're going to get a big shutdown here. He gets another kill before he dies, though. Screwjob Barrage came across the bow on, and Shun trying to combine to get Junja down. Viper goes for the Mystic shot, and this is why I said I like watching his Ezreal. He finds a nice little pop shot, and now he's keeping Vampire under bay. He goes with the early Arcane Shift to get the distance. This is a masterclass. Ezreal already coming out for Viper.
Look, I get the idea of the play. You try to get the shutdown gold. Even if you lose 2 for 1 in that exchange, you theoretically are getting more gold onto the carries that kind of need it. The problem is 3 for 1 is not worth it. And also Viper's going to get this entire tower, and he got a free double kill there. Jesus. This is just worst case scenario. Also, small correction on my end. I talked about Herald having spawned. They never took grubs, so that was what was on the map. You know,
it was the one still very lonely grubby tubby.
Just hanging out, just chilling. You know, he's probably happy to not have to worry too much about being taken down. Unfortunately, I can't say JDG feel the same on this engage. Knight just obliterates Hunkyu. I mean, if you're going to pick something like Victor, you have to be so careful about making sure you're positioning properly, and Hunkyu has just been out of position here. Viper, he turned around too. Walk away from the explosion, man.
Oh my god. And then this, they're not going to show it. The preemptive Arcane Shift to get onto the actual finishing point of the dredge line was super awesome. Just see the TP coming bot. They want to punish Knight, but then he's going to TP out. The reverso technique comes through from the legend himself.
There's just nothing that they can get on the map right now. Every play that they've gone for has not worked. Hyun is soloing the Rift Herald as they make that play onto the bottom side, sending both of their solo laners. They only have 1 plate on this bot lane tower. It's just been a complete disaster for JDG. They're down almost 4,000 gold here at 16 minutes. With Herald taken by JDG, that's only going to get worse. Both of these primary carries now have massive gold leads. Viper very quietly has just been, farming up in these side lanes. He's gotten so many plates, multiple towers. He's up 1.5k gold. He's on 2 items. This Ezreal is going to be nearly unstoppable. We keep talking about Knight. Viper is an incredible carry in his own right now.
And it only gets better for the Ezreal, as he's going to be close and close to his evolution of his item, and that's going to feel even better. Knight is on 2 items. We have Viper on 2 items, and we have about less than a minute for another dragon. It'll be a soul point for BLG. JDG starting to get the odds stacked up against them here in game number 1, though. About 3.7k lead for BLG, too.
Yeah, I mean, they do theoretically have more upside in some of these 5v5s, especially in small, close quarters, because the Victor ult on top of the Rumble ultimate can be a big problem. Jhin should be able to be more effective the more narrow the fight ends up becoming, so theoretically there are some ways for JDG to get back into this one, but it's going to take a miracle engage, because the gold lead right now on Syndra and Ezreal is terrifying. We got to keep an eye on Hunkyu. He cannot die first here.
I think they're a bit overextended here. They don't really have the powerhouses. Shun's gonna have to pop the Crescent Guard, and here comes the powerhouse. 1 hit from the left hand, and maybe how about a second one from the right? Viper goes ahead and takes him down, and that's your 2-fer. They might even go for a 3-fer. Give somebody else a little bit of a chance. Knight's gonna take that kill anyways.
you can't catch out BLG. Like, it's just, this comp is not going to be caught unaware, and I understand JDG at some point being like, we have to pull the trigger. I think these small 3v3 skirmishes in the jungle are not what they should be looking for. I think they continue to kind of be misusing their composition, and BLG are happy to take advantage of it. Is Herald going to get a charge onto the bot side? Knight's probably going to pick up this tier 2 in the bot lane, and you get the dragon off of this. I don't know how much more BLG can even get. Teleport coming in, but is it going to work out in their end?
He's going to try to outplay this one.
Oh, good flash.
Does not have a shutdown, which is pretty massive because they're just killing him for normal gold, and then they don't even kill him as he still walks away from the burning man, and that Shun engage is going to be a little bit tough as Junja goes right back in with the Cataclysm combo. Scout of the Week does go a bit wide. Meanwhile, Viper is just trying to kill Vampire, which is hilarious. Knight goes with the alcove play, has to get a little bit of a help from Flandre to get out, and now Flandra's in a little bit more hurt. Viper coming over about half health. On's going to hit some damage back, and so is Knight. JDG can't go any further for now, but they do get a bit of a response. Still, the gold lead has exploded to 2 times what it was just a few moments ago. They'll get a little bit back here on the bot lane.
I mean, it is good to get gold. Anywhere on the map right now is a good spot. You have to invest a ridiculous amount of resources in order to get it, but we get a replay of this fight. Once again, I understand the idea of being like, oh, wow, Shun and On are overextended, but look at how close Knight and Viper are to this play. It's really easy for them to collapse, and the moment that Syndra and Ezreal show up, it's just completely unplayable. The exhaust is completely superfluous. I mean, you have no need to exhaust this victory. He is 100% dead. It's just to BM him. But, you know, they are going to pick up at least some gold off the back of that play, and now Shillen will be a target here again.
And will he be able to get the Crescent Guard off? He does. This has happened, what, 3 times in a row now, but now they've got a double flank coming through. They take down Knight, get his little shutdown, and they'll end up taking Shun down too. Gala gets the kill. Viper's left alone on his side of the map, but it still fights back from JDG.
Okay, this is starting to become a little bit more possible. On is overextended now. He's with Viper. We'll see if he can make his escape down to the bot side.
BLG are losing their minds a little bit.
Xiaoshu.
Walks straight in. Xiaoshu, yeah, On's just dead. He's going to sacrifice his life here. He burns the flash. Okay, gets the equalizer out. It's trades for trades, I guess. And that will be On, who just gets burned alive by Xiaoshu.
Okay, well, they've cut the gold lead pretty considerably in the last couple of minutes. A couple of nice fights for JDG. They're going to need at least 2 more of those, I think, to get themselves back into this game. The good thing is objectives are starting to become possible for them to take. I think the gold lead was really the big limiting factor because their comp is actually pretty solid in the back end of this game. Still a pretty big deficit for them to overcome, but even being close to neutral in terms of gold is going to make this Rumble and this Jarvan and even the Victor a lot more scary. Hongq has had his negative moments, but he does have 4 kills at this point, which is going to make him a bit of a damage threat. I
mean, we've seen BLG lose a 7,000 gold lead before, and that wasn't even that long ago. It might still be fresh in their minds, but it is something we've highlighted from draft. JDG's composition is ridiculously strong as all 5 together in the later parts of the team fights. And they're starting to combine some of those pieces, right? Like, you're starting to see some of that damage come through for Hongq. It'll be a little bit for Gala. He's obviously going for his 3rd item, which will be huge, but you just have to be able to hold on. And Vampire barely holds on himself.
I guess you just kind of have to deal with that. If you're the Nautilus throughout the rest of the game, he's going to be zoned off here. BLG are looking for a fight.
They are. They're going to extend pretty far for this one, but they do get Hongq. He goes with the Audacious Charge and able to finish that one off. Doom goes in with the Cataclysm, but just gets shot in the back by Viper. And now here comes Flandre, the newest addition to the team, trying to make something happen. He's had a pretty quiet game so far. Should just going to 1v1 the Jhin. No, 4th shot comes through and takes him down. Gala gets another one.
At least they were able to pick up the Xin Zhao eventually, but the healing on that champion was utterly ridiculous in that fight. Really good trigger pull from BLG. They capitalized on the fact that Knight chunked out Vampire right before that exchange, so it's really an extended, like, 4v3. In a lot of instances, just a good showcase. Once again, it's Hongq overextended in this instance. He separates from his own jungler, and at this point, Shun's like, yeah, I'll take the free Victor. Junja can jump back over the wall, but it's a really nice pseudo-insect ultimate. from Shun on that Xin Zhao, and Vampire has no health as this fight starts. Yes, Junja can pick up a kill alongside Gala onto on the back end, but how much is that even worth? The only reason you get another kill is because Shun overextended to trade his life in this exchange, and even then, Gala still has to flash, and he almost gets out here. Look at the healing on Xin Zhao with this red buff. It's actually just absurd what this champion can do from ahead. And for as much as BLG did kind of overextend there, it doesn't really matter as Dragon spawns and they're still in a great spot to try and take this.
Again, it is soul now for BLG. They have done the due diligence to get to this point, and JDG have to answer the question. Shun goes for a flank here with the Hex Gates. He does pop the Crescent Guard, so he's going to buy a lot of time. Gala dodging out of the public execution. Flandre not able to lever that one in, as now they're going to try to get in onto Viper next, but Viper does Arcane Shift away. The Arcane Storm will be used, and I think JDG might have a chance to move into this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, we'll see.
Viper's
Viper and
hunting.
Knight.
Honku, that is just greedy, my man. Viper finds him out, didn't know the ward was there, and a beautiful resetting of the moment from BLG and Viper, who now is 7-0 on this Ezreal.
I mean, they're buying time. They're going to try and take this fight 2v4. This is very difficult. Knight's on the backline just killing Rumble. They have the smite. JDG is the only jungler alive.
And Knight has his power unleashed up again, though On just instantaneously dies. That will be the depth charge used on a Viper. Dragon does end up going to JDG, so they buy themselves 5 minutes, K-Man.
Knight still looking. BLG are just playing reckless here. I have no clue what the idea was. I think they were trying to buy time for Xin Zhao to respawn, but your frontliner was a Karma, so of course she's gonna get blown up in a lot of those instances. A crazy engage from Shun. Hope we get a replay of that, because that was a diabolical decision for him to go in on the backline at the start of that fight. Either way, JDG take advantage of it. Once again, the gold lead is cut to a very manageable 3,500. It still is very notable, and that kill onto Honku is not ideal. But look at the differences in a lot of these players. It's only 600, 700 across a lot of these positions. JDG's teamfight comp is still going to be dangerous. BLG cannot continue to make these mistakes, especially with Baron on the map.
And you can see some of the chunks in that gold lead coming back towards JDG. The fact that they have gotten themselves to these 3 items, now working on 4th item spikes, especially for Gala, that's going to feel really, really nice for them. So trying to put those pieces together, still an execution bar that needs to be reached. There are terrifying pieces for BLG. Knight is about to hit his passive as well. That's going to feel really nice there for Syndra, and you're going to have the GA eventually completed for Shun. So all these crazy plays will have a little bit more sustain to them.
That's the thing about it, though, right now, is that you have a major objective on the map, and that GA is not completed. Shun has yet to hit that gigantic power spike that he's going to be able to get to eventually. Ninja should be able to take advantage of that, at least in the current time. The big thing that you got to keep an eye out for, the one player that's consistently been caught for JDG has been Honku throughout this entire game. They need him to step up in these team fights. This team fight comp does not work out if that Victor is getting caught, but Knight, see if he oversteps on the top side, is going to respect the fact that there could be a jungler here. It's BLG who might be on the collapse.
God, the amount of times JDG have tried to find a play in the night, and his spidey senses just come tingling, and he's able to get out of there as a Deadly Flourish does connect on the back end. Oh, they really wanted. Oh my God, On is just dodging everything, and it's Vampire that takes the brute force of BLG to the dome. That's JDG that have to immediately back away, and BLG are feeling it now. They're going to go in with the engage. Crescent Guard blocking any kind of rebuttal that JDG are trying to bring, and Shun is still tanking. He's trying to get some Sunder Sky procs here. He will die in the end, but all the carries are falling, and Viper wants more. Viper wants to take down Gala. He's looking for an angle now over on this Xiaosu. He is playing like a bat out of hell on this Ezreal, and I'm here for it.
Just a dominant showcase for BLG. On sidesteps basically every ability, burns Flash just because he can in the team fight, and now BLG are going to be on this Baron. That is the exact kind of fight that they needed in order to fully take control of this game once more. They thought they found another pick onto the Karma, and all that they found was a potential loss, as Xiaoqi's going to make his way in, but there is no way that they're going to be able to contest this easily.
Xiaosu trying to get in, doesn't have the equalizer. That's the Baron taken by BLG. They might give On's life for it. He will fall.
Yeah, I mean, On gives his life this time. Maybe the flash would have been nice to have in this exchange, but they're going to be perfectly fine with that trade. And Bessa, Syndra, Ezreal, the 3 most important carries all have that Baron buff. Once again, we're going to see how this goes. He gets hit by the Jhin W at this point, ends up cleansing out of it, walks away, dodges basically every single ability, whether it be the Jhin shots, whether it be the Victor laser, and
whoa,
now
we got a play going
life.
on mid. Flandra taking down her turret, and so is Viper. That was Viper's first death of the game. And now there's another pick. And the GA we were just talking about, the thing we were hyping up,
nice.
It's gone now. And Shun is trying to survive, but he's just going to get taken down by a big shot from Gala. Knight TP's in on the backside of the play and doesn't find the impact he was looking for.
Gigantic play from JDG. That is the biggest play of the game up until this point. The gold lead has completely evaporated. You've lost Baron buff on both the Mbessa and the Ezreal. It's only on Knight at this point. JDG are very much back into this. I gotta see how this starts. Viper just arcane shifts forwards right onto the equalizer, and they're just overextended. It's beautiful from JDG, but it's a massive mistake from Viper. Why is he there? The former EDG bros just chilling out, trying to defend this tower for no reason. They get taken down. Not nearly enough damage to be able to turn this around, and then Shun tries to get Hankyou on the back end and pays for it with his life, his Guardian Angel. A massive mistake from BLG that could be game throwing.
And let's be real, Viper needed to be punished because he's been doing that all game. Just arcane shifting randomly into a composition that has multi-parts of engage. He immediately got punished, and now we have another carousel turning. It's another attempt at the soul for BLG.
They have started up this dragon.
Crazy.
They have to get this, though. They can't give soul.
They're going to try to get this fight going. Arcane Storm's coming through. Dragon secure. BLG get Hex Toll. And now it's raining damage into this grouped top. You can see the lightning bolts are continuing. It's going to be 2 kills, 3 kills going over. He will look for a 4th one, and he will get it. A quadra kill for the golden left hand of BLG.
No Baron buff, no problem for Billy Gaming. They get the soul, they destroy the fight off the back of Knight and Flandra playing out of their minds in the 5v5, and they're going to march their way down the base, and they're going to take game number 1 despite the craziness that we got. I believe they're going to be able to end here.
16-2, 8-1-8, not too shabby for the combo of carries, and I am going to have a long conversation with you after this about what Flandra's feeling if he just rode this Bronco for the first time, because that's a hell of a game to come into this team on, to do almost nothing, and to watch your carries do what they just did. Insane stuff from BLG.
It's exactly perfect for Flandra because he came in and he got both the highs and the lows in that game. He got the highs of watching Knight pick up a quadra kill and absolutely decimate JDG on his Syndra, and he also got the lows of, you know, Viper just randomly being in the mid lane, Shun just taking every single fight he can possibly think of, On going for a flank angle on the Karma, all of the good and the bad that BLG generally offers as a team. But he stepped up huge in that final team fight. That Mbessa was massive in destroying JDG after they got that soul. He certainly held his weight despite the laning phase maybe not going his way.
Viper's like, I feel like I'm back in 2020, 21 again. It's crazy. Oh, whoa. That's what I imagine is happening in Viper's head. I don't think that's what's really happening. But anyways, just want to say, a second 16-kill game for Knight this split. Insane. Last split was 4 out of the 5 top kills. I think actually he ended at 5 out of 5 of the top kills in games. It looks like he's already starting to make things work here, as that'll be his 2nd time on the top list, and now he's got number 2 and number 3.
Look, I mean, you say, oh, it's the second 16-kill Knight game. I go, oh yeah, it's Wednesday. Like, that's just, hey, that's just what we got here in the LPL. This guy's the best player in the world. I'm sorry. There's no contest. Like, there just is no competition right now. He has been the best player in the world all year long. Don't give him Syndra. This champion's broken. She's really good in basically every circumstance. You pick the team fighting comp into Syndra. I really like the draft for JDG, but you can't give him 3 free kills before 8 minutes or whatever he ended up getting in this game and expect to survive that. 82% KP from the Syndra here, highest on the entire team.
Yeah, the fact that both him and Viper had 30+ damage percentage done. It's actually insane. So we're going to take a look back down memory lane at all the night highlight clips come through here. Maybe some of the cool Mystic shots. I guess we passed a lot of that already. We're at level 12s. And this is also the first replay we get, and it's BLG getting killed. But you'll start seeing the turnarounds here soon. It was a tough game from JDG. I feel like they had a lot going for them. They were able to delay the dragon. They had a very clear team composition that had pretty easy to execute pieces, it felt like.
Yeah.
But fell prey to the constant fighting that BLG wanted.
I mean, it's pretty easy to summarize this game for JDG, in my opinion. If they did not have a 4,000 gold deficit at 15 minutes, they probably win this game. Like, if their early game was just, like, a little bit better, a little bit more neutral, they had multiple fights in the back end of this game where, despite being down 6,000 gold, despite giving over Baron, they were still in an okay spot to be able to try to make their way back because of their team fighting comp. The problem is they just fed gold tonight in the early game, and you just can't get away with that in this comp. For as much as we give BLG a lot of credit for the good plays that they went for, these plays look a lot worse if you don't have a massive gold lead, and I think, again, luckily for BLG, they were able to get it. We'll see if JDG can be a bit more patient in game number 2.
That's very true. And let's go back to my previous statement. What is Flandre thinking right now? What is going through his mind? He's like, do I even have to play? Like, can I put AI in for myself? Like, at this point, like, I feel like it's one of those things. He had some impact.
Yeah.
Missed a couple public executions. Don't think his impact had the biggest impact, but he's part of a team that runs like this, that has 2 carries like Knight and Viper, that can have performances like this. Is this a good thing or a bad thing in your eyes?
Hey, I mean, it's got to be a good thing for Flandre. He can sit there and go like, hey, whatever I do, I'm going to be fine. Mazel, I made a joke the last time we were on a cast together casting BLG, where I said, I'm the worst top laner I've ever met, and you could sub me in top lane, and I could probably at least make worlds with BLG with the bot side that they have. I think Flandre's like, oh, I can just kind of do whatever I want on the top side, and I'm going to get bailed out anyways. I'm sure he feels pretty good about that. The chaotic nature, maybe he's going to grow to love. Maybe that's more of a learning process for him, but I think in terms of the overall teammates that he has around him, how can you not be excited to see what happened in this game?
Yeah, it's a little bit more one-sided for my taste, but BLG definitely look just as strong as ever, and they just swapped out their top laner in the middle of the split, which is exactly the BLG thing to do, and they always look better for some reason when they make subs. I will say, do you feel like we get a similar draft for BLG as we do see the obvious MVP of that game, Knight, getting his MVP, his 5th?
I think BLG are definitely a team that loves to punish early games. I think that if you can get Knight gold like this in the early game, then yeah, do it every game. Please, give me 3 kills on the best player in the world for free on a busted champion in the mid lane. That's going to feel pretty darn good. Do I think that they have the potential to, continue to push the tempo? Yes, I think JDG is probably not going to go for scaling again. That was really the team fight comp that they played. Like, they got all of their team fight champions. It's going to be a switch up for them in game number 2. We'll see how BLG respond as well.
I'm very curious, but so far they have had every answer in the book. There are still many more games potentially to be played here tonight between these 2 teams, and we'll see if that's going to be the case. BLG 1-0 on the series. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and we've got Shim behind us. And BLG, pretty good. Flandre, 1-0 on BLG. Feels pretty good. We could just write the record now, right?
Yeah, easy. Done, dusted. Flandra's the best top laner in the world. BLG are the best team in the world. They're completely undefeated.
Easy peasy. Flandre did a pretty easy time of it, though, for his debut on BLG. You get to watch Viper and Knight do their thing, but that's where we got to start talking about what happens at game number 2, because they actually gave him the Mbessa. They gave him something that has a little bit more influence. They needed a kind of a secondary engage for themselves. Didn't actually end up needing it in the game, but do you feel like that was the right fit for the draft? Do you feel like that was the right fit for Flandre? And what else would you like to see out of him on this team?
I mean, ultimately, I think Asante would have been the best choice in that spot. I think that absolutely felt like what they were setting up for. But what I think is interesting is that they were picking a ton of Mbessa with Wenbo. So right now, it does kind of feel like they are just kind of doing exactly what they were doing before, just slotting Flandre in for Wenbo, basically keeping the style as similar as possible. I'm curious to see if that's something that they're going to stick with, or if they're going to try and expand beyond that, because Flandre should theoretically have a very different skill set, or at least a more wide skill set than someone like Wenbo. For now, it just looks like the team, maybe without a lot of time to scrim together, without a lot of time to practice in the same way, is probably just going to be sticking to their same roots. So maybe expect a Yorick, or maybe even a Jace coming out.
Yorick, man.
Yeah.
You gave Wenbo the Yorick multiple times. He looked really good on it. Give the OG the Yorick and see what's up, man. Still remember last year when he was the one kind of leading the charge on the top lane unique meta, I guess, in the Yorick and the Jace tank top lane. Gosh. Good times. But for JDG, it looked good on paper. It started not great, and you had some fight back. So, like, it's not like everything was an L for JDG. Like, I still feel like they can find some positive moments from that one, but you have to go back to the building blocks and figure out what to do to make sure you don't get caught in the early game trap again.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, I think all of their issues can really be traced back to how bad their early game was. Just the fact that you've had 3 kills over to Syndra and really put yourself in such a spot where you have this team fighting comp, and yet you don't really have anybody that can actually survive front to back because you gave too much free gold over to the primary carries. The Ezreal was always going to be a problem. It was always going to be a bit of a win condition for BLG with the draft that they had for themselves, but losing in the mid lane was a massive issue. Hongq, quite frankly, just was not good enough in that game. The Victor is his most played champion, and he looks bad in terms of his positioning on that champion. We highlighted him as a huge piece, the most consistent piece for JDG throughout the split up until this point. He's got to have a better laning phase. I expect them, they already saved him for counterpick in game number 1, but get him an even better matchup here in the 1v1 just to let him survive. If you can just get to the mid game, that was clearly their biggest issue in game number 1.
Yeah, and something they can't really have happen against this BLG team, because we've seen them take down almost every team like that through their first round robin. But it's starting to get down to serious business, and I know we'll talk about it a little bit more as well, but like, JDG on a bit of a win streak here. It's 3 wins in a row for them when they had been so up and down throughout the earlier parts of this split, and you want to continue that momentum. You feel like you're finally gaining some traction, and maybe that traction leads to being able to fight against this BLG team, but we've got to know now, or we're not going to know for this regular season, as this is the final time we will see these two teams face off before playoffs. Now, BLG are going to be back on that blue side, so we'll see if that changes anything here, as at least they're able to find something from a different angle for JDG being on that red side, and see if they can find some different focuses, at least in the bans, as we do see the Poppy still there, the Camille ban this time around, the Vi ban as well, and the Orianna again.
Notably, though, look at all the mid laners that are left up on the table that were not left up from draft to number 1. Basically, everything was taken off the board by BLG going up against JDG. 5 mid lane bans in the first rotation. To have that flexibility now going into a game number 2, that means things like Rise, Akali, like they're going to be on the table. Locke is now on the table as well, and both of these mid laners are very happy to play some of these more volatile matchups. I'm curious if JDG wants to opt into those, or maybe if they want to go for more stable things. Olaf as the final takeaway. That champion has just skyrocketed in terms of popularity. Cassio, definitely a high priority mid laner left, and if you think Rise is potentially the best mid on the board, Cassio should be very good in that matchup if you want to trade.
Very true. The Lucian comes through And it could just be the Lucian Melio great combo, and they just feel like they smelled blood in the water in that bot lane 2v2 last game, and they want to go hunting.
I'm not going to lie. I'm scared. I'm seeing Lucian Melio on the other side. I saw what Viper and On were able to do in game number 1. The thing is that Vampire was basically put in a position where it's like, okay, you are the roamer in game number 1, playing Nautilus into Karma. Could not get plays going around the map. The Karma was more active than the Nautilus in terms of the roams, and if you feel comfortable that On is just going to be better in that respect, pick the Lucian Melio, win lane, and be more useful. Again, this is the best 2v2 in the game. You really have to pick something that can just stay safe on the other side. Xayah can do that. Maybe it's just going to be the Lovers duo here. That should give Vampire yet another playmaker to play alongside, but once again, he has to actually activate, which he wasn't able to do in game number 1.
Yeah, man, that's it's gonna be curious now. Lovers duo does give you that safety, and it's really restricted. God, K man, what are BLG trying? They're trying to send us home early. My God. Everybody knows the recent clip of Knight on Akali. There's a reason why JDG banned it in the first game, and or I guess it was BLG that banned it in the first game to be able to keep it for the second game themselves. And right now it's just full frontal aggression for BLG.
I don't want to overreact. I don't want to be too superfluous. I'm looking at the first phase of the draft here. BLG have won draft. Like, it's just, they're already in such a commanding position coming out of these 3 picks. Not just because Knight is on Akali, that's obviously massive, and he's like nearly unbeatable on that champ. Rakan goes in, and what happens? Melio just cleanses everything with ultimate. Like, Rakan doesn't really even get to charm anybody in this game. You can't Petrifying Gaze people because of the Melio either. Lucian's gonna dominate the 2v2. Xayah's not gonna get the chance to scale. We'll see what happens on the top side here. You're gonna have to ban out like really strong side tops, but BLG have such a ridiculously good foundation in this draft already that they can round out with basically anything in the jungle and on the top side, and they're probably going to feel good here.
JDG banning away the Vayne. They think Flandra is coming out here, and he's gonna pick up that Vayne that we talked about in the podcast. With Flandra maybe being a little bit more skilled, at least, in the ranged top laners, besides his counterpart. But we do see the full jungle focus for BLG. And something else that was left open from game number 1 that was actually banned by JDG last time around is the Lee Sin, and it fits to a T for this team comp.
Shun Lee Sin, sure, man. I mean, just tack it on, right? Like, you want to dive buddy for the Akali, and yeah, you win bot lane. You're great in team fights right now. You've got Knight on his most deadly champion of the split. You've got Shun on a pick that maybe isn't his signature champ because Kindred, Nidalee, they exist, but is pretty high up there in terms of things he's played over the course of his career. Just everything that BLG could want in this particular game. Skarner could be the answer. It's a good pair up with the Cassio. It gives you some tools to go backwards in these team fights, but you gotta have pressure somewhere on the map. Renekton would make some sense. Xiaoshu is very much a Renekton player, even going back to, a long time ago when he debuted in the LPL. This has always been a signature pick. They're just looking for consistency in this draft. How they close it out here in the draft is gonna matter. Skarner is definitely the pick I'm kind of keeping my eyes on here. Trundle would also be a potential option if they wanted to go for it alongside the Cassio, but it's once again them going for team fights.
Yeah, very true. And I don't mind the Skarner. I mean, you get a good impale, you're locking down some very mobile members, and that's going to feel pretty good. I'm okay with some of the answers that JDG have into the team. I just saw a hover there that I would really like. I don't think that's what we're going to get, but I really want the Malphite because it sounds hilarious. But being able to have this kind of steady survival team comp for JDG does feel good. It will be the Flandra Gnar.
I mean, it's a pretty good Gnar angle. You're looking at Renekton on the other side. It's a good draft overall for BLG. Just the comfort level of these champions and the lane matchups they were able to get are just absurd. It is, once again, a situation where I do think they get outscaled. I think that is fair to say. Cassio, Xayah, Skarner in the back end of the game, it's going to be a bit of a problem. I think Melio can actually negate a lot of that, and especially if you get gold onto Lee Sin and Akali, it makes the late game a lot more difficult, but we have very similar, I guess, setups to what we had in game number 1. BLG are going to have so much control in the early part of the game. They're going to have even stronger lanes than they did in game number 1, but JDG are going to hope to survive and try and get themselves to a spot where they were able to win some fights in game number 1, that being the late game.
Yeah, and that survival is key, but it just feels like BLG have all the momentum they could need in this one, and they are feeling themselves with this draft here. I do wonder what this means in the long term for drafting style from BLG, because it doesn't feel like much has changed in what they've been wanting to accomplish, what they've been wanting to grab at least.
Yeah, I think this looks exactly like the BLG we remember. Gnar, to be fair, not a Wenbo pick. This is very much a Flandre pick, so at least we're getting that little shake-up here to see how they're going to perform, but Gnar is so good in this particular matchup. Hopefully he can get a lead. He was the only player in the previous game to not get a gigantic lead in his own individual laning phase, just kind of had to wait until the end of the game in order to start popping off. I think he's going to have more opportunities here, and I'm sure this is going to be a pretty fun one for Flandre if he can get going.
Game number 2 of our final series of the night. It's only a 2 for tonight. The rest of the week, 3 series every night. BLG versus JDG, game 2. Instant pause.
You hate to see it. You hate to see the instant pause as we get into game. I will say JDG was marginally louder, I would say, in terms of their fan support, in the sense that I think BLG was a little quieter and didn't quite feel as overwhelming in favor of them, but certainly I think the BLG fans are going to feel happy about this situation. I'm curious to see what the junglers want to do in the early game. Lee Sin, if he gets any sort of lead in the same pockets that, you know, Shun was able to do in the previous game, that's a nightmare. Lee Sin's going to be so active here. I think an invade is definitely possible pretty early on with the lack of counter invade that is really on the side of JDG, so definitely keep an eye on what Shun's going to be doing here.
Yeah, his Lee Sin's been pretty good. A lot of people have started to come to respect it now, as they should. He wasn't always the best Lee Sin, but we've definitely seen some more rising prio for that for him, and does pick it a lot of times if it's left open, especially games like this where they just want winning lanes. They want to attack as much as possible.
That's BLG's thing, man. They love attacking lanes. They love getting big leads, and they love snowballing games out of control. You know, when we were talking about this team before MSI, back in split number 2, we were talking about a team that really was like all hands in terms of the way they played. Their macro was super inconsistent. They really did not play well from neutral. They were a team that I think really struggled in making good decisions at the end of games. I think that has improved over the course of this split. They've certainly looked more comfortable in the team fighting stage, but ultimately, this is still a team that wants to get gigantic leads and try and snowball out of control. If you're going to attack them, JDG has kind of identified, well, we kind of have to attack them in the later part of the game. That is their weakness, and hopefully they can survive to that point, unlike what they were able to do in game 1.
Yeah, very true. I'm hoping to see some pop-offs from both sides, at least. Not just BLG. See if we can get a good performance out of Hankyu again. I think dying 10 times in the first game of the series was not on his radar, probably. And this also wasn't on my radar. This very long pause to start game 2. Everything been going fine and dandy, K-Man. What happened?
I know.
Did your button stop working too?
Yeah, I'm spamming it. Casters are trying to start the game, but it doesn't seem to be working here.
I'm really trying, guys.
Yeah, you know. We'll have to send a strongly worded letter to whoever sent this pause. I can't tell who the pause is on. They've kept the camera lingering on Hankyu, but either way, we are back, baby.
Undefeated. Complain meta. We are back in it, though, now. As the game does kick off, we will just take a quick look at the keystones here. Nothing too crazy to me.
Nothing crazy in this one. No Grasp Ambessa to talk about in game number 2 like we got in game number 1.
I know how many procs he got.
Yes, I actually am genuinely curious. Hopefully we can check that out at some point. For now, just going to be some dueling starts from these junglers, and keep an eye on this Skarner. Junja is already looking like he could potentially be going for this invade. The pings are going down. This is looking good.
I do like that. Just try to go for some vertical jungling down here. Maybe try to punish this very aggressive 2v2 in the bot lane as well. We'll start this one up and be unspotted for now. No vision there. And Viper and On going for the early level 2 trade into Vampire and Gauntlet.
Yeah, this is really good for Jinja. Yeah, you gotta be very scared if you're Vampire here, to be honest. The Rakan's gonna be in some danger until he hits that level 2. Is gonna hit it, but great job by Junja to stay off of that ward. They understand that it's likely going to have He's likely going to have vision on the Raptors, so Lee Sin's going to make his way down here, and all he's going to find are those Raptors. Everything else will be gone in favor of the Skarner, so really great start here for Junja, as he's going to be able to go back topside and basically take every camp that he wants. He might make a play bot here at level 3.
As soon as Shun gets the information, he shows what timing from JDG. Shun is darting over here to try to make a play, but Viper went for the aggressive play, does get smacked down by Junja, and with desperation, Shun comes in to try to fight.
On burns his flash to try and block the damage, but he's not able to do it as well on the Milio. Massive play from Junja. What a great start for JDG, and they're keeping the pressure up down on the bot side. This is the exact opposite of what happened in game number 1. They are getting massive leads on their primary threats. It's as good as it can get here at level 3.
An incredible start and a very cerebral start from Junja. I think that's a massive moment for them to try to garner a bit of an early game lead for themselves. And now he just gets to be a devious bandit and clear his entire jungle.
He's got such a big lead now. That free extra kill is also going to accelerate him. You know, we talked about the benefits of being able to draft a team fighting comp. One of the big reasons why I liked BLG's draft is because it felt like they were going to have so much control over the mid game, and they probably are still going to have quite a bit of control. The Lee Sin not exactly going to be taken out of the game, but Skarner getting accelerated, that's going to matter a lot for their ability to posture. For now, Shun's going to try and get something. He is a level down if this fight happens, so curious to see how much he wants to go for here.
Okay, he's going to walk on the ward. Control ward down. That's how much he wants this moment. Try to steal it away. Smite fight. Dude gets the better of it. Junja takes it away.
I mean, it's just terrible. As we get a fight in the mid lane here. Honkyu's in danger.
Knight.
No mana.
Okay. Knight was a little bit worried about the damage back with the Twin Fangs. It will be just a very close affair in the mid lane after that jungle scuffle.
Yeah, you got to be very nervous about trading with an Akali early on in a game like this. Her kill pressure is kind of ridiculous if she can get on top of Honkyu. He's got to play really safe as he's just hoping for this wave to get closer and closer. Well done by him to not overstep, but also not let the wave crash. Gonna be keeping an eye on mid lane very, very heavily. Honkyu already with a bit of a CS lead, and that was not how game 1 ended up going. This is where BLG got their massive lead and really got it out of control. Junja trying to change that here.
I mean, he can just come through the wall. I wonder if Knight's going to respect it. Does get hit a little bit with the poison. Junja not going to be spotted out just yet as well. He's going to go for the Scuttle Crab. It will just be the trade of those Scuttle Crabs, but Shun is passing down towards bot lane now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good start for JDG. Dragon is spawned, and they're going to have the crab for it. And just still on the bot side. Viper and On should be okay. They're going to look.
I don't know. Grand entrance goes through. Eastfall's impact doesn't hit him, but On should still die. It will be Junja that picks up another kill. He's now 2-0 on the Skarner.
Yeah, I forgot that On burned Flash to try and block a skill shot that he did not block in the previous exchange. No Flash means it is going to be a free death, especially if you're going to try and dodge forward. So another free kill on the bot side. Junja has completely run the map so far. He's gotten 2 kills for himself, but that does mean that the Skarner has to stay aggressive. Gala and Vampire are going to be trading very actively on the bottom side of the map, but the gold going into the pocket of the jungler means that these objectives should be the priority. Right now, Dragon is on the map. It's not going to be taken, at least for now, by either side. But as we can see, 600 total games for Shun. He's going to need that experience in this one to come back from this deficit.
Hey, man, my goat's on the screen. We love to see 600 games. It's crazy how much this BLG team has been racking up some accolades with the longevity of them being together. Nice Ultra Mega Fire Kick and the speed up there from the heal to sidestep through the grand entrance. It's actually some pretty sweet mechanic coming out from On. Shun's going to have to do that too, but unfortunately there's a Skarner here this time. She does not find the angle there, so that will be all she said and wrote in the 3v3, but it does look like things are coming down to the Dragon. Are they just going to start this one up?
I mean, look at the XP on this Skarner. He's 99% of the way to level 6. Like, he is absolutely close to being able to have that Impale ready to go. BLG take this fight. It could be really scary, but Junja doesn't have that level 6 yet.
Viper feeling himself. He is going to cleanse out of the exhaust. That's pretty huge. Double knock up with the grand entrance. Trying to get the Blade Caller, the flash out of the Impale. Shun just kind of had to watch that from the back line, and JDG feeling strong. Junja was trying to pick up his 3rd kill of the game there.
This is the exact kind of pressure that Junja needed to put on this Skarner. Getting that level lead is incredibly important, and utilizing it immediately to force the flash off of the Milio and the cleanse out of Viper as well in that exchange is really important. As
soon as Junja leaves, though, they immediately go and pounce for the prey. Shun, though, needs to be careful, and JDG do make it out alive as well. That is going to be the exhaust and the flash burned by Gala.
Yeah, I really didn't expect them to stay up so far. It was a really, really lucky timer for Gala to be able to get out of there. I did not think that the Xayah was going to be able to survive, but well done overall by JDG not to trade too much. It means no Dragon for Skarner, despite the pings coming down. Hongq does have pressure in the mid lane, though, so they should be able to control this river, at least for now. We are getting full vision of the camps on the top side, and basically everything up and available. Yes, everything is on the map for Lee Sin to take.
Gonna need it to catch up, because they didn't show it, but Junja's also going to be clearing almost his entire side, both junglers. So it's going to feel pretty interesting with the small advantage that Junja has gotten, at least over Shun directly. But no dragons, grubs are up, but we'll see what kind of objective focus takes place here with both teams coming to fruition. It looks like Junja will be the first to start up the grubs.
Yeah, I really like this idea. I think it gives their overall comp a little bit more stability. They have a lot of split push potential in this game, coming in from Renekton, even coming in from like Cassio and Xayah in terms of what they can do with how fast they can wave clear. I think these grubs are really valuable for what JDG have drafted for themselves, and not every team comp is going to want to prioritize them heavily, but Junja understanding, hey, if Dragon's not going to be taken, I might as well get this free objective that BLG seem pretty okay giving up.
And you can tell BLG have lost a little bit of fire under them in that bot lane 2v2, not feeling as willing to go for those early trades. Can always have the burst damage, but a double grand entrance into the quickness combo, and Viper dashes out but doesn't have much else. He does have the flash, does burn the culling too. Tries to get some damage back into Gala. Not much going the way down of BLG's bot lane. Shun even was hovering too.
A great spike from JDG, once again capitalizing on the fact that they hit 6, or Vampire hit 6 a little earlier than On in that exchange, and is able to make a really strong trade, get even more stuff away from BLG, have that ult go down. Gala is quietly getting very strong. I mean, Junja obviously has the 2 kills and is going to be able to complete that first item very early, but if this Xayah starts getting a bit out of control, we talked about the scaling from JDG. So much of that is the fact that Xayah can really go anywhere on the map with the comp that they've drafted for themselves and feel comfortable. This team is good going backwards, but they can go forwards as well with Skarner and with Rakan potentially a Renekton flank, so gotta keep an eye on whether or not this bot lane lead is going to hold the way it has.
About 1,000 gold leads steadily developed by JDG. Much better of a situation to be in than game number 1. So that's already a positive. Again, this is a team that's on a 3-win streak after a very up and down start to the first round robin. And really trying to crest into the powerhouse that we know they can be in the second round robin.
They're trying to get there, but it's going to take some time in this game. Heartsteel completed for Junja on the Skarner, so does have that first item ready for a potential fight as of now. He does have the Impale back up as well, so Dragon is likely going to be on the table. He's making his way once again down bot lane.
You can find the double objectives. Shun really hasn't gotten anything going on the Lee Sin, and Junja gets a massive Heartsteel. My god, the damage he's doing right now on this Skarner. Couple kills goes a long way for the tank, as Hongq also came down looking for extra help.
This is not looking good. Lucian ultimate just tickling the Skarner at this point in the game. Knight is going to try to get something mid, but we even get the teleport into the mid lane to catch this wave. They literally lose nothing for this, and JDG is going to crash this wave, get even more gold for Gala. They're going to get full control over this dragon. Viper and Honor just not in a great spot. I will say, small consolation prize. You do see a bit of the value of Milio there, as it completely negated the Skarner engage and basically made the dive impossible. But at this point, consolation, I think, is a very good way to put that, because negating good plays instead of creating, you know, plays yourself, that's not really ideal here for that champ.
Ooh. Hey, walking through the petrifying gaze. Yeah, I agree. Not ideal, but neither is this for Hongq. He got scared, and that fear is something that Knight preys on. A solo kill for Knight.
Look, you know, we've been hyping up JDG. They have a big gold lead here. This game is far from over on Knight's Akali. You can never count this guy out on that champion. He is always going to have the chance to be able to try and pick up a win. That's a big solo kill to get them back into at least a, lane that they can play through. Knight's going to be really important, but Jinja on the chase down here.
All right, good flash from Knight because he was actually going to be able to connect that right into the wall and get the CC chain and then get a nice little heart steal. As that was coming. Shun is also going to be coming down to bot lane for probably the 3rd time in a row. Doesn't find the angle he wants, and actually JDG are going to put some pressure now on the backs that they were trying to complete.
Yeah, I think this is quite a funny circumstance that Vampire and Gala just get to shove the entirety of BLG's bot jungle duo off of the turret just by themselves because of the amount of pressure and ward coverage that they have on the map right now. Just incredible stuff, and now On could be in a bit of danger.
Quickness comes out, and the flash is coming after that. Grand Entrance connects out on the other side of the charm. Calling, gonna pull Gala away. Gala trying to get the kill now, but he's overextended himself, and he will just get taken down by Viper, and that's some good gold trade for Viper, but it's still gonna be a massive lead, and Viper unfortunately overextends into the fight, and Honkyu had shown up like the slithery snake he is to pick up his first kill.
That is basically the one play that BLG could not give over in order to, get themselves back into the game. You do not want to be giving gold over to the Cassiopeia. Gala overextends. The 1-for-1 trade is really not that bad at all in favor of BLG. Viper getting any gold right now is super important to be able to fight. That Essence Raver has been completed, but now Honkyu not only picks up another kill, he's going to get a tower on the bot side. He's up 600 gold despite the fact that he got solo killed in the mid lane. That Roa is starting to stack as well. JDG feel a lot more comfortable, I think, with the way that this broke down. We're going to get a replay of the solo kill. Knight hits level 11, I believe, on this wave. Honkyu just overstepping way too far forward, just not in the right position to be able to take this exchange. We see Knight going back to the wave. He's like, maybe I don't have to worry too much. He dashes in. I'm lying. He didn't even need level 11. He was level 10 and he got the execute down. This is how Akali plays into Cassio. You do not want to be that immobile mage going into Knight's Akali.
And that's how Knight plays the Akali. Impressive stuff from him when he's able to get this champion out on the board. And it's JDG now, continuing with now about a 3,000 gold lead to put the screws to BLG so far in this game number 2. Junja is going to go ahead and pull off his back and leave this one out here. Both junglers now looking for their next avenue, which will be up towards that Rift Herald.
Yeah, the Herald is the next objective, and JDG can really get whatever they want on the map right now. You have to be a little bit careful around some of these neutral objectives. Again, Knight is kind of strong right now on the Akali, and you have some pretty killable, we'll just say, main carries on JDG's side. Vampire gonna bring Shun into the back line of his team, but just gonna get over the wall.
You can tell BLG are just trying to test the waters here. How powerful has JDG become? It's going to be the junglers squaring off the mid lane now. We have Knight versus Xiaosu. Xiaosu is going to try to go for the slice and dice for the exit, and is going to be fine now. The fight in mid lane still continuing with the 3v3. I think Viper is in some trouble. There's going to be the impale on the on. There's the kickback, trying to get Gala in range for Viper. Viper takes him down. Viper's looking for more. TP comes in from Knight. Knight's looking for his own recompense for the bot lane play. He'll find that one kill. They're trying to get on to Xiaosu now, but Shun has overextended. He'll go down, but another kill goes over to Viper, and all of a sudden Viper has 3 kills now. Knight has 2 kills, and the gold lead has evaporated.
Mazel, sometimes I hate being right, but how did BLG play that about as well as they could? JDG just made a big mistake in terms of that engage. Jinja prioritizing the wrong member of BLG as they think that the exhaust is going to last on the Viper. He just cleanses the exhaust and then is outputting a ridiculous amount of damage. As we get a replay of this fight, Gala steps up. Again, exhaust goes down. They ult onto the Milio, but Viper just cleanses the exhaust, puts out the culling, and at this point, Shun's on the backline. Gala is completely alone. The kick is gorgeous from Shun. I didn't even see that the first time around. Just beautiful stuff to take down a big carry with a lot of gold on the side of JDG, and that's the 0-0-0 Lee Sin that we were waiting for. A massive fight win for BLG. This immediately puts them back into a great spot. Doesn't completely turn the game around or anything like that, but that is the exact play they needed to make in order to get back into this game. Herald has now been started.
Viper's been weaving as well. He's on 2 items already. He's still in the brown paper bags, but honestly, you take that on the Lucian. We see it all the time. He is extremely strong now. Sun is finding these angles on his Lee Sin that JDG chose to leave open in game 2. Flandra, though, finally getting some attention for the first time as Viper dies in mid lane to Hongq. Wish we could see how that happened, but now Flandra is back under pressure, trying to take down Xiaosu too. Flandra's going to flash away from Junja.
Okay, so overall, pretty good stuff from JDG. Still here.
Sun is dead. He's not here anymore. Vampire gets the kill.
Gotcha. Okay, well, nice free kill to gift over for BLG. The reason that play was so important is Dragon has spawned, and again, JDG has started to stack these. We're going to get a replay of the dive. Really good look here from JDG. Viper just alone in the mid lane, no protection coming in from the Lee Sin, and that means the Lucian is very killable despite the gold lead here. Hongq flashing and immediately pushed back by On. That definitely is not an ideal circumstance for the Casio to burn that aggressive flash, but I don't really know what Shin's doing here. Just looking to push out the wave and not realizing that I guess he's in danger. Just one of those plays you can't really be making on the Lee Sin, and JDG are going to get to capitalize by stacking even more of these dragons, as Ocean Soul is going to be our pick here in this game.
A couple of soul stacked dragons at least are going to feel really nice for decisions later on in the game for JDG. As we do have still more focus to put around the Rift Herald. Gala was looking for a cheeky blade collar onto Viper. Won't find what he was looking for, but BLG gonna stick around, try to clear the rest of Shin's jungle. Nobody else gonna go start the Rift Herald just yet, and they've got to start it quick.
They gotta. I mean, Flandra is once again in danger. He did burn Flash earlier, so gotta be careful. But Gnar is a bit of a threat in his own right. Hongq's definitely gotta make sure that he is secure in that side wave. Shun should have full priority here, but again, he's getting flanked. His Akali has left him. It's gonna be scary for the Lee Sin. Teleport coming through.
Coming in. It's gonna be Flandra. He's not close to Mega, but he does represent a little bit with that shield. And at the last moment, not the last possible moment, the last little bit, BLG were able to secure the Rift Herald. So that's the first neutral objective for them. They're going to move over and try to contest over this defense of their turret, but don't think they're going to be successful. The turret does fall to Gala.
Yeah, Viper is still an item up right now, but this would be a very risky fight for BLG to take. JDG waiting in the wings. Hongq misses.
Hongq. That's a really tough petrifying gaze to not hit, but they do make it out okay. So they'll be fine for now. No objective coming up just yet but the Baron, and nobody's going to be starting that up anytime soon. So it's a good attempt from JDG to find something.
Yeah, the back's coming through. Hongq not having the best day that he has had, but he is still strong on the Cassiopeia. Doesn't really matter how many you miss if you hit the one that matters. That being said, this 2K gold lead does feel fake, at least in terms of where the game state is at right now. JDG is winning, for sure. They're in a pretty good position, but this game is far from over. Both of these sides absolutely have the tools to continue to play. If Knight's Akali is going to have 2 kills, this game is never going to be out of reach for BLG. Ultimately, it's going to come down to how they set up around these objectives. Baron has spawned, since it is the 20-minute mark on the map here. We are still about 2.5 minutes away from Dragon. We'll see if JDG want to try and take a skirmish, maybe get a pick, or alternatively, they just want to try and play this out for a potential soul point in 2 minutes.
And I know it's a little bit of a different situation in this game specifically, but obviously there's a lot of firepower when you have Viper and Knight on the same team. And I think when we look at some of the value that these two guys bring to the table here for BLG, I think it can't be understated. And in this kind of game, they're the ones that are going to have to mechanically outplay because they weren't able to get these deficits, or at least these positives for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's just utterly insane that you have the two highest goal difference of 15 players in the entire league on the same team. The rarity of that is immense, and it really goes to show just how talented BLG are. The fact that they don't even have a gold lead right now, that they have been a little behind, and they're still able to catch back up, just shows you how scary they can be in the right circumstance. Still, this is JDG's game to lose. We talked about their scaling in draft, and I think they very much still have that. It's all really going to come down to who is going to be more aggressive. Let's take a look at the vision control on the map right now. A couple of deep wards for JDG on the bottom side, but Skarner is likely going to be getting even more as we go throughout the river. Dragon spawning in just over a minute. I imagine Vampire is going to be spending a lot of time in this bottom river.
Yeah, I'm really looking at what item spikes start coming through for this fight, because you gotta expect soul point for JDG. I mean, they could give it, they could look for map pressure elsewhere, but you could also go for that extra power of getting the third dragon and having that weighing over BLG's shoulders. These item spikes are going to be extremely, extremely important. Looking for the third item spike for Viper. Don't think we're going to see it for anybody here coming into this fight, so it's looking like a 2.5 item affair.
Yeah, this could be the fight that determines the entire game, depending on how things end up going, especially with Baron on the map as well. So you want to be as strong as you can possibly be, and that third item power spike would have been huge. Viper not going to be able to have that, but everybody else on the team is in a pretty strong spot, notably On. He's actually going to be a bit scary now, at least in terms of the healing, because of that Ardent Sensor. He's got the heal cut with the Morello for the Skarner in that same vein, even for the Xayah in that same vein. So definitely going to be a fight that BLG have the tools to be able to win. You don't want to get chunked out beforehand, though, if you are Knight down on this side wave. That vision control I talked about them getting, it's actually been in favor of BLG, who currently have control of the river. You got to make sure you're not getting flanked by this Akali.
The other thing, we always have the Rift Herald for Sun. He could use it as a Battle Herald, or you could see a little bit of split focus. Look at this TP, though. Xiaosu,
he's going mega.
He's got such a deep flank right now. This is insane from JDG. They feel confident to step up. He has spotted Rift Herald used. It looks like it is Battle Rift Herald today. Here goes Flandra into the pit. The double kick comes through from Chun. He's looking for the finish on the Dragon. He's going to flash out. Dragon is left alone. Nobody's finishing now. Shun's waiting in the bush, but it's going to be taken by Junja. That's third Dragon in a row for JDG. Xiaosu's still on to Viper behind the rest of the fight. Knight just gets taken down by the rest of JDG, and I don't think BLG can hang in this game number 2, K-Man.
It's a huge fight win for JDG. Not only are they going to pick up the Dragon, they're going to make their way topside to pick up this Baron as well. That could be the game-sealing fight for JDG, and it all comes down to the fact that Flandra was caught at the start of that exchange in the river. Meganar is the front line for BLG in this fight, and if he's going to get chunked out and burn that Mega early on, there is no way for you to keep this going. Look at Flandra's health bar. He's below half health, and Mega is over by the time this fight even starts in earnest. Yes, the Battle Herald comes through, but look at the health bar on the Dragon. JDG actually do a great job to peel off the moment Lee Sin gets into the pit. It's a lot of damage coming down, and Shun immediately has to flash over. He walks up and almost steals it away, but Flandra and Knight on these flanks, it's just not going to work out. Vampire is too good in terms of the peel with that charm. Funky, once again, maybe not the perfect ultimate, but the exhaust coming down on the Akali even means that Gala is safe on the back end of this fight. Really, there is no negative that I can give JDG. Perfectly executed, and it could be the thing that seals the game for them.
They have the Baron on all 5 members now. They've gotten some pretty adventurous moments for themselves, at least with this comp. Being on 3 Dragons now, being close to that 3 item spike, having this carry potential and the engage potential that Vampire on the Rakan and Junja on the Skarner are bringing. I just think BLG are starting to run out of options, and this is when we've seen BLG struggle, especially when they don't find a lead, when they've drafted the way they've drafted, and they can't use it to press and exert their might onto the enemy team.
This is exactly what, we've been saying about BLG. Their macro at the beginning of the year wasn't great. Honkyu, though, might be caught.
He might get caught. TP takes forever to get there, though, for Flandra, so he's not able to. The kick just goes into the wayside. Petrifying Games was also used, but that cooldown is very short.
Yeah, I mean, not really a lot lost there for JDG, but Flandra's over the wall. He's looking for an ult.
He's only got halfway on it. He's going to look for it. Does get his stalls impacted, although Knight just tries to go in and gets completely CC'd down. Flandra still looking for kills. Double Impale comes through, and that's going to be a big pick. And Xiaosu has also come as Dominus is already popped, and that's what JDG are doing to BLG.
8 for JD Gaming. They don't care about the BLG scaling. They don't care about playing the map. They want the base as they crack everything open with that team fight win. It's just surgical precision. I think they're going to push to try to end here. Look at the death timers. It's over 20 seconds.
26 minutes in, 8.5k lead. It was clinical from the beginning. Junja focused on bot side completely. They found the advantages they wanted. A double kill started for the jungler of JDG, and they have done it. All 3 games, all series, total max today. 6 games to kick off day number 1 in week number 4. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Flandra's debut and JDG showing a little bit of that magic.
We were talking about JDG, we're so back, we're on the uptick. They were 3-0 last week, but after game number 1, so much of that momentum seemed to have been sapped out of the system of JDG, but a really good showcase from them in game number 2. They draft once again for scaling, but that awesome early game from Junja completely tore apart the entire strategy from BLG. They were able to win one fight, but ultimately they never found that same level of positioning. One massive mistake from Flandre here, one big mistake from Knight diving the backline there. You know, all of these things ended up adding into an overall game that they could not come back from, and now we're looking at a game number 3 from a team that we were counting out just a week ago.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about this whole situation is that it's a JDG that has started to find themselves, and then we lost some of that hope in game number 1. But when you continuously draft things that are easy to execute, I preach about it all the time. That is how you find the comebacks in these kinds of series, because after a confident game number 1, BLG are always going to draft ego in game number 2, and you just punish that so heavily.
And here's the thing, man, like it's not just ego, right? It's so many picks that I think are generally good in this meta and for their players. Like Knights Akali losing in this circumstance, that's huge. Like Knights Akali has been nearly unbeatable. This Lucian Milio into Xayah Rakan, I think, is very Lucian Milio favored. I love playing Milio into a full engaged champion like Rakan because of the amount of peel that you generally have as a champion. You have a lot of dive on the enemy side, but not really a lot of ways to take advantage of it. There should have been advantages, but again, Junja's pressure on the bottom side of the map, getting this Xayah Rakan ahead in the early part of the game, it completely destroyed the entire game plan for BLG, and ultimately you have to give a ton of credit over to Junja for that. There's been some talk, you know, about some changes in the JDG roster, some new players coming in. I think Junja's trying to put a lot of that to bed right now with this performance.
I would say so. A little pretty good little Skarner performance, but also showing the team communication skills, being able to play around what is set out as the strategy and being able to punish some of those members from BLG. It's a great performance from JDG top down.
Just awesome stuff. I mean, there are still some things you want to see cleaned up. I still don't think Honky was having a very good series. I think he's made a lot of critical errors. Some of those Cassio ultimates weren't exactly on point. He gets solo killed by Knight as well. Some mistakes coming through, some things that I think can be cleaned up. But the good thing about that, you won this game pretty confidently, and I don't think Honky, your most consistent player across this split, was all that good. If he starts playing well, he can at least go neutral against Knight. Like, we've already seen that this team has the ability to get their big advantages. The big question now, I think, for BLG is, you know, what do you look at in game number 3? I think, obviously, this game was a little weird. You basically lost it at level 2 because of the Skarner invade. Like, you never really were able to recover from that. But ultimately, the things that really came back to bite them was this team fight. It was the Soul Point fight that really kind of lost them the game. In this particular instance, you cannot be chunked out as early as Flandre was in this fight. Him immediately going onto the backline as Mini Gnar alongside Knight and just dying. That's also a big mistake. And we were asking whether or not Flandre was going to be a good piece for this team. He made some pretty massive mistakes in this one.
He did indeed, and that's where I want to start asking and talking about the MVP conversation of this game, because I think I truly do feel like it's got to be the.
Oh. Did Mazel die? Is it just me? Okay. Yeah, if you're asking me about the MVP conversation, I guess I can talk about that. Mazel was about to make, I'm sure, some sort of argument for Gala. I understand giving Vampire and Gala a lot of credit for the way that they played in this one. They got there because of Junja. Without that gank at level 2, level 3, without that play on the bot side, we're on flashes to try to block the Skarner Q and ends up not even being able to block it. He, his AD carry goes down. Like, I think Junja ran this game. I think without the Skarner, this would have been a lot more difficult for JDG, and I certainly don't think they would have been able to pick up the victory. So, good stuff overall. I would say I'm expecting a Junja player of the game here, but you never know. I'm sure the famous LPL AI will be voting for Gala because of the damage he was able to do on the Xayah. You never really know, but just a good showcase. This is a team that I think, we think back to the beginning of the year when it comes to JDG, we think of a team that generally looks at, and it is going to be Junja. I think this is the right choice. He definitely ran the early game here. That is, I think, an ethical, correct pick, but I'm excited to see what JDG and BLG do in a game number 3. I did not expect to get to this big game number 3, but we're going to see how these two teams break down. Hopefully, I'll have a play-by-play caster as we send it to break here. We will be back for 6th game of the day, game 3 between BLG and JDG.
Whoa, wait a minute! K-Man, what are you doing here?
What? Oh, what are you doing here? You're in the wrong spot. You're supposed to be where I'm sitting.
I'm not Alt. This is not Alt. This is actually Lennon in the
never mind.
past, because I'm technically younger than he is. So I'm actually Lennon from the past. That's why you can see I'm like 30 pounds lighter than he is. I don't actually know how much he weighs. He's also like 6'4", if I remember correctly. I'm not that tall either. But you don't have to worry about us for very long, because we're going to have draft on our way, and we're in Game 3 of BLG JDG, where I think expectations coming into this series, I don't know how you were feeling. I personally thought BLG were going to come in 2-0, but we're now on the precipice, baby.
Look, JDG, they were at their hottest last week. I get that their schedule was pretty easy, but they had got some confidence, they got some momentum. Now they're running into this series, and they're like, hey, we needed to at least be competitive to show that we could still be at the top of the LPL. They have done more than that. They had an opportunity to come back in game number 1. They just weren't able to seal it, and they just outplayed them in game number 2. I mean, level 3 just completely destroyed the game. So if they play like they have throughout this series, they've got a real chance of winning this one.
Tabe got on his knees with, the mask still on, and he's like, guys, we have not beaten BLG since January. I need this like water, boys. Whatever you gotta do, let's get it done.
On the same day that AL almost loses to EDG, Tabe is like, boys, we gotta beat BLG. We gotta pick up this win. Trust me. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I think BLG have kind of been disrespecting JDG in a lot of these drafts. They've been going for a lot of aggressive, greedy picks. I liked their draft in game 2, but a lot of the things they love to play are off the board, and I'm curious to see if it just continues to be, aggressive in the way that it was last game.
I still feel like this is the absolute thesis of both of these teams. We get 2 games in a row where Knight is kind of smurfing, and he's still getting these amazing solo kills, like that game 1 Syndra where he's 1v3 in mid lane and he gets the kill anyway. I'm like, dude, what? Like, that's just Knight magic there. And game 2, even in parts of game 1, we actually got to see JDG have some really competent team fights. So whether it's actually Billy that are making the mistakes, or it's just the, BLG stands for bad late game kicking in, either way, it seems like I feel like we're still seeing regular season form of these 2 teams.
Definitely feels like a little bit of both. I think JDG are really smart in terms of where to capitalize. They're not scared to pull the trigger, which is something that I think I'd really like to see out of them. I will say, BLG's positioning in the back end of these games, not great. I mean, that soul fight in game 2 was horrendous from Flandre, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He burned Meganar way too early into the fight. You've got, even in game number 1, when Viper and Flandre were just caught out under the mid lane turret trying to protect it, up 5,000 gold, and they just give a 3,000 gold swing back over to JDG. These are the kinds of mistakes you cannot be making if you're a team like BLG in the back end of these games. Luckily, I think, we're going into game 3. You're hopeful that they're not going to have as bad of an early game, and maybe they're going to actually be able to get a lead and snowball like they like to do.
All right, game 3 to end out the first day of week number 4. We're going to still probably see a little bit of mid-bans, especially from JDG, but it seems like the focus going forward is really going to be on top side. I think the fact that Vi has stayed on the ban table for the entire series has been pretty interesting, and we'll see what our 2 top laners are cooking, because so far I feel like we've gotten some of the more classic Flandre picks. I know it's his first day, but I know also that Danny is a guy that really wants to lean on his individual prowess from his players.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We've been asking all series long, are they just going to stick to the kinds of styles that they were going with Wenbo? Do they feel like they can explore a little bit more when it comes to Flandre? Do they want him to play tanks like he was on AL? Do they want him to play strong side and get counter pick in a draft like he was doing throughout the early parts of his career? There are just so many ways that this could go, and game 3 is going to tell us a lot. Notably, we're going back to these mid lane bans. 5 mid lane bans in first rotation in game 1. We're getting the Locke, the Ryze, and the Orianna off the board again, on top of the fact that Syndra, Akali, Cass, Ryze, all of them are off the board. Not a ton of options, but Nefiri is left up as a carry for Shun, and they want to stick to that.
Wow, Nefiri coming through. Now, Nefiri without some of her pairings does worry me a little bit. There's no Ryze, there's no Cassiopeia, and the things of the sort, so Syndra as well being taken away. We'll see what BLG are going to be pairing. And for JDG, I still think you have a lot of options, not only for Jinja, but for Gala and Vampire, who I think have really, really found their footing. This split especially, just play strong laning pairs with each other.
Completely agree. I mean, what got that game out of control in the previous game was getting a big lead onto the Zyra Khan and then using Gala and Vampire to move around the map. It was a very split 2 kind of playstyle from them, and they were essential last week. Gala was excellent in their, recuperation week. Was not very good, I would say, in the first couple weeks, but he was really good last week, and they need to capitalize on that success. Viper is very crucial towards how BLG want to play, getting a strong 2v2 lane, especially with no Lucian Milio to take here, because of Fearless is very good.
Ziggs seems like it's going to be the answer. We're getting that locked in. It definitely helps with some of the 2v2. I am worried about the lane. Not to say that Viper and On have been weak, but with a Ashe Seraphine, if you make a slight misstep or you use the Satchel Bomb in the wrong way, you pop the Ghost on the Ashe and you just get ran down. So BLG seemingly looking towards wanting to not only play the map at large, but also still have access to things like the Shen, who are going to be really, really pivotal in the 2v2.
Yeah, and I think notably here, On has played Karma and Milio in the first 2 games. These are not roamers. These are not champions that are going to be as active in terms of creating for BLG. This is what On does. He picks Shen, and he's a creator for the rest of the map. I think this is going to be a much more comfortable situation, even if the lane matchup isn't quite as good. Viper Ziggs is very good. It's been good for more than just this AP Mage meta. He's always been a big Ziggs player, going back to his time in the LCK, so makes a lot of sense. Nocturne, by far the highest priority jungler left up on the board. Really the only power jungler, I would say, that is left and available to take if you don't want to go for something like a Trundle. Certainly as a matchup into Nefiri can create a lot of havoc. Even just turning the lights off and pairing that up with an Ashe and Seraphine ult combo really makes it a lot more difficult for the Shen and even the Ziggs to play.
So going into the second phase of draft, right now BLG I think have some okay champions for the players that are going to be piloting them, but I don't think they have a super cohesive draft identity quite yet. Yeah. Whereas JDG, you can go hunting, level 6s, you can send this Ziggs going to bottom lane. Nocturne also prevents the Shen from getting his ultimate off. I think there's a lot of tools that JDG still have access to, especially if they're going to be playing a shorter range composition to leverage something like a Seraphine. So what do you actually want to see from BLG?
Yeah, I mean, right now, what matters the most, in my opinion, is absolutely going to be this mid lane pick. I mean, look at the amount of bans that are coming through. We already had all of the priority in the first ban phase, this Locke, this Ryze, this Orianna. Now we're going to have even more chances to take away some of these priority picks. If someone has tempo in that mid lane matchup, that's going to matter a lot. Who you pair up with Nefiri is going to matter a lot. BLG, I think, needs a little bit more damage coming in on their side. I'm trying to think of, like, who would even be a great option there. Maybe something, I don't know, like an Ahri could potentially be good to dive the backline and create some havoc. Takes it away as an option to pair up with the Nocturne on the other side, which I'm sure that JDG are going to be looking for. But with the Sylas band as well, that would have been, pretty solid to take some of these ultimates away. You're losing a bit of the, I guess, options that you set up for yourself at the beginning of this draft.
Are we ever afraid of Nefiri Annie as this team? That's kind of what I'm looking for as BLG. There's Annie ban. Okay, yeah. Never mind.
My worry with the Annie is just like, man, your Nefiri has to get fed. Like, if you're picking Annie, like, you have one carry, you have one way to win the game, especially because I don't think Flandre has been as consistent as you would want in this series up until this point. Putting him on a carry would be a little bit scary on the top side, at least in that situation. I think you want Knight on something that can take over the game, even if it's not as well, of a fit as maybe something like an Annie would be for this comp. It's going to be the Aurora as the lock-in. You want that dive buddy with Nocturne. It's a lot of priority on the side of JDG.
Almost 100% that it's going over to Honky, but if Flandre picks something a little squishy, you can lean over. I think that JDG overwhelmingly now have a ton of pick potential just between this Nocturne Aurora and then we add alongside this bottom lane, and it just feels like 1 to 2 members are slightly out of position, you get blown up. I also see a lot of strong early lanes here for Nocturne to be able to bully, so this is seeming like it is moving more and more of the direction of JDG, at least from a draft perspective, looking strong. And now we've got Knight's Ahri. We say that a lot about, like, Knight X champion, but this seems like has been, to me anyway, the answer into Aurora after plenty of Aurora nerfs.
And notably, we are getting some hovers here, and it is going to be the lock on the Alistar, so the Shen is going to be the flex onto the top side for Flandre. He was the Shen player at the start of this split. In terms of, like, when you go back to some of the preseason tournaments that were being played even towards the end of split number 2, Flandre was really spamming Shen both in solo queue and in competitive action. He's very comfortable on the champ. It's going to be the Jax as the answer. This is a classic answer to Shen on the top side, but it certainly creates a much more open game state. This Alistar actually has a little more priority, in my opinion, than the Shen, and you're going to have some more macro opportunity on the top side. So while I do believe that you're going to have some priority in the early game for BLG, I think JDG is going to be happier than they've been really throughout this entire series with the way the draft went.
Oh yeah, you get plenty of ability for a champion like Aurora to get her passive off multiple times. That's where a lot of her strength is. And then side lanes, you have two incredibly competent side laners who are going to have infinite map hacks. You're going to have a Nocturne behind you, and then at any point you're like, hey guys, I don't know where their support or jungle are. Gala's like, don't worry, brother. I got you hooked up. Here's a hawk shot going across the map. We're going to be able to control all the vision. I think BLG not only need to be decisive, but they also need to be incredibly quick, which sometimes can backfire, especially when I look at their composition, and I do think it's a little low damage. Getting Ziggs bombs to lands are not super consistent DPS in my mind.
You've got so much pressure on Shun in this game, on the Nefiri. I mean, he is being given the keys to the kingdom in this game. He has to be able to step up. He had a bad early game. In game number 2, got invaded and never really was able to recover on the Lee Sin. He's got to be better on this Nefiri champion, the best carry jungler in the entire meta right now. You talked about the Ashe Seraphine being such a problem in the mid to late game. That lane is an issue. Ziggs is going to be left isolated because the Alistar is going to be roaming a lot of that early game. Ashe and Seraphine are going to be a massive problem. And we've seen what happens when JDG and Jinja in particular put a lot of tempo and pressure onto the bottom side of the map. Gala is in good form and Gala can carry. Ashe is going to be in a great spot. Aurora is going to be in a great spot. JDG have the tools. We'll see if they can pull off the upset.
Come on, Suzhou. Let's come alive for game number 3. And we've already got a level 1.
Come on, man. Where's my JDG hype? I need some JDG hype. Like, I've been waiting for it all night. I would have thought that with the win, they would have been in a better spot. Viper gonna take a tree. He's in danger here.
Viper, no, brother. I told you, if you miss an ability level 1, the ghost gets popped there. Massive chunk onto Viper, who's gonna have to spam all of his health pots just to get back to even. It's gonna be a single beat drop that is empowered, but I look at this mini-map, K-Man. I'm seeing vision into Shun's jungle so they can track where he is. I see really defensive vision placement as well on the top side just to prevent any early game shenanigans. It is a Nefiri. The hypermobility of this champion at level 2 is unrivaled by most champs right now.
That's absolutely the case. Nefiri definitely is going to be a threat pretty early on, and we've definitely seen some action from these two junglers, but both should theoretically be relatively stable in the early parts of the game. I'm going to burn the heal under tower there, that level 2 for this bot lane. Very, very big. When we think back to Gala and Vampire having success at the early part of this year, Ashe Seraphine was a huge bot lane for this team. They're going to need to once again be a big bot lane as they continue to ice these two out of a lot of XP on the bot side.
Early recall coming in for Shun here, as we are just getting some amazing trades for JDG. Good burst here already early on. Something about the Orion. Oh my days! Hongq! That is a 25 HP left on Knight. Flashes down. He's going to have to teleport back. And I just look at Shun's map state, and we're going to continue to keep on going. That is a blast or satchel bomb that doesn't do anything. Vampire had 0 damage off of the turret. That is 10 HP now on the On. So 2 players from BLG live with double-digit HP, no first blood, but functionally here, K-Man, that is 600 gold going over to Jindong Gaming.
Absolutely massive, and Junja is now here in the mid lane. No flash on this Ahri if they want to go for a play.
All right, Junja, show me. What you got? We got Flash, we got Fears. Do we got a first blood on our hands? It is against Knight in the mid lane. We are trying to tank all of the turret shots. First blood over to Hongq.
Yeah, and they're going to get chased down here. Shun's going to have some tempo. The flash coming through. Hongq the sacrifice.
When Mazel leaves is when we get the most disgusting early game of all time. 3 minutes, 2 kills. Functionally almost 2 more if maybe that bot lane play had happened a little bit sooner. It is a good trade here for JDG, right? Getting that kill early on into mid feels nice. If we're going to continue this narrative about Shun having to be the carry, a kill plus double scuttle feels like you're set up for success.
Definitely a good spot to be in if you are Shun, at least in this game, and we talked about how important the Neferi is. They're not going to win this game without that gold. They're definitely not going to be in a good spot. Unfortunately, they are losing basically everywhere else, as we predicted. He's going to be making his way topside. Junja in darkness. Shun is over the wall. They don't see him.
They didn't even care. They said, look, we just need to get mid priority because Junja, if you don't have mid, you cannot move into our Raptors here. A lot of damage going on tonight, and they're completely separated from each other. The jungler of BLG may have accidentally gotten his mid laner taken down. That's a kill going over to Jinja, and now Shun is going to take some damage back onto Honkyu. That's going to be his Raptors gone. That might be more of his camps, and then I look at the states of the lanes here. Bot lane is getting shoved in, no priority from mid, and Shen is just going even right now with this matchup. JDG are getting everything they could have possibly wanted here.
Early game masterclass once again from JD Gaming, and what we have in this one is something we have not had in any of the other games up until this point, a lead in the mid lane for JDG. Honkyu has really struggled throughout this series up until this point to even stay neutral against Knight, getting solo killed and getting pushed down in farm. Well, now he's got a free kill, Knight's down a bunch of farm, he's going to be up 500 gold as we continue to play this out. For the first time, JDG actually have pressure through the middle of the map, which means that they should have even more control over these objectives they were already doing a good job of controlling with this Chem Dragon on the map now.
Oh, you're gonna move. If they decide to go for Dragon right now and you press tab, Honkyu has ultimate. He has to be the one to hold this wave right now. The damage difference between these two. It is an alternator versus an amp tome and a dark seal. 0 attempt. That is going to be the ghost popped by Gala. Just any kind of vision. As soon as Ari shows, that's going to feel like you're under threat. But you're level 5. Knight is now down an entire level versus Honkyu. He'll equalize some of this by getting this wave, but very easily we could see JDG move into this bot side and play for this early dragon.
And it is just going to be a little bit of an exchange here. Aunts potentially in danger against Satchel to keep his support alive, but you're absolutely right. There's just not really a lot Knight can do right now. 700 gold in a full level is insurmountable in the early game. This is the benefit of picking Aurora into Ahri. I like the Ahri from a comp perspective because you want Knight on something that can carry. This is always going to be a difficult lane matchup. Once you burn that flash early off of that great trade, you can just continue to punish it over and over and over again. Ben basically just has to be around the mid lane, sacrificing his own tempo just to keep his Ahri safe. They are going to be pinging down onto the crab on the top side, but Jax is also making his way down here.
It'll be a 3-on-3. Nocturne's going to go mid. If he takes one minion, he gets level 6 here. That's what he's doing right now. He's going to hit this minion wave. He gets his ultimate. This is a massive trade now here. Shun doesn't have ultimate, but they're already on the objective. Very cheeky, I think. If they got that timing, that could have been a big win coming through for Jindong Gaming. And Honkyu is just completely spacing Knight out of the mid lane, even with On sitting here trying to protect the minion wave.
This Ahri cannot play the game. I mean, she is completely zoned out of this entire wave. There is no way for her to be able to step up here. Jinja has all the tempo in the world. I believe it's a smite fight going on here. No smite for either of these two, so it's just going to be a take. And we're getting the trigger pulled.
Oh, it's the submarine. We all live in it, and it's a blue and pink one. Junja gets taken down for another kill here for BLG, and they're going to continue to chase for more. Honkyu has no mana. The Darkened Daggers will sink into the backside of Honkyu, and it'll just be a single kill trade, but a lot of turret plates taken by Xiaoshu on the top side.
Xiaoshu definitely going to get something out of that. I really like the proactivity from BLG to make sure that they use the Shen ult before the Nocturne ult actually gets, picked up. You gotta be proactive if you are Flandre in this game. On stepping up heavily.
Aura, bro. He just canceled Honkyu's recall. That is high levels of aura right here for the support.
You got it. That's gotta be it. He's like, who needs flash, man? I've got spellbook. Who needs flash? I'm Alistair. Why would I ever need to play this? Arrow's gonna be coming up here.
No way, Knights! No! He flashes into the cross map arrow of Gala. A kill going over to Vampire.
Knight is being destroyed in the mid lane. This is an absolute targeting of the best player in the world right now by JDG. They are funneling resources into taking out this Ahri, and it is working. That's Grubs going over to JDG. Dragon has spawned on the map, and BLG are not really going to be able to prioritize it as aggressively as they would want. At least for now, we'll see if Shun just wants to try to rush this because of the bot lane priority. Even if it is a trade, so much going in favor of JDG is they could potentially make their way down here.
Yeah, Nocturne doesn't have his ultimate, but we're seeing mass movements now. Good control from BLG to play to the bottom side quadrant, play in the tri-brush. I don't think JDG will get here in time. You already see that Jinja, he said, yep, lost cause. We got the 3 grubs. I'm going to take my Raptors, cycle my bottom lane camps. I don't know what I'm more surprised from, K-Man. I'm thinking, hey, BLG, Knight is getting completely dumpstered in mid. He's getting a lot of focus. Or the fact that we just haven't seen a replay whatsoever here in this game.
Well, what time do we have to see a replay? We gotta keep the action going. Speaking of the devil, oh, we get the cinematic camera. Yes, the arrow from downtown, from the bot lane. It looks like, oh, it's gonna hit. Just kidding. Knight is going to flash. Yeah, he was out of it, and then he flashes back in. Look, Knight struggled in week number 3. I don't think anybody is going to be arguing against that. He's gonna be in danger again here as he gets ulted. Oh, the charm.
Seems like he's
gonna be fine because of that.
Away. Yeah, does get out. You know, Kindle Gem is nice. It's a bunch of HP. It's a little bit of ability haste. It does turn into a fight around Raptors here.
Oh, Encore?
I'm going to believe that On has the aura. I'm going to believe that he has the aura. That's an aura loss. Okay, I thought he was going to live. That time, maybe a little too much CC stacked on top of him.
Paranoia mid onto Knight again. They are just abusing this mid lane matchup over and over again. They're farming Knight for gold in the mid lane. No other team has been able to do this consistently throughout 2026. What a look from JDG right now, man.
Yeah, 1,000 gold up in the mid lane. 30 CS up here on Knight, who is sitting at 67 at 10.5 minutes. And now it's a completed rocket belt here for Hongq. You're just going to have all those additional stats while he is still waiting to finish his first item. 3 players on top side here. A short change on the taunt. Xiaoshu tries to use the Counter-Strike to give him the damage resistance based on spells, but they're just going to go for the dive anyway. He lives with one more auto attack, the Grass proc. That alongside all the lack of damage from Shun and the Alistar means that no kill is going to be taken. It'll be a flash traded, and now more pressure across the other sides of the map.
Yeah, Shun using ult in that exchange as well, so we can't even make a counterplay elsewhere in the next couple of minutes. Everything is just going poorly right now for BLG. JDG have full control. This tower is in real danger of dropping before 15 minutes, which would be devastating for BLG's macro to be able to try and salvage some of these river plays. Look at the wards right now on the map. Everything is blue. JDG have sights of the entire river crossing both sides of the map. They can do whatever they want, even with no objectives up right now.
So JDG, they didn't get the first dragon, but I'm seeing 2 of their solo lane quests already done. That's more experience in top lane and just more damage in the tier 3 boots once Hongq goes for it. Then I look across the other side of the map. We've given over those 3 grubs, so now Jax is extremely problematic later on into this game. And there's not really a dragon stacking angle. Hongq loses half of his HP, but he's already chugging pots, which, by the way, you know, already feeling pretty good, and he just has so much mobility with this rocket belt as well.
Well, I mean, how do you take advantage of Aurora? Right? Like, if you're going to try and get this shutdown, like, how are you ever supposed to be in a spot where Hongq is going to be taking advantage of? Junja, protected by his bot lane here, is going to get spotted, but TP is coming down onto the bot side as well here from the Aurora. They're just going to try and play for tempo. No objective to even fight over. They're just going to be pressuring out this entire bot quadrant to get this vision. Going to be even more pressure on the bot lane turret as well. I mean, JDG can just throw away basically any resource to get the tempo that they need right now, and they're going to be able to walk their way for free.
To the untrained eye, they might be, you know, spamming some emotes in Twitch chat right now, saying, what was that TP from Aurora? But if you know who you're playing against, for BLG, every potential objective fight is a fight you're going to have to take. If they're going to be fighting over bottom side scuttle, there's potentially going to be 4 people there. Aurora just needs to be there, so JDG thought there was maybe going to be able to have something happen. Could have also preempted a potential lane swap here, considering bot lane's already completed a quest. And now comes, I think, a really important fight, whether or not BLG are going to move into this next dragon with a 3,000 gold deficit. If they can get some kills on the Viper, that bot lane quest can start to eat away at this gold lead.
I think notably when you look at the items as well, The gold lead's pretty big, but it's not a huge difference right now in terms of active combat power. You are going to definitely be favored if you're JDG, but if there was ever a fight that BLG needed to win, it's very much coming up. This dragon fight is either going to determine the entire game, or it's just going to be a clean JDG take. The problem for BLG, they have no lanes to actually play through. That means they have no tempo in this river. As this spawns, Nocturne's going to be able to walk up, and it's going to be really difficult to re-engage if Nocturne turns out the lights and Shen can't even get to the fight.
Vampire has 2 wards left in his inventory, and most of it has been taken back from BLG. They've got wards on their side of the jungle. It looks like right now, BLG, they're going to just sit Viper in mid, let him sit under this turret, use his ultimate from long range, while the rest of Billy attack from the bottom side, attack from this Tribe Rush. Looking for a pick onto Hongq, that's headbutt first. Xiaoshu's here as well. If there's ever a Nocturne ultimate, that means Shen cannot join. Flanger would have to preemptively join one of his targets. I think the calculus right now is get these plates. Let's try to eat away at this gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, on pop the Alistar ultimate immediately, and once that's done, you have no front line. There's no way to re-engage. They were worried about that Nocturne ultimate. I think they would have needed to preemptively send Flandre down, and so they're just like, okay, I guess we have to give over this dragon. I think they're okay with that, considering the fact that it's not stacked up just yet. At least it's a little bit of gold onto the Shen, who could make a difference, but if JDG is going to continue to get a bunch of things for free throughout a majority of this mid-game, well, now you're looking at a situation where they feel pretty good going into the back end of the game. Ashe is starting to get a very strong lead on the bottom side, and if Gala continues to play the way he has, he's going to be able to dominate and take over, and certainly not Nocturne and Aurora that are going to be falling off, so, you know, JDG going to feel pretty happy about that trade, I think.
Side lanes, gotta be careful. I have a hard time imagining that we're going to continue to send players towards Knight and Shen, even if it is a Nocturne. But you have so much ability to play make whenever Ashe and Seraphine go into Fog of War that I think it's really tough for BLG to overextend. If we're ever going to see them hit turrets, it has to be with multiple members on one side, potentially even them bringing over Viper, but that doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. He's stuck in mid right now. Shun still recalling Ahri and Shen could teleport for this. This seems like a lost cause. It seems like On is the only person here. All right, K-Man, we're fighting. It's an objective. We gotta keep going. Arrow. Shun gets hit with the ultimate. That's 2 of them on top of the big old bad dog. And somehow, BLG forced JDG out of the pit. The Herald still goes over to JDG. It does not matter that they were the second ones in. Now they're going to chase them on 2 different sides. Flandre is getting run down by 2 members of JDG, while all of BLG are trying to retreat. Knight is trying to get away. That is 2 kills and the Herald in a very, very weird-looking fight for Jingdong Gaming.
Is it insane to say that that's probably the best that it could have gone for BLG, in the sense that they were trying to get JDG out of the pit, they had the chance to be able to take the Herald, and they lost the fight after? They just don't have the combat power at this point in the game. Shun is certainly not ahead enough to be able to walk in, eat an Ashe Arrow, eat an Encore, and be able to keep fighting. It's really well done to layer CC from the bot lane of JDG, and once this fight splits, it's impossible for BLG to be able to reconnect. Once again, On, the primary tank, has to be able to try and play here, but the moment he uses his invulnerability, he gets nailed by the Ashe ultimate. Yes, obviously the Stand United comes through, but I mean, if your main jungler is going to get stunned up for 2,000 years and you've got a Jax on the backline, I mean, how much does this even really matter? Oh, just gorgeous stuff from Xiaoshu as well. You know, he's been a Jax player alongside that Renekton in the past. Junjun and Xiaoshu happy to take care of the new top laner for BLG while the bot lane tries to clean up on the bottom side. You get these split fights that are a little chaotic. JDG's comp are built for that.
That is extremely tragic for Shun, though. Like, the Herald is in the middle of resetting, and he goes to smite it, and the health just barely ticks back over while it's recovering because the leash on the aggro ended up falling. That is nuts. That is such a minor interaction that ends up... I would say that ends up kind of going in favor of JDG. I think even if they had lost the Herald, that fight still feels pretty good. And now they're going to use this Herald, not as a battle Shelly, but as one that's going to get them 2 turrets here. Mid-tier 1. Now a play onto Shun. Viper flashes out of the way of an Ashe ultimate to save himself, but he condemns his jungler in the same way that the darkness is encroaching on BLG. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade. That is a kill and a hell of a lot of plates on mid lane tier 2.
I think the darkness was consuming Junja's thought process as well as he dives in for the 1-for-1 trade.
He saw a second kill, brother.
He saw it. He had to go for it. I get it, man. You press the Nocturne ultimate. You might as well use it by that point. But, you know, you can get away with those plays. Look at the gold lead for basically everybody on the side of JDG. Not only is it a 6K gold lead for the team, it's perfectly distributed across the entire map for JDG. There's not a single player that's not leaps and bounds stronger than their opposition at the current moment. And we haven't even gotten to these stacking objectives yet. We've just been taking skirmishes. 18 minutes in. Xiaoshu going to continue to push this in. Could be, I guess, a target on the top side, but there's no play to be made on this Jax unless they overcommit.
I think Gala's been super smurfing, even if he doesn't have a Mondo gold lead over his opponent. I think we got to see a microcosm of what this Ashe can provide. Throws a hawk shot, spots out on before they can even rotate. BLG, for what it's worth, they're going to use the power of the Ziggs. They're going to throw down the satchel charge, get themselves some objective bounties. That turret is going to feel really nice. Just trying to squeeze whatever juice is left in the fruit and get what they can, because this is a game that is getting out of control incredibly quickly.
Look, we can say it how it is. Like, at this point, BLG need to hope that JDG makes some mistakes. Now, the lucky thing for BLG is JDG is very happy to make a ton of mistakes. They have been doing that all year long in these good game states, but it is JDG's map to lose at this point as they continue to take away resources from the side of BLG. I really don't even know where you would put your pressure at this point. It's really interesting to watch this Jax just continue to get so much tempo on the other side, because you look at the BLG comp, who is matching this guy? Like, who is ever going to be actually answering this Jax in a side lane?
Who can kill this Jax?
As well? Right. He's untouchable. This guy is like legit unbeatable at this point in the game. We know Xiaoshu is going to be really good in that side laning role. It's what he's done at his best. It's a free dragon right now as well for Junjo, who's just going to be able to walk up and take this. There's just nothing BLG can do to contest.
I just compare the inventories of these champions, and hey, look, being down half an item as Shen into Jax, that's completely fine in my opinion. Being on parity with your opponent when you're a bot laner is fine. Look at Knight's inventory. This guy is in mega poverty land. Like, he's got an Aether Wisp in his inventory at 21 minutes. I look at Honkyu, he's finished a Shadow Flame. The quality of the inventories is just not at all the same between our two opponents here. And this would be a massive win for JDG. Again, they have not won a series against BLG since January.
Yeah, and they've not looked super competitive in those other series. It was really just the upper finals, not even the grand finals in split number 2, or split number 1, where they even looked like they were on the same level. Like, this has been a hugely BLG favored matchup all year long. And you talk about Knight being in poverty, as you said, he's 3 levels down, side laning against a Jax. Like, this guy is doomed. There is no point in the rest of this game where he's ever going to feel comfortable. He is just, like, doomed to side lane control, picking up waves, and hope he hits a charm in a team fight. The damage profile is entirely on the back of Ziggs right now. That's not a comfortable place to be if you're BLG, and you're gonna try and look for a pick here, but you've got the spell shield on Junja.
They just have way too much HP. They've got way too much gold, and it looks like they've got a little too much aura for BLG to really deal with much of it. Charm goes wide, and even if it did land, it would have been a lot to be invested just to pick off this Aurora. So, we talked a lot about BLG's, inability or lack thereof of damage. For JDG, what are the steps for them to be able to close this game out? Because, again, we've said there's a proclivity sometimes to throw. That is mostly true of all of our LPL teams, but how do we want to see them clean this out to make us feel confident that this team is going to be a contender?
You highlighted it well in Draft All. This team has incredible pick potential and side lane control. Their ability to play for these turrets is gigantic. If they continue to just pull aggro and attention away from the Jax or away from the Aurora, they're going to continue to get a lot on the map. And growing that gold lead over and over again is going to give them even more vision in the enemy quadrant. That's going to make it even easier for them to grab Barons and Dragons and really start to play for these late game buffs that are going to easily win them the game. If BLG overstay and overpush in one specific area, you have a Nocturne ultimate that can capitalize. It's even harder for BLG to find their way back in. I just want to see them continue to utilize this Aurora and this Jax in the side lanes that they've been in.
Dude, it's a level 13 Nocturne versus level 8 Alistar. If I am on, I'm extremely scared. But again, holds his nerve there. He doesn't have his flash up. He has exhaust thanks to his spellbook. He pops a ghost to get himself out of there, but doesn't even use the ultimate. I love all of this vision that JDG have been pushing towards the top side of the map. It seems like we're getting a fight here that is Stand United alongside his jungler to try to hunt out Junja, but didn't even find that kill. He gets over the wall, and now Xiaoshu might have the most demonic flank of all time on a Jax. It is everybody from BLG walking in, and nothing occurs from this counter-strike, but they get that kill onto On. All the same, Knight and Shun by themselves in the tri-brush, but it is no damage, and it is no sweat off of JDG's back here. Teleport from Ziggs to get out of this one, and the Baron to be started after an incredible team fight.
JD Gaming are dismantling the defending champions of the LPL right now. It is a slaughter in this fight. Perfectly played by everyone. I wish the Counter-Strike was a little bit flashier because I was ready to pop off in this moment. But BLG tried to see some sort of angle. Once again, they're trying to proactively use their Stand United to set their team up. But the problem is, you were right, Ulk. There is no damage. There's no way for them to break through this Nocturne at this point. You certainly can't burst him down. Hongkyu's positioning is so aggro, and you are just funneling them into this tunnel right where Jax is. I wish Xiaoshu was a little bit earlier on the Counter-Strike, but ultimately it didn't really matter. Hongkyu was doing so much damage at this point in the game that the Aurora can just obliterate them in these close quarters. Anyways, just a massive gap everywhere, but specifically for this mid laner. He has popped off as Xiaoshu cleans up the fight. They're going to get the Baron, 8.5k gold lead. They are dominating right now.
And now they're going to get the Dragon. They are going to potentially stack 2 Mountain Drakes. The gold just continues to slip away, and JDG continue to make their climb. The excuse last week was, it's an easy schedule. You play against LGD and against EDG. This should not be a fine. They're looking onto Gala. That is 3 members using every spell in the book. And maybe that book just has all the right answers in it. Knight is going forward with the Spirit Rush. If they can continue to find more, this is right before the objective. That is an engage onto Hongkyu and a shutdown going over to Knight. 2 kills for this Ahri, and Vampire is going to be the topping that ends this play. 3 kills, the Dragon going over to BLG.
It's a big mistake from Gala, who is just way too far forward. You can see that flash. That's very much still available. He gets hit by the charm, and for as much as we've talked about Ahri being completely out of the game, Ahri still is a charm. Like, she absolutely still is a threat to be able to pick off these immobile carries, and I just don't think JDG respected that. Once Nocturne Ultimate was blown on that fight as well, it's really easy to continue to collapse because there's no way that you can punish the backline. Xiaoshu gonna be under tower here, but he's gonna be entirely safe. It's pretty much impossible to be able to pick this off, and that is a Dragon in favor of BLG to at least stop the stacking. See if Xiaoshu is the target now, though.
They're going to bring Ziggs over. He is level 17, guys. That is Grandmaster's Might being popped at the very last second, and a Seeker's Arm Guard to keep him alive. Look at how long it takes for him to go down, and he's still alive! A 3-man Counter-Strike! What is going on, BLG? You just overextended underneath this turret. Xiaoshu is gonna finally go down, but it has taken all of BLG, and it might have just ripped away their chances of coming back in this game. Stragglers, see you later, brother. No longer gonna be able to teleport out of this one. And a long-range ultimate. Gala just wanted to say hi. Here's a postage stamp all the way from Suzhou, pushing on the bottom lane.
Jax has truly become unkillable. I mean, they finally sealed the deal, but I have never seen anyone survive a 4v1 as long as Xiaoshu did there. Unbelievable stuff from JDG. They're going to crack the base open here. It was looking like a very questionable Baron power play that they were on, but at the end of the day, I guess if you try and dive Xiaoshu, he is going to make you pay. We get a replay of how this started in the first place. Gala is just overextended. It's a really good look here from Knight, and this is big proactivity. This is why you can never count him out on this champion, because he's constantly in the right spots. Junja, you know, having popped the Paranoia already, really has no way to re-engage. The charm landing onto Hongkyu is huge because he has so much of the damage on this fight turn, but again, I gotta see a replay of this, Ulk, because this is just absurd. I cannot feasibly believe that he lived as long as he did. That's multiple ultimates. That is multiple members. He does block the Diggs ult with the stopwatch, but at this point, how does he not die? He gets the Counter-Strike off here. He bursts down Knight on his own. He basically solo kills him. I think he does end up solo killing him, and at this point, the fight is so far over, it's absurd. There's nothing you can even do. How do you outplay that? If you are BLG, it's a good look, but you're too far down to make it happen.
You know how we outplay that? We wait until next patch when they nerf Sundered Sky and hopefully take it out of the game.
True.
Because he lives with grass procs, Sundered Sky healing, and a whole lot of prayers. So 17-8, 28 minutes. This game feels like JDG should be able to come out. But I think as longtime LPL fans, and especially as watching BLG for the last couple of years, you can almost never count these guys out, but this feels like it's going to be lights out here for them. They try to go in onto Knight. It shifts their focus onto On, who uses the Unbreakable Will to go forward.
Xiaoshu.
It seems like we're even getting Xiaoshu, who feels literally untouchable in these fights. Counter-Strike to get right in the faces of BLG. A turret falling. The inhibitor is going to be next here. 3 grubs means that these turrets do not exist anymore. They don't have the objectives, guys. Do we have the spells from BLG? Maybe. Hongq goes in for a fight. A massive engage from On. Gets onto 2 members of JDG. They're getting the shutdowns here that they might have needed. Triple kill over to Viper. 4th one being taken here. Double teleports from the laners of BLG. How much can they get from this play?
They are going to pick up at least a little bit. Oh, how many throws in the base do I have to see today? We got multiple in the first series. We're getting another one here. This is Ziggs charging down the mid lane. They're going to get 2 towers off of this in the mid lane, both the inner and the outer. I mean, that's huge for BLG. That's a huge influx of gold, and it went into the pocket of the one member who needed it the most, which is Viper on this Ziggs. It's not going to be easy. Certainly isn't the game completely over or anything like that, but that's a big mistake from JDG. You were in the process of telling us that BLG is never out of any game.
In Fog, by the way.
Yes.
That was in
completely
Fog.
in Fog, which is absurd. Like, this entire initial engage is absurd. On basically just has to pay for the sins of the rest of the team here. Knight gets the Stand United used on him, and Xiaoshu is super deep as this exchange goes, and now he's burned everything. Look, no ultimate, really no way to continue to fight, and Blantra sees the angle. He goes, okay, Hongq's too far forward. He's done what he's done all series long, and he's postured as if he's the tank. He is not. On with a beautiful engage on the Alistar, just absolute perfection from him in the re-engage, and at this point they do have enough damage to be able to burst these guys down. JDG are still in control, but they cannot make mistakes like that.
Look at this gold graph. No matter who wins this game, this gold graph is gonna be silly. And for JDG, gold is gonna matter less as the game goes on, as we get closer to everybody finishing their builds. I'd say that we're kind of in that late game scenario now. We have both of our bot laners sitting on 4 items here. We have our junglers who are really starting to kick it in, but Junja has a 3,500 gold lead at this point. He is, or has to be, the big carry. Someone who, time and time again, I think has faltered at the biggest moments here in the LPL, but this is a gold lead that I feel is almost untouchable.
Yeah, arrow coming through. It's going to go wide. That would have been their engage, but Gala, a big tool that is on cooldown. That thing is going to be up very, very fast. JDG going to use that to create tempo. Jax is here as well.
All of this vision not available anymore to BLG. They're going to completely be cut off. There it is, between worlds and a Seraphine ultimate across 2 members of BLG. That might have been the entirety of the last fight here for BLG. Xiaoshu is just tanking up 2 different members. He is hunting down Nefiri. Knight is finding charms, and he's finding spear rushes into the back line. Double kill for him. Shen is teleporting mid. Where are you going, Flandra? Knight is going to just try to get out of this one. He doesn't have a flash. He doesn't have an ultimate. And maybe from Fog of War, Hongq will execute him. Baron looks to be like that is going to be the trade here. You have got an Aurora. You have got an Ashe. Let's take the big purple worm.
Oh my god, they're making it so nerve-wracking. Oh, okay, it's just an insane late-game team fight. Knight, for as much shit as we gave him throughout a lot of this game, this guy's popped back up immediately. He's trying to pop off. Unfortunately, it's just not enough right now. Everything else is going wrong, I would say, on this game for BLG. JDG are just outplaying them in a lot of these fights. They just don't have the damage. Nocturne has that Guardian Angel available that makes it nearly impossible to burst him down at the start of these fights, and Hongq's angle in terms of damage at the start here, legitimately insane. We can see how this starts. Look at how much damage he's able to do to all of the backline members, comboed with the Seraphine ultimate. Nocturne dives in. It's a free kill onto, yes, the member who just picked up all the kills in the previous fight in Viper, and at this point, you know, the best you can do is pull off some sort of miracle as Knight to be able to pull some kills back. He's able to do that with a couple of members. It really is stylish, him going in and out, not getting feared. He's able to pick up the kill in time. Then, of course, the charm alongside the extra damage. The flash is gorgeous. I mean, this is beautiful, but it's too little too late. You still lose out on that play, and they're going to lose Soul Point here.
Soul Point going over to JDG. 2 Mountain Dragons. I may have talked about it at this point like 7 minutes ago, but BLG got that second dragon, or their second dragon of the game. So, still, 2 Mountain Dragons feels pretty good, but gold is becoming less and less relevant here in this game, and they still have a Baron that they have to work through for the next 2 minutes. Afterwards, we'll see what ends up becoming of this game, but the gold is just feeling, or the game anyway, is feeling like, when are JDG really going to find an 18 fight? Because right now it has been so back and forth between these two.
If there is a criticism for JDG's draft, it's that I don't think their front to back is super consistent. They need to continue to find these priority targets early and create these odd-numbered fights. They've been doing a good job of it so far, but the stronger and stronger that BLG get, the scarier they're going to be in a lot of these instances. We talked about Nefiri needing a lot of damage. Well, Knight has gotten online. That death cap is completed. Ahri is hurting. You can't completely take BLG for granted. That arrow hitting, though, is just going to get cleansed out, and we're going to be trading some cooldowns there.
Respect on, try to look for it. Unbreakable will. Seraphine Encore is going to go out. Honkyu's also going to try to force the issue. Stand United to save the support, but they completely burst out. I mean, Honkyu walked up and just took out Knight in the middle of this fight. Shun as well trying to dive into the backline, but Xiaoshu is way too tanky. The damage of BLG are gone, and that is it. That is going to be a triple kill over to Honkyu. That is going to be JDG finding their first win against BLG since January.
JD Gaming pull off a massive upset. They keep their good vibes going. They're going to be 4-0 in their last 4.
That's going to be an insane look. 5-4. We're going into the second half of the round robin. We're going into the couple of weeks right before playoffs. And JDG, for their misgivings, are finding their form, and they're making it look good. They're taking down the best team in the LPL.
I've heard this story before, Alk. I have felt this before. Oh, top 8 team overrated. Their drafts aren't even all that good. They're not consistent. They don't win in the regular season. It's happening again. Once again, at least in this case, JDG is going to be firing back. This is as big of a win as you could possibly pick up. We had a lot to see from BLG today in terms of the way they played. You know, a lot of mistakes, I think, from them. I think, you know, people are going to criticize this Game 3 draft, and I think that's warranted, but their gameplay was worse. I mean, they got outplayed in Game number 3. There's really no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Super excited to see that JDG is still going to be a threat that can compete near the top of the LPL.
It's incredibly dangerous to also be able to win, I think, into a draft that is what I would consider fairly expensive for BLG to lose. Even if, you know, it's the end of the series, it's Game 3, we won't see any more drafts from this point onwards. If you're able to beat BLG on things like Ahri, on things like Shun's Nefiri, which is 4-0, to beat or to beat Shen, who we originally thought was for On, very creative in the way that they did it. Yeah, the Nocturne being super impactful in this game. The early lane, though, that 2v2 in mid became so impactful for how JDG were able to snowball this game.
Honkyu was monstrous on this Aurora. Really just took advantage of Knight's lack of domination in that early laning phase. Honkyu was not good in games 1 and 2. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that. They obviously were able to pick up a win in game number 2, but he was whiffing Cassio ults. He was frontlining in game number 1 on the Victor. Like, he did not look comfortable at all. For him to come out, burn that flash at level 3 in the mid lane, that's huge because it sets up for the rest of that lane to happen. You know, people are going to give Junja a lot of credit, and he deserves it. Fantastic Nocturne game from Junja, but if Honkyu doesn't pressure Knight out in the 1v1 and really take advantage of his power spike in the exact right way, that lane is not nearly as easy to take advantage of as it was.
That was a really, really good game. This is a series that, again, not clean, but getting the series win is the most important part. That is a series that you can take to the bank, you can cash it in and say, hey, JDG are starting to look really good. There's no more cope anymore. There's no, hey, we're playing against EDG. Sure, you got your win. You're not playing against WE, who are a very flippy team as well. They are now 5-4. Their game record is now going to have them tied versus Team WE as well. So now they are getting back into that top echelon of getting back into top 4, which is super important when we talk about our playoff format and all the things you can kind of get just from getting 3rd through 4th.
And look, like, you've got a lot of the hard series already out of the way. Yes, you still have to play AL, and Top Esports is going to be your final series of the split in that final week, but you've still got LGD, EDG, and ThunderTalk left on the schedule. Like, this is absolutely a team that should be positive in terms of their win rate down the stretch of this split. They absolutely, like, they will be a team that I think will finish in the top 4. You can mark my words on that, I guess, in terms of a prediction. I'm not sure it's the hottest one in the entire world, but JDG is a genuinely good team. They are ramping up at the right time. I had a lot of faith in them coming into this split. I really did think they were going to be a contender to at least compete with BLG. That was not the case at the start of the split. It seems like it's finally coming through now.
Well, you know, while we're waiting for some of the post-game screens, did want to talk about the fact that, hey, this is Flandra's debut. It didn't seem like he did that much for the game, if we're being honest. But how are we rating Flandra and BLG on week 4?
I mean, honestly, he made a lot of mistakes today. Like, he was a big part of their Game 2 loss. I think people are going to forget about that because Game 3 probably, you know, went a very different way. And obviously, you know, the level 3 in game number 2 was important as well, getting the bot lane super fed. His soul fight in game number 2 was abysmal on Gnar. He played that about as poorly as you can possibly play it. Gnar bar way too early, gets chunked out before the fight even starts. He has no front line. As mini Gnar, he goes to flank on the back line trying to kill the AD carry and just instantly dies. Like, a completely thrown away lead from Flandra. And in game 1, he was just losing in the laning phase as Ambessa. Obviously, that didn't really end up mattering in the grand scheme of things going into the Rumble, but like, I don't think this was a good series from Flandra. I think, you know, he did not look comfortable on this team, and I'm hopeful things can turn around for him, but I don't think it was exactly the best debut he could have.
Yeah, very tough. Wenbo, I know you're in the arena, brother.
We see you.
Yeah, we see you. I saw you in the video for them entering the arena as well. So, 3 top laners, we'll see what they can do. Maybe they're going to treat it like last year and just cycle them in, get some honeymoon phases, and then dip right back out. There is that gold graph we were talking. Look at the damage. I am just surprised that Knight is somehow within 3,000 damage of Hongq after that game.
Dude, if you want, like, any sort of proof that Knight is the player that we think he is, this guy was completely dead. Like, in the wall, like, just completely eliminated from this game. He was, like, he was down 3 levels on a Jax that he was side laning against. He got perma-ganked in the mid lane over and over again. He died 4 times and had nowhere to go. Like, his game was over, and he almost won them the back end of this game. Like, that's how good he, every single play, this catch in this fight, and then also, obviously, the double kill on the Baron fight as well. Like, massive stuff from Knight. He was unbelievable in the back end, but that loss in the early part of the game, him bleeding those resources in the mid lane, that was the biggest problem. That was what BLG did in game number 1 to JDG that they could not overcome, is target Hongq on that immobile mage. In this case, the Ahri was just kind of easy pickings for JDG throughout a lot of the early game, and they took that to the bank regardless of what Knight was able to do to recover it.
This play from Xiaoshu is just crazy. He gets
I actually
one
have never
auto
seen this.
attack from Sundered Sky. All 4 of them stacking on top of each other like that into this champion. Just ridiculous, dude. Like, I cannot wait until Sundered Sky is removed. But still an incredible play from Xiaoshu, who has come under a lot of fire, not just this split, but just this year in general for some of his performances. This feels, obviously, as kind of a whole roster, we're really starting to see some kind of revitalization for them.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaoshu wasn't even very good last week, in my opinion, when they picked up their 3-0. I thought there were multiple games where he was underperforming in some key moments. He had to be big here today. Again, Flandra, the big name coming in to be that guy for BLG that can save their season, make them a Worlds contender, which is their expectation. Well, Xiaoshu turned it back on. He said, okay, all right, I see that I'm pressured. I see that I'm maybe not considered, you know, one of the top-tier top laners anymore. Let's get it back into form. I think the Rumble game in game 1 was more than fine. He was the only player on that team with the gold lead, and I think generally he was awesome throughout the back end of this series as well. This Jax game was just icing on the cake. Playing around him in those side lanes, I think, was really important. He did a great job at being able to find good teleport angles as well. You want to give, of course, Vampire credit for that in the same way with setting up a lot of those, you know, potential wards and TP flanks, but just to find these angles, it was really creative and really well done by JDG in these fights.
What have we said every time? In a regular season or in a playoffs, the worst matchup for Xiaoshu is Bin. But Bin's not playing right now, okay? It's Flandre. Hell yeah! Like, we'll take that matchup spread every day of the week, and sometimes twice on Sundays. But this is, I think, a tough loss now for Billy, who have now lost to Top Esports in 2-0 fashion, who have now lost to JDG. I don't want to necessarily say should we sound the alarms, because, this is the first time that they've been playing with another new top laner midway through the split. But for an LPL fan or maybe a BLG fan, are we pressing the lever? How much should we be worried?
Look, Alk, I've been here, I've been watching the LPL a long time. I've been around the block. I've been, watching and consuming LPL content. There's not a single one series that could convince me of anything in the LPL. Anyone can win any day. I firmly believe that. Now, if BLG comes out and they continue to look inconsistent, I get worried. For now, chalk it up to a bad day and chalk it up to a real good day, at least in game number 3 from our player of the game, Hongq.
Feels good, man. 30%
definitely
of his
deserved.
team's damage, 80%. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Who's player of the series? Because
I think it's got to be
you could say, because I know some people are just going to look at game 3 and be like, well, Hongq really smurfed him. And then I look at the other 2 games, and this kid was getting clapped up by everybody's father, usually in the mid lane.
Yeah, no way Hongq was player of the series. Sorry, man. I know I ran a cool graphic on you at the start of the day. You are not player of the series. You are player of the game 3 at most. Junja should be player of the series. I mean, he completely ran this map. The invade in game number 2, that won them the game on the spot. Immediately pathing into a good gank bot side and picking up the kill. Yep. Instantly game over. And then I thought he was great on the Nocturne here in game number 3. There's been some rumblings about another jungler potentially being brought in here for JDG. I think Junja was out to make a point here today, and I think that point was very much made.
Yep. For anybody who didn't know, they did sign LDL prospect Xiaofeng, and he hasn't quite played yet. I know that there's been rumors all year long that this team has kind of been looking for a jungle substitute. But in this series against the number 1 or number 2 team here in the LPL this split, Junja is going to pick himself up the player of the match, and very well deserved. Again, his Skarner and his Nocturne in these games was quite literally impeccable. And a very hard team to do it against, one that usually likes to play a pretty aggressive 3-on-3 and 2-on-2, including their jungler.
Dude, that kill is ridiculous. The Skarner hitbox is absurd.
Yeah. That was nuts. I'm watching in chat, and I'm like, dude, I've seen people in chat be like, Viper, why didn't you flash? I was like, brother, that E does not deserve to hit me. In no universe does this Skarner need to be this fat.
Hey, you know what? Hate the game, don't hate the player. I'm not hating Junja for the performance he put on here today. Not his fault. That hitbox is a little bit strange. All I'm going to say is that this guy was absolutely unbelievable here today. He was my first team All-Pro jungler last split. He's not been nearly as good across this split so far, and I understand why they may have wanted to look for, Xiaofeng, who has had some interesting games in the LPL, but ultimately this team is going to be at their best if they can get this version of Junja. Like, if he shows up like this, they'll have no need for another jungler. This would be, their dream scenario. So glad to see it happen here today.
All right. I've seen enough. Give Junja the MVP. No, I'm not doing that. Producer Shivam, if you would be so kind, if we could get a look at our standings as we close out on the day. Day 1 of week number 4 is in the books, and things are starting to change. AL now at 7-2. Do I believe that? AL is at 7-2. They're moving on up in the world. BLG sink down to number 3. This is due to game differential at the time. JDG still being in 5th still hurts, but they're at like a good 5-4 right now. This is the good ending.
It definitely is, and let's think about our play-in or our playoff, I guess, format here. 4 takes on 5, so even if you're, the 5th team in the standings, you're going to be playing that same opponent as we throw it up here on the screen. Remember, top 2 seeds do get that bye in round number 1. That's pretty bad for BLG, who are dropping some series that they probably should not be dropping here. They definitely want to get that round 1 bye. They want to be one of the top 2 teams, and so curious to see how that breaks down for them.
Yeah, I think this is a really fun version of our format. I do think we are starting to lean away from LPL having one of the most rigorous playoff best-of-5 formats across the world, but I think it is more reasonable to have the play-ins team start in the lower bracket. Now more than ever, considering what we have seen just historically from some of our other play-ins teams. But, okay, man, that is the end of our show. That is the end of a very long 6-game day. I think a lot of folks maybe didn't think we were going to have 6 games today, especially for that first series, but thank you, Edward Gaming, for making it spicy. This is the schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, we are going to have a battle down in Group Nirvana with Weibo versus NIP, TES versus LGD, and then Thunder Talk taking on BLG. We'll see if Junhao and the boys can make an upset happen again. And I think most importantly, NIP winning tomorrow means that we get our first play-ins team locked in from the Nirvana group.
Yeah, this is a massive series for Ninjas in Pajamas, who have emerged as the best team in Group Nirvana, and by proxy, potentially a team that could actually make a playoff run and try to make it to Worlds. I mean, it's crazy to say that, but anything can really happen here in the LPL. Very excited to see all 3 of our series tomorrow. Weibo also not eliminated quite by the loss tomorrow, but would be in some pretty heavy danger, and they've got a new roster to try to break in, so very excited to see Group Nirvana play out.
And remember, if you love what we do here at the LPL English, or more importantly, never want to hear another color caster get into the play-by-play booth because Mazelle's internet went out, you can go ahead and support us here on Coffee. It's the best way to support the LPL English project, and especially our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledge financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who's tried to give you an LPL English product every day of the week, not named Monday and Tuesday. Okay, man, that is the end of our show. Thank you, everybody who's been able to watch. Thank you to both of our casters earlier on in the day, and Shivam, as well as the rest of our socials and moderation team. We'll be back here tomorrow, 1 a.m. PDT. We're going to start at 12 a.m. I don't really know. 12 a.m. PDT. I get mixed up with some of these time zones. I'm getting old. Remember, it's a 3-series day, so we're starting a little bit earlier. Good night, everybody, and take care.